Chapter 65, A Moonlight Visit to St. Dunstan's Vaults. For the remainder of that day Todd was scarcely visible, so we will leave him to his occupation, which was that of packing up valuables, while we take a peep at a very solemn hour indeed at old St. Dunstan's church. The two figures on the outside of the ancient edifice had struck with their clubs the sonorous metal, and the hour of 2 had been proclaimed to such of the inhabitants of the vicinity who had the misfortune to be awake to hear it. The watchman at the gate of the temple woke up and said past 6, while another watchman, who was snugly ensconced in a box at the corner of Chancery Lane, answered that it was 4 o'clock and a rainy morning. Now it was neither 4 o'clock nor a rainy morning, for the sky, although by no means entirely destitute of clouds, was of that speckled clearness which allows the little stars to pass out at all sorts of odd crevices, like young beauties through the jalousies of some Spanish castle. The moon, too, had, considering all things, a pretty good time of it, for the clouds were not dense enough to hide her face, and when behind them she only looked like some young bride, with the faint covering of bashful blonde before her radiant countenance. And at times, too, she would peep out at some break in that veil with such a blaze of silvery beauty as was dazzling to behold, and quite stopped the few passengers who were in the streets at that lone hour. "Look," said one of 4 gentlemen who were walking towards Temple Bar from the Strand. "Look, is not that lovely?" "Yes," said another. "A million fires are out in London now, and one can see the blue sky as it was seen when wild in the woods the painted savage ran." "But after all," said another, "I prefer good broadcloth to red ochre. What say you, Sir Richard?" "I am of your lordship's opinion," said Sir Richard Blunt, who was one of the party of 4. "I certainly think we have gained something by not being ancient Britons any longer than was absolutely necessary. This is, in truth, a most splendid night." It is," they all said. By this time, strolling along in an independent sort of fashion, they had reached Temple Bar, and then Sir Richard, bowing to the one who had not yet made any sort of remark, said, "Mr. Villamay, you have not forgotten the keys." "Oh no, Sir Richard, oh no." "Then, gentlemen, we are very near our place of destination. It will be advisable that we look about us and use the utmost precaution to be sure that we are not watched by anyone." "Yes, yes," said the other. "You will be the best judge of that, Sir Richard. With your tact, you will be able to come to a conclusion upon that subject much better than we can." Sir Richard Blunt made a slight kind of bow in acknowledgment of the compliment to his tact, and then, while what we may call the main body waited under the arch of Temple Bar, he advanced alone into Fleet Street. After advancing for a short distance, he took from his pocket a small silver whistle and produced upon it a peculiar thrilling note. In a moment a tall man, with a great coat on him, merged from behind a column that lent its support to a doorway. "Here you is," said the man. "Is all right, Crotchet?" said Sir Richard. "Yes, everything is quiet enough. Not a blessed mouse hasn't wagged his tail or smoothened his whiskers for the last half-hour or so." "Very good, Crotchet. I'm afraid, though, I cannot dismiss you just yet, as the business is very important." "What's the odds," said Crotchet, "as long as you are happy?" Sir Richard Blunt smiled, as he added, "Well, Crotchet, you deserve, and you shall have an ample reward for the services you are doing and have done in this affair. I and some gentlemen will go into the church, and I wish you to remain at the porch, and if you find occasion to give any warning, I think your whistle will be quite shrill enough to reach my ears." "Not a doubt on it, Sir Richard. If what they calls the last trumpet is only half as loud as my last whistle, it will wake up the coves, and no mistake." "Very good, Crotchet. Only don't make any profane allusions in the hearing of the gentlemen with me, for one of them is the Under-Secretary of State, and the other 2 are men of account. We have to meet someone else in the church." "Then he hasn't come." "That's awkward. The Lord Mayor was to meet us. Ah, who is this?" A private carriage stopped on the other side of the way, and someone alighted, and a voice cried, "Go home now, Samuel, and put up the horses. I shall not want you any more tonight. Go home." "Shan't we call anywhere for you, my lord?" said Samuel, the coachman. "No, no, I say, go away at once." "That's the Lord Mayor," said Sir Richard. "He is pretty true to his time." As he spoke, Sir Richard crossed the road, and addressed the chief magistrate of the city, saying, "A fine night, my lord." "Oh, Sir Richard, is that you? Well, I am very glad to meet with you so soon. If I were to tell you the difficulty I have had to get here, you would not believe me. Indeed you could not. Really, my lord? Yes, you must know Sir Richard between you and I, and here the Lord Mayor, who did not like to say post, looked about him, and his eyes falling upon Temple Bar, added Bar, I say, between you and me and the bar, the Lady Mayoress, although a most excellent woman indeed, I may say an admirable woman, has at times her little faults of temper. You understand. Who is without? Said Sir Richard. Ah, who indeed, Sir Richard? That is a very sensible remark of yours. Who is without, as you justly enough say? The Lord Mayor, said Sir Richard, who had been gradually leading his lordship to Temple Bar, and now announced his arrival to the three gentlemen who were there in waiting. The three gentlemen professed themselves to be quite delighted to see the Lord Mayor, and the Lord Mayor professed to be quite in raptures to see the three gentlemen, so that a pleasanter party than they all made could not have been imagined. Now, said Sir Richard Blunt, I think, with all deference, gentlemen, that the sooner we proceed to business the better. Yes, yes, said Mr. Villamay, who was the senior churchwarden. Oh, yes, certainly. And yet, said the Lord Mayor, we must be very cautious. Oh, very, very cautious, cried Villamay. But a bold front is the best, remarked Sir Richard. Yes, as you say, sir, there's nothing like a bold front, cried Villamay. Sir Richard, with a quiet smile, said to the under-secretary, a very obliging person, you perceive, Mr. Villamay is. Oh, very, laughed the secretary. Preceded now by the churchwarden, they all made their way towards the church, but the watchman at the corner of Chancery Lane must have had something upon his mind. He was so very wakeful, for after they had all passed but Cratchit, he looked out of his box and said, thieves. What's that to you? Said Cratchit, facing him with a look of defiance. Can't you be quiet when you is told? Murder, said the watchman, as he began to fumble for his rattle. Hark ye, old pump, said Cratchit. I've settled 8 watchmen atween this here and Charing Cross, and you'll make 9 if you opens your mouth again. The appalled watchman shrank back into his box. 8, did you say? Yes. Cratchit took the lantern off its hook in front of the box, and smashed it upon the head of the guardian of the night, whereupon the aforesaid guardian shrank completely down to the bottom of the box, with the fragments of the lantern hanging about him, and said not another word. I rather think, said Mr. Cratchit to himself, as I've settled that old fellow comfortable. With this conviction upon his mind, the amiability, or the non-amiability of which we shall not stop to discuss, Mr. Cratchit ran hastily after the rest of the party, and stationed himself by the church porch according to orders. By this time, Mr. Villamay, the churchwarden, had produced a little Gothic-looking key, and proceeding to a small side door, he, after some rattling, partly consequent upon the lock being in a state of desuetude, and partly from personal nervousness, he did succeed in turning the rusty wards, and then, with an ominous groan, the door yielded. Sir Richard Blunt had quite satisfied himself that there were no eavesdroppers at hand, so he was anxious to get the party house, perhaps in this instance churched, would be a more appropriate expression. Gentlemen, he said, the night is stealing past, and we have much to do. That is true, Sir Richard, said the secretary. Come on, Donkin, and let us get through it. The Lord Mayor shook a little as he passed through the little door, last, having, although king of the city, given the paw to every one of his companions, upon that most mysterious mission to old St. Dunstan's church at such an hour. Perhaps he had a faint hope that they might leave him entirely behind and shut the door precipitately, so that he could not get in. If he had any such hope, however, it was doomed, like too many human hopes, to bitter disappointment, for Sir Richard Blunt held the door open for him, saying blandly, Now, my lord, we could not get on without you. Oh, thank you, you are very good. The Lord Mayor crossed the threshold, and then Mr. Villamay, who had occupied a remote and mysterious position at the back of the door, closed it, and locked it on the inside. If you were to lose the key, Mr. Villamay, said the Lord Mayor. Why then, interposed Sir Richard Blunt, I'm afraid we should have to stay there until Sunday, unless some couple kindly got married in the meantime. The Lord Mayor gave a very odd kind of cough, as he said, What would the Lady Mayoress say? The air without had been cold, but what was that compared with the coldness within? At least, the street breeze had been dry, But in the church there was such a fearful dampness pervading the narrow passage in which the party found itself, that everyone felt as though his very marrow was cold. "This passage," said Mr. Villamay, "hasn't been opened for many a long day." "Indeed," said the secretary. "No, my lord, it has not. And it's only a wonder that, after a good hunt in the vestry cupboard, I at all found the key of it." "Fortunate that you did," said Sir Richard Blunt, who was all this time making exertions to procure a light, which were as often defeated by the dampness of the air. At length he was successful in igniting a piece of wax candle, and he said, "Gentlemen, this will show us our way through the church to the vestry, where we can get lanthorns." "Yes," said the Lord Mayor, who was getting so nervous that he thought himself called upon to make some reply to anything and anybody. "Yes, lanthorns in the vestry." "Well," said the secretary, "my Lord Mayor, your mayoralty will be distinguished by this dreadful affair for all time to come." "Many thanks to your lordship, it will." The secretary smiled as he whispered to his friend Donkin. "The city magistrate don't seem happy, Donkin." "Far from it." At the end of the little narrow, damp, gloomy, cobwebby passage in which they were, was another little door, the upper half of which was of highly ornamented iron fretwork, the side of which next to the church interior being gilt. This door likewise yielded to a key which Mr. Villamay produced, and then they found themselves at once in the western aisle of the church. "The stench don't seem so bad," said Sir Richard. "No, sir," said Villamay. "We have got all the windows open far up above there, and there's quite a current of air, too, right up the belfry." Chapter 66. The Cook's Visitors. Sir Richard shaded with his hand the little light that he carried as he walked solemnly across the nave towards the chancel, where the vestry room was situated. He was followed closely by the whole party, and the audible breathing of the Lord Mayor sufficiently proclaimed the uneasy state of his lordship's nerves. "How strange it is," said the secretary, "that men will pile up stones and timber until they make something to enter, which then terrifies their weak natures, and they become the slaves of the very materials that they have made to enclose and roof in a certain space upon which otherwise they would stand unmoved." "It is so," said Donkin. "Why, the fact is, I suppose," said Sir Richard Blunt, "that it is what is called original sin that sticks to us, and so conscience doth make cowards of us all, whether we are personally or not obnoxious to the pangs of the still small voice." "Upon my word, Sir Richard," said the secretary, "you are quite a freethinker indeed, you are." Suddenly the whole party paused, for something resembling a moan was heard from among the pews in the center of the church, and every one was anxious to listen for a repetition of the sound. "Did you hear it?" whispered the secretary. "In faith, I did," said Mr. Donkin. "And I," said Sir Richard Blunt. "And we," said the Lord Mayor in defiance of grammar. I feel rather unwell, gentlemen, do you know." "Hush, let us listen," said the secretary. They all stood profoundly still for a few minutes, and then, just as they were one and all beginning to think that after all it must be a mere thing of fancy, the same mournful moan came once more upon their ears. "There can be no mistake," said Sir Richard. "We all hear that, is it not so, gentlemen?" "Yes, yes," said everybody. "I'm getting worser," said the Lord Mayor. "This mystery must be cleared up," said the secretary. "Is it a trick upon us, do you think, Sir Richard?" "No, my lord, certainly not." "Then we cannot go on until this is cleared up. You are armed, of course, Sir Richard?" "Yes, my lord." Sir Richard Blunt took from his pocket a double-barreled pistol. There was now a sort of pause, as though each of those present expected the others to say or to do something which should have the effect of discovering what the singular noise portended. Of course, Sir Richard Blunt felt that in such an emergency he would be the man naturally looked to. "It is absolutely necessary," he said, "that we should find out what this means before proceeding farther." "Yes, yes," said the Lord Mayor, "no doubt of it, and in the meantime I'll run to the mansion house and get some assistance, gentlemen." "Oh no, my lord, oh no," said the secretary to the chief magistrate of the city. "We cannot think of sparing you." But, "Certainly not," said Sir Richard Blunt, who was keenly alive to the tone of irony in which the secretary spoke. "Certainly not, And as I fancy the sound which has excited our curiosity comes from about the center of the pews, you and I, my lord, will go and find out who it is. Come, if you please, at once." "Aye, stammered the Lord Mayor, "I really humph. If I felt quite well, do you know, Sir Richard, I should not hesitate a moment." "Fa," said Sir Richard, taking his arm and leading him unwillingly forward. "Remember that the eyes of those are upon you whose opinions are to you of importance." With a groan, the unfortunate Lord Mayor, who from the first had shrunk from the enterprise altogether, being fearful that it might possibly involve dangerous consequences, allowed himself to be dragged by Sir Richard Blunt in the direction of the pews. "If you have a pistol," said the magistrate, "you had better keep it in your hand ready for service." "Lord bless you," said the Lord Mayor, in a nervous whisper, "I never fired off a pistol in all my life." "Is that possible?" "I don't know about being possible, but it's true." "Well, you do surprise me." So you see, Sir Richard," added his temporary lordship, suddenly popping into the churchwarden's pew, which they had just reached, "so I'll stay here and keep an eye upon you." Sir Richard Blunt was not at all sorry to get rid of such a companion as the Lord Mayor, so with a cough, he left him in the pew and went forward alone, determined to find out what it was that made the extraordinary noise. As he went forward, towards the spot from whence it had come, he heard it once again, and in such close proximity to him that, albeit unaccustomed to allow anything to affect his nerves, he started back a pace. Shading, then, the little bit of wax candle that he had in his hand, he looked steadily in the direction of the low moaning sound. In an instant he found a solution of the mystery. A couple of pigeons stood upon the handrail of one of the pews, and it was the peculiar sound made by these birds that, by the aid of echo in the silent, empty church, had seemed to be of a very different character from its ordinary one. "And from such simple causes," said Sir Richard, "arise all the well-authenticated stories of superstition which fancy and cowardice give credence to." He looked up and saw that in the wish to ventilate the church, the windows had been liberally opened, which had afforded the means of ingress to the pigeons, who, no doubt, would have slumbered soundly enough until morning, if not disturbed by the arrival of the party at the church. As Sir Richard Blunt retraced his steps, he passed the pew where the Lord Mayor was, and willing to punish that functionary for his cowardice, he said, in a well-affected voice of alarm, "Gracious heaven, what will become of us?" With a groan, the Lord Mayor flopped down to the floor of the pew, and there he lay, crouching under one of the seats in such an agony of terror, that Sir Richard felt certain he and the others would be able to transact all the business they came about, before he would venture to move from that place of concealment. The magistrate speedily informed the rest of the party what was the cause of the alarm, and likewise hinted the position of the Lord Mayor, upon which the secretary said, "Let him be. Of course, as a matter of courtesy, I was obliged to write to him upon the subject, but we are as well, and perhaps better, without him." "I am of the same opinion," said Sir Richard. They now went at once to the vestry, and 2 good lanterns were then procured and lit. The magistrate at once led the way to the stone that had been raised by the workmen in the floor of the church, and which had never been effectually fastened down again. In a corner, where no one was likely to look, Sir Richard placed his hand for a crowbar which he knew to be there, and having found it, he quickly raised the stone on one side. The other gentlemen lent their assistance, and it was turned fairly over, having exposed the steps that led down to the vaults of old St. Dunstan's church. "Let us descend at once," said the secretary, who, to tell the truth in the whole affair, showed no lack of personal courage. "Allow me to precede you, gentlemen," said Sir Richard Blunt, "and you, Mr. Villemay, will, perhaps, bring up the rear." "Yes, oh, yes," said the churchwarden, with some degree of nervousness, but he was quite a hero compared to the Lord Mayor. Sir Richard handed one of the lanterns, then, to Mr. Villemay, and took the other himself. Without another moment's delay, then, he began the descent. They could all, as they went, feel conscious that there was certainly a most unearthly smell in the vaults, a smell which, considering the number of years that had elapsed since any interments had taken place in them, was perfectly unaccountable. As they proceeded, this stench became more and more sickening, and the secretary said, as he held a handkerchief to his mouth and nose, "The Bishop of London spoke to me of this, but I really thought he was exaggerating." "It would be difficult to do that," said Sir Richard. It is as bad almost as it can very well be, and the measures taken for the purpose of ventilation have not as yet had a very great effect upon it. I should say not. With tolerable speed, the magistrate led the party on through a vast number of vaults, and through several narrow and rather tortuous passages, after which he came to an iron door. It was locked, but placing the lantern for a few moments upon the floor, he soon succeeded in opening it with a skeleton key. The moment he had done so, the secretary exclaimed, "Heyday, this is something different." "In what respect, my lord?" "Why, if my senses don't deceive me, the horrible charnel house smell, which we have been enduring for some time past, has given way to one much more grateful." "What is it like, my lord?" "Well, I should say some delicious cooking was going on." "You are right, there is cooking going on. We are not very far from Mrs. Lovett's pie manufactory." "Indeed?" "Yes, and the smell, or rather I ought to say the odor of which the air is full, comes from the bakehouse." The secretary gave a perceptible shudder, and Mr. Villamay uttered a groan. The gentleman who was with the secretary was about to say something, but the magistrate, in a low voice, interrupted him, saying, "Pardon me, but now we are in close proximity to the place of our destination. I would recommend the profoundest caution and silence." "Certainly, certainly, we will only be silent spectators." "It is better, I think," added Sir Richard Blunt, "to allow me to carry on the whole of the conversation that is to ensue, and at the same time any of you gentlemen can suggest to me a question to ask, and I will at once put it to the man we come to speak to." "That will do, Sir Richard, that will do." The magistrate now hurried on, as though those savory steams that scented the air from the bakehouse of Mrs. Lovett's pies were to him more disagreeable than the horrible smell in the vaults that made everybody shake again. In a few minutes he arrived at a room, for it could not be called a vault. It had a floor of rough stone flags, which seemed as though they had originally belonged to some of the vaults, and had been pulled up and carried to this place to make a rude flooring. There was nothing very remarkable about the walls of this place, save at one part, and there was evidently a door, across which was placed a heavy iron bar. "It is through there," said Sir Richard. But you do not intend to open it?" "Certainly not. There is a small crevice through which there will be no difficulty in maintaining a conversation with the imprisoned cook, if I can only make him hear me from this spot." Chapter 67. The Revelations in the Vaults. The object of Sir Richard Blunt was, of course, to make the cook hear him, but no one else. With this aim he took a crown-piece from his pocket and tapped with the edge of it upon the stonework, which at that place protruded from the wall to the extent of nearly a foot. The stone shelves upon the other side were let into the wall in that fashion. The monotonous ringing sound of the coin against the stone was likely enough to reverberate through the wall, and that the cook was rather a light sleeper, or did not sleep at all, was soon sufficiently manifest, for a voice, which the magistrate recognized as his, cried from the other side, "Who is there? If a friend, speak quickly, for God knows I have need of such. If an enemy, your utmost malice cannot make my situation worse than it is." Sir Richard placed his mouth close to a crevice, and said, "A friend, and the same who has spoken to you before." "Ah, I know that voice. Do you bring me freedom?" "Soon, but I have much to ask of you." "Let me look at the daylight, and then ask what you will, I shall not tire of answering." "Nay, the principal thing I have to ask of you is yet a little more patience." "Patience, patience. It seems that I have been years in this place, and yet you ask me to have more patience. Oh, blessed liberty, am I not to hail you yet? Can you forget that you have another object, namely, to bring to the just punishment of the law those who have placed you and others in this awful position?" Yes, but you would forgo all that to be free. A few short hours before you would be free with the accomplishment of all that justice and society required. No, God help me, I will have patience. What is it that you demand of me now? Speak." "Your name." Alas. Surely you cannot hesitate to tell one, who has run some risks to befriend you, who you are. If by my telling that, I saw that those risks were made less, I would not hesitate. But as it is, London and all that it contains now is so hateful to me that I shall leave it the instant I can. Falsehood, where I most expected truth, has sunk deeply, like a barbed arrow, into my heart. Well, I certainly had hoped you would have placed in me that amount of confidence. No, I dare not. Dare not. Yes, that is the word. The knowledge of my name spread abroad, that is to say, my real name, would inflict much misery for all. I can just now say to the contrary, upon one whom I yet wish all the happiness that God can give his creatures in this world. Let it be thought that I and the world have parted company. You are a strange man. I am, but the story I have to tell of the doings in this den of infamy will come as well from a Mr. Smith as from anyone else. I wish you now, in a few words, to relate to me what you know, fully and freely. Anticipating that a statement would be wanted, I have, with no small amount of trouble, manufactured for myself pens and ink, and have written all that I have to say. How can I give you the document? There is a chink here in the wall, through which I am addressing you. Can you pass it through? I will try. I see the chink now for the first time since my long and painful residence here. Your light upon the other side has made it quite apparent to me. I think, by folding my paper close, I can pass it through to you. Try it. In about half a minute, Sir Richard Blunt got hold of a piece of folded paper, which was pushed partly through the chink. He pulled it quite through and handed it to the secretary, who, with a nod, at once put it in his pocket. And now for how long, said the cook, am I to pine for freedom from this dreadful place? Recollect that each hour here has upon its passing wings a load of anxieties and miseries, such as I only can appreciate. I have brought a letter for you, said Sir Richard, which will contain all the intelligence you wish, and give you such instructions as shall not only ensure your safety, but enable you to aid materially in bringing your persecutors to justice. Place your hand to the crevice and take it. I have it. Well, read it at your leisure. Have you any means of knowing the time of day in your prison? Oh yes, there is a clock in the bakehouse, by which I am forced to regulate the different batches of pies. That will do. Have you had any more threats from Mrs. Lovett? None. As long as I perform my loathsome duty here, I see no one and hear of no one. Be of good cheer, your desolate condition will not last long. It is not easy under present circumstances to enter at large into matters which might induce you to declare who you really are. But when you and I meet in the bright sunshine from which you have been debarred for so long, you will think very differently from what you do now upon many things. Well, sir, perhaps I shall. Good night to you. Take what rest and refreshment you can, my good friend, and believe that there are better days in store for you. I will strive to think so. Good night. There was such a mournful cadence in the voice of the imprisoned young man, as he said, "Good night," that the secretary remarked in a low voice to Sir Richard, "Would it not be a mercy now to let him free, and take him away with us? I don't like his concealing his name, my lord." Well, it is not the thing exactly. His imprisonment now will be of very short duration indeed, and his liberation is certain, unless by some glaring act of imprudence he mars his own fortune. But now, gentlemen, I have a sight to show you in these vaults that you have come to see, and yet that I think it would have been wise if you had left unseen. Indeed. Yes, you will soon agree with me in opinion. Sir Richard, bearing the lantern in his hand, led the way for a considerable distance back again, until they were fairly under the church, and then he said, "A large vault belonging to a family named Weston, which is extinct, I fancy, for we can find no one to claim it, has been opened near this spot." By whom? That you will have no difficulty in guessing. It is that vault that I wish to show you. There are others in the same condition, but one will be enough to satiate your appetites for such sights. This way, gentlemen, if you please. As the light from the two lanterns fell upon the faces of Sir Richard Blunt's companions, curiosity and excitement could be seen paramount upon their features. They followed him as their guide without a word, but they could not but see that he trod slowly, and that now and then a shudder crossed his frame. "Even you are affected," said the secretary, when the silence had lasted some minutes. "I were something more or less than human," replied Sir Richard Blunt, "if I could go unmoved into the presence of that sight that I feel it to be my duty to show to you. It must be horrible indeed. It is more horrible than all the horrors your imagination can suggest. Let us go quicker." Apparently with a desperate feeling of resolution, such as might actuate a man who had some great danger to encounter, and who after shrinking from it for a time, should cry, "Well, the sooner it is over the better," did the magistrate now quicken his steps, nor paused he until he arrived at the door of the vault of which he had spoken. "Now, Mr. Villemay," he said, "be so good as to hold up your lantern as high as you can, at the same time not to get it above the doorway, and I will do the same by mine. All that we want is a brief but clear view." "Yes, yes, quite brief," said the secretary. Sir Richard Blunt laid his hand upon the door of the vault, which was unfastened, and flung it open. "Behold," he said, "one of the vaults of old St. Dunstan's." For the space of about a minute and a half no one uttered a word, so it behoves us to state what that vault contained, to strike such horror into the hearts of bold, educated men. Piled one upon each other on the floor, and reaching halfway up to the ceiling lay a decomposing mass of human remains. Heaped up one upon another, heedlessly tossed into the disgusting heap any way, lay the gaunt skeletons with pieces of flesh here and there only adhering to the bones. A steam of fetid steam rose up from the dead, and upon the floor was a pool of corruption, creeping along as the declivities warranted. Eyes, teeth, hands half denuded of flesh-glistening vermin, shiny and sleek with the luxurious feeding they there got, slipped glibly in and out of the heaped-up horror. Illustration: Todd's victims in the vaults of old St. Dunstan's church. "No more, no more," cried the secretary. "I sicken," said his friend, "I am faint." Sir Richard Blunt let go the door, and it slammed shut with a hollow sound. "Thank God," he said. For what?" gasped Mr. Villemay. "That you and I, my friend, need not look upon this sight again. We are all sufficient evidence upon our oaths that it is here to see." "Yes, yes." "Come away," said the secretary. "You told me something of what was to see, Sir Richard Blunt, but my imagination did not picture it to be what it is." "I told you that likewise, my lord." You did." With hurried steps they now followed the magistrate, and it was with a feeling of exquisite relief that they all found themselves, after a few minutes, fairly in the body of the church, and some distance from that frightful spectacle they had each thought it to be their duty to look upon. "Let us go to the vestry," said the secretary, "and take something. I am sick at heart and stomach both." "And I am everything, and hungry too," cried a voice, and the Lord Mayor popped his head up from the churchwarden's pew. No one could help laughing at this, although, to tell the truth, those men, after what they had seen, were in no laughing mood, as the reader may well imagine. "Is that our friend, the king of the city?" said the secretary. "It is," said Sir Richard. "Well, I must say that he has set a good example of bravery in his dominions." "He has indeed." Gentlemen," added the Lord Mayor, as he rolled out of the churchwarden's pew, "don't think of going into the vestry without me, for it was I who gave a hint to have refreshments put there, and I have been dying for some of them for this last half-hour, I assure you." Chapter 68 returns to Johanna. We return to Johanna Oakley. "What is the meaning of all this?" said Sweeney Todd, as he sat in his shop about the hour of 12 on the morning following that upon which Johanna Oakley and her friend Arabella had concerted so romantic a plan of operations regarding him. "What is the meaning of all this? Am I going mad?" Now Todd's question was no doubt a result of some peculiar sensations that had come over him, but propounded as it was to silence and to vacancy, it of course got no answer. A cold perspiration had suddenly broke out upon his brow, and, for the space of about 10 minutes, he was subject to one of those strange foreshadowings of coming ills to him, which of late had begun to make his waking hours anything but joyous, and his dreams hideous. "What can it mean?" he said. "What can it mean?" He wiped his face with a miserable-looking handkerchief, and then, with a deep sigh, he said, "It is that fiend in the shape of a woman." No doubt he meant his dear friend Mrs. Lovett. Alas, what a thorn she was in the side of Sweeney Todd. How poor a thing, by way of recompense for the dark and terrible suspicions he had of her, was his heaped-up wealth. Todd, yes, Sweeney Todd, who had waded knee-deep, do we say, lip-deep in blood for gold, had begun to find that there was something more precious still which he had bartered for at peace. That peace of mind, that sweet serenity of soul, which, like the love of God, is beautiful, and yet passeth understanding. Yes, Todd was beginning to find out that he had bartered the jewel for the setting. What a common mistake. Does not all the world do it? They do. But the difference between Todd and common people merely was that he played the game with high stakes. Yes, added Todd after a pause, curses on her. It is that fiend in the shape of a woman who cows my better part of man. And she or I must fall. That is settled. Yes, she or I. There was a time when I used to say she and I could not live in the same country, but now I feel that we cannot both live in the same world. She must go, she must lapse into the sleep of death. Todd rose and stalked to and fro in his shop. He felt as if something was going to happen. That undefinable fidgety feeling which will attack all persons at times came over him, and yet it was not a feeling of deep apprehension that was at his heart. "Oh," he muttered, "it is the recollection of that dreadful woman, that fiend, who, with a seeming prescience, knows when there is poison in her glass and baffles me. It is the dim and shadowy thought of what I must do with her that shatters me. If poison will not do the deed, steel or a bullet must." Ah! Someone was trying the handle of the shop door, and so timidly was it tried that Todd stood still to listen, without saying, "Come in," or otherwise encouraging the visitor. "Who is it?" he gasped. Still the handle of the door lock only shook. To be sure, it was a difficult door to open to all who did not know it well. Todd had taken care of that, for if there was anything more than another which such a man, as he might be fairly enough presumed to dislike, it would be to be glided in upon by the sudden opening of an easy-going door. "Come in," he now cried. The person without was evidently anxious to obey the invitation, and a more strenuous effort was made to unfasten the door. It yielded at length. A young and pretty-looking lad, apparently of about 13 or 14 years of age, stood upon the threshold. He and Sweeney Todd looked at each other in silence for a few moments. If a painter or a sculptor could have caught them as they stood and transferred them to canvas or to marble, he might have called them an idea of guilt and innocence. There was Todd, with evil passions and wickedness written upon every feature of his face. There was the boy, with the rosy gentleness and innocence of heaven upon his brow. God made both these creatures. It was Todd who broke the silence. A gathering flush was upon the face of the boy, and he could not speak. "What do you want?" said Todd. He rattled his chair as he spoke, as though he would have said, "It is not to be shaved." The boy was too much engaged with his own thoughts to pay much attention to Todd's pantomime. He evidently, though, wished to say something, which he could not command breath to give utterance to, like the Amen of Macbeth, something he would fain have uttered seemed to stick in his throat. "What is it?" again demanded Todd eagerly. This roused the boy. The boy, do we say. Ah, our readers have already recognized in that boy the beautiful and enthusiastic Johanna Oakley. "There is a bill in your window." "A what?" Todd had forgotten the announcement regarding the youth he wanted, with a taste for piety. "A bill, you want a boy, sir." "Oh," said Todd, as the object of the visit at once thus became clear and apparent to him. "Oh, that's it." "Yes, sir." Todd held up his hand to his eyes, as though he were shading them from sunlight, as he gazed upon Johanna, and then, in an abrupt tone of voice, he said, "You won't do." "Thank you, sir." She moved towards the door. Her hand touched the handle. It was not fast. The door opened. Another moment and she would have been gone. "Stop," cried Todd. She returned at once. "You don't look like a lad in want of a situation. Your clothes are good, your whole appearance is that of a young gentleman. What do you mean by coming here to ask to be an errand boy in a barber's shop? I don't understand it. You had different expectations." "Yes, sir, but Mrs. Green." "Mrs. who?" "Green, sir, my mother-in-law. Don't use me well, and I would rather go to sea, or seek my living in any way, than go back again to her. And if I were to come into your service, all I would ask would be that you did not let her know where I was." "Humph, your mother-in-law, you say?" "Yes, sir. I have been far happier since I ran away from her than I have been for a long time past." "Ah, you ran away. Where lives she?" "At Oxford. I came to London in the wagon, and at every step the lazy horses took, I felt a degree of pleasure that I was placing a greater distance between me and oppression." "Your own name?" "Charlie Green. It was all very well as long as my father lived, but when he was no more, my mother-in-law began her ill usage of me. I bore it as long as I could, and then I ran away. If you can take me, sir, I hope you will." Go along with you, you won't suit me at all. I wonder at your impudence in coming. No harm done, sir. I will try my fortune elsewhere. Todd began sharpening a razor as the boy went to the door again. Shall I take him? He said to himself. I do want someone for the short time I shall be here. Humph, an orphan strange in London. No one to care for him, the very thing for me. No prying friends know where to run, the moment he is sent of an errand with open mouth, proclaiming this and that has happened in the shop. I will have him. He darted to the door. Hois hoi. Johanna turned round and came back in a minute. Todd had caught at the bait at last. She got close to the door. Upon consideration, said Todd, I will speak to you again. But just run and see what the time is by St. Dunstan's church. Saint who? Said Johanna, looking around her with a bewildered, confused sort of air. Saint who? St. Dunstan's in Fleet Street. Fleet Street? If you will direct me, sir, I dare say I shall find a toe, yes. I am good at finding places. He is strange in London, muttered Todd. I am satisfied of that. He is strange. Come in, and shut the door after you. With a heart beating with violence that was positively fearful, Johanna followed Todd into the shop, carefully closing the door behind her, as she had been ordered to do. Now, said Todd, nothing in the world but my consideration for your orphan and desolate condition could possibly induce me to think of taking you in. But the fact is, being an orphan myself, here Todd made a hideous grimace, I say, being an orphan myself, with little to distress me amid the oceans and quicksands of this wicked world, some very strong sense of religion, another hideous grimace I naturally feel for you. Thank you, sir. Are you decidedly pious? I hope so, sir. Humph, well, we will say more upon that all-important subject another time, and if I consent to be your master, Charlie Green, sir. I, Charlie Green. If I consent to take you for a week upon trial, you must wholly attribute it to my feelings. Certainly, sir. Have you any idea yourself as to terms? None in the least, sir. Very good. Then you will not be disappointed. I shall give you 6pence a week, and your board wages of 3pence a day, besides perquisites. The 3pence I advise you to spend in 3 penny pies at Mrs Lovett's in Bell Yard. They are the most nutritious and appetizing things you can buy, and in the Temple you will find an excellent pump, so that the half hour you will be allowed for dinner will be admirably consumed in your walk to the pie shop, and from thence to the pump, and then home here again. Yes, sir. You will sleep under the counter, here, of a night, and the perquisites I mention will consist of the use of the pewter wash-hand basin, the soap, and the end of a towel. Yes, sir. You will hear and see much in this place. Perhaps now and then you will be surprised at something, but Master Charlie, if you go and gossip about me or my affairs, or what you see, or what you hear, or what you think you would like to see or hear, I'll cut your throat. Charlie started. Oh, sir, he said, you may rely upon me. I will be quite discreet. I am a fortunate lad to get so soon into the employment of such an exemplary master. Huh? Todd, for a space of 2 minutes, made the most hideous and extraordinary grimaces. Fortunate lad, he said, exemplary master, how true. Ha! Poor Johanna shuddered at that dreadful charnel house sort of laugh. My God, she thought, was that the last sound that rung in the ears of my poor Mark, ere he bade adieu to this world forever? Then she could not but utter a sort of groan. What's that? Said Todd. What, sir? I thought some one groaned or sighed. Was it you? Numberwell, it was nothing. See if that water on the fire is hot. Do you hear me? Well, don't be alarmed. Is it hot? I think. Put your hand in it. Quite hot, sir. Well then, Master Charlie, a customer. Come in, sir, come in if you please, sir. A remarkably fine day, sir. Cloudy though, pray be seated, sir. Ahem. Now, Charlie, bustle. Shaved, sir, I presume, d-en the door. Todd was making exertions to shut the door after the entrance of a stout-built man in an ample white coat and a broad-brimmed farmer-looking hat. But he could not get it close, and then the stout-built man cried out. Why don't you come in, Bob, leave off your tricks. Why, you is old enough to know better. It's only me, said another stout-built man in another white coat as he came in with a broad grin upon his face. It's only me, Mr. Barber, ha? Ha, ha. Todd looked quite bland, as he said. Well, it was a good joke. I could not for the moment think what it was kept the door from shutting, and I always close it, because there's a mad dog in the neighborhood, you see, gentlemen. Crack went something to the floor. It's this mug, sir, said Charlie. I dropped it. Well, well, my dear, don't mind that. Accidents, you know, will happen, bless you. Todd, as he said this, caught up a small piece of Charlie's hair in his finger and thumb and gave it a terrific pinch. Poor Johanna with difficulty controlled her tears. Now, sir, be seated if you please. From the country, I suppose, sir. Yes, a clean shave, if you please. We comed up from Berkshire, both on us with beasts. You and your brother, sir. My cousin, t'other run is, ain't you, Bill? Yes, to be sure. Now, Charlie, the soap dish. Look alive, my little man, will you? Yes, sir. You must excuse him being rather slow, gentlemen, but he's not used to the business yet. Poor boy, no father, no mother, no friend in all the world but me, sir. Really? Yes, poor lad, but thank God I have a heart, leave the whiskers as they are, sir. Yes, and I can feel for the distresses of a fellow creature. Many's the your brother, I beg pardon, cousin, will be shaved likewise, sir, pound I have given away in the name of the Lord. Charlie, will you look alive with that soap dish? A pretty boy, sir, is he not? Very, his complexion is like a pearl. Johanna dropped the soap dish and clasped her hands over her eyes. That word, pearl, had for the moment got the better of her. Chapter 69 takes a peep at Arabella. We regret to leave Johanna in such a predicament, but the progress and due understanding of our tale compel us briefly to revert to some proceedings of Arabella Wilmot, a short detail of which can nowhere come in so well as at this juncture. Up to the moment of parting with Johanna, when the latter went upon her perilous enterprise, Arabella had kept up pretty well, but from that moment her spirits began to fail. All the romantic feelings which had at first prompted the advice that concentrated Johanna's expedition to Todd's evaporated before the hard, truthful fact that she, Arabella, had led her young friend into a situation of the greatest peril. Each moment added to the mental agony of the young girl, and at length her sufferings became too acute for further dallying with, and wringing her hands, all she could ask herself was, "What shall I do to save her? What shall I do to save her?" Arabella felt that it would kill her to endure the suspense of 1 hour instead of 24, but to whom was she to turn in this sad condition of her feelings? If she went to old Mr. Oakley, what could she expect but the greatest reproaches for leading one so dear to him into such a path of danger? And those reproaches would not be the less stinging on account, probably, of their being only implied and not spoken. If she appealed to her own friends, it would only be a kind of second-hand mode of appealing to Mr. Oakley, for they, of courses, would go to him. "Oh, wretched girl that I am," she cried as she wrung her hands. "What shall I do? What ought I to do?" It was very improbable that, in the midst of such a state of feeling as this, Arabella Wilmot should think of the wisest and best thing to do, and yet, strange to say, she did. By mere accident the name of Sir Richard Blunt came to her mind. She had heard Colonel Geoffrey speak of him, and from common report, too, she knew he was a man who, of all others, was likely, from inclination as well as power and duty, to aid her. The idea of going to him gained strength and consistency each moment in her mind, as good ideas will. "Yes, yes," she exclaimed, as with frantic eagerness she arrayed herself for the event, for she had gone home after seeing Johanna on her way. "Yes, yes, I will go to him, I will tell him all. He shall know what a silly, foolish, wicked girl I have been, and how by my mad counsel I have perhaps destroyed Johanna. But he will save her, oh, yes, he will save her from the consequences of the visit to Todd, and save me from madness." Now, a more decidedly prudent resolve than this could not possibly have been aimed at by Arabella, had she been as cool and collected. As, on the contrary, she was nervous and excited, and it had all the effect upon her mind. For it was astonishing how the mere feeling that she was about to take a good course calmed her down. She had the prudence to interpose no delays by speaking to any one of her intention, but hastily getting into the street, she ran on for some time without reflecting that she had but a very vague idea of where Sir Richard Blunt was to be found. It is astonishing how, under the passions of extraordinary circumstances, people will boldly do things which ordinarily they would shrink from. It was so with Arabella Wilmot. She walked into a shop, and at once asked if they could tell her the exact address of Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate. Yes, it is at number 6 Essex Street, Strand. Off she went again. Fleet Street was passed. True, she lingered a little opposite to Todd's shop, and the idea came across her of rushing in and saying, "Johanna, come away." But she controlled that feeling from a conviction that she was doing better by going to the magistrate, who, if it were necessary to take that course, could take it much more effectually than she could. Essex Street was gained, and Arabella's trembling hand sounded an alarm upon the knocker. "Is Sir Richard within?" "No, but if you particularly want him, he is at his private office in Craven Street." To Craven Street then she sped. The number she had been told was 10, and upon the door of that house being opened, she asked a man who was big enough to block up all the passage, and who did so, for the magistrate. "Yes, but you can't see him. He's busy." "I must." "But you can't, my dear." "I will." The man whistled. "Will is a short word, my dear, for you to use. How do you mean to do it, eh?" A door opened, and with his hat on, ready to go out, Sir Richard Blunt himself appeared. Another minute and Arabella would have missed him, and then God knows where, for the next 12 hours, he would be. "What is this, Davis?" he said. "Here's a little says she will see you, Sir Richard." "Ah, thank God," cried Arabella, rushing forward and catching a tight hold of the magistrate by the arm. "Yes, I will see you, sir. I have a matter of life and death to speak to you of." "Walk in," said Sir Richard. "Don't hurry yourself in the least, miss. Pray be composed. I am quite at your disposal." Arabella followed him into a small room. She still kept close to him, and in her eagerness she placed her hand upon her breast, as she said, Sir, you and you only. Todd, God, he will kill her, and I am more her murderer than he. Johanna, my poor Johanna." Sir Richard slightly changed color at the sound of those names, and then he said, calmly and slowly, "I don't think, unless you can assume a greater command of your feelings, that you will ever be able to tell me what you came about." "Oh, yes. Be seated, I pray you." Yes, in a moment. Oh, how calm and unimpassioned you are, sir." "It would not do for us both to lose our judgment." Arabella began to feel a little piqued, and that feeling restored her powers to her, probably quicker than any other could have possibly done. She spoke rapidly, but distinctly. "Sir, Miss Johanna Oakley has gone to Sweeney Todd's to find out what has become of Mr. Mark in Jestry, and I advised her to do so. But now the knowledge that I did so advise her has driven me nearly mad. It will drive me quite mad." Sir Richard rose from the armchair into which he had thrown himself, and said, "Miss Oakley, said you? Why, what folly, but she has gone home again." "No, she is disguised as a boy, and has taken the situation that Todd put a placard in his window about, and she will be found out of course, and murdered." "No doubt of it." Oh God, is there no lightning to strike me dead?" "I hope not," said Sir Richard Blunt. "I don't want a thunderstorm in my parlour." "But, sir—" "But Miss Wilmot, is she there now?" She is. "When did she go?" "About 2 hours since." "Oh, sir, you must do something. You shall do something to save her, or I will run into the streets and call upon any passenger I meet that has the form of a man to aid me. I will raise the town, sir, but I will save her." That course would be about as wise as the original advice to Miss Oakley to go upon the expedition at all. "Now answer me calmly what I shall ask of you." I will. "What is the prime cause of action that Miss Oakley projects as the result of this disguised entrance into Todd's shop, provided he be deceived by it?" "To search the place upon the first opportunity for some relic of Mark in Jestry, and so put an end to the torturing suspense regarding his fate." Sir Richard Blunt shook his head. "Do you think that Sweeney Todd would leave such relics within such easy acquisition and inspection? Is he the sort of man, think you, to expose himself to such danger? Oh, Miss Wilmot, this is indeed a harebrained scheme." It is, and I have come to you for aid and—" "Hush! Is the secret of this expedition entirely confined to you and to Miss Oakley?" It is. "Will her friends not miss her?" No. All has been arranged with what now I cannot help calling a horrible ingenuity. She is like one led to slaughter, and she will pass away from the world, leaving the secret of her disappearance to you and to me only. Sir, I am young, and there are those in this great city who love me, but if Johanna be not saved, I will no longer live to be the most wretched of beings. If there can be found a poison that will let me leave the world, to cast myself at the feet of God, and of Johanna in another, I will take it." Sir Richard looked at his watch. "An hour and a half, you say?" "More than that, let me think. It was 12, yes, it was 12. More you see, sir, than that. Tell me, sir, tell me at once what can be done. Speak, oh, speak to me. What will you do?" "I don't know, Miss Wilmot." With a deep sigh, Arabella fainted. It was seldom indeed that, even amid his adventurous life, the magistrate found a circumstance that affected him so strongly as that which Arabella Wilmot had related to him. For a short time, even he, with all his powers of rapid thought, and with all the means and appliances which natural skill and practice had given him to meet any emergency, could not think of any mode of escape from the peculiarly awkward position into which this frightfully imprudent step of Johanna had plunged him. "My good girl," he said, "oh, she has fainted." He rung a handbell, and, when a man appeared in answer to the summons, he said, "Is Mrs. Long within?" "Yes, Sir Richard." "Then bring her here, and tell her to pay every attention to this young lady, who is a friend of mine. And when she recovers, say to her that I shall return in an hour." "Certainly, Sir Richard." In a few moments, a matronly-looking woman, who acted in that house as a sort of general manager, made her appearance, and had Arabella removed to a chamber. Before that, the magistrate had hastily put on his hat, and at a quick pace was walking towards Fleet Street. What he intended to do in the emergency for emergency, he evidently thought it was we shall see quickly. Certain it is that, even by that time, he had made up his mind to some plan of proceeding, and our readers have sufficient knowledge of him to feel that it is likely to be the very best that could be adopted under the circumstances. Certainly, Johanna had, by the bold step she had taken, brought affairs to something like a crisis, much earlier than he, Sir Richard Blunt, expected. What the result will be remains to be seen. Chapter 70 returns to Johanna. We left Johanna in rather an awkward situation. The two graziers were in Todd's shop, and she at the pronunciation of the word pearl, which had too forcibly at the moment reminded her of the string of pearls, which no doubt had been fatal to Mark, in Jestry had dropped the soap dish, and covered her face with her hands. "What is this?" cried Todd. "What, sir?" "What is that, I say? What do you mean by that, you stupid hound? If I only—" He advanced in a threatening attitude with a razor in his hand. But Johanna quickly saw what a fault she had committed, and felt that, if she were to hope to do any good by her visit to Todd's shop, she must leave all such manifestations of feelings outside the threshold. "I have broken it," she said. "To be sure you have, but—" "And then, you see, sir, I was overcome at the moment by the thought that as this was my first day here, how stupid you would think me." "Stupid indeed." "Poor little chap," said one of the graziers. "Let him off this once, Mr. Barber, he seems a delicate little lad." Todd smiled. Yes, Todd admirably got up a smile, or a something that looked like a smile. It was a contortion of feature which did duty for a piece of amiability upon his face, and, in a voice that he no doubt fully intended should be dulcet and delightful, he spoke. "I'm quite a fool to my feelings, and to my good nature," he said. "Lord bless you, gentlemen, I could not hurt a fly-knot I used at school to be called affectionate Todd." "In joke," said one of the graziers. "No, gentlemen, no, in earnest." "You don't say so? Well, my boy, you see no harm will come to you, as your master forgives you about the soap dish, and we are in no sort of hurry." "Well," said Todd, as he bustled about for another article in which to mix the lather. "Well, do you know, sir, I'm so glad to hear that you are in no hurry." "Indeed?" "Yes, sir, because, if you are strangers in London, both of you, it will give you an opportunity of seeing some of the curiosities, which will do for you to talk of when you get home, you know." "Why, that would take too much time." "Not at all, sir. Now, for example, Charlie, my dear, whip up that lather. There's the church of St. Dunstan's, which, although I say it now, Charlie, look sharp, is one of the greatest of London curiosities. The figures at the clock I allude to more particularly. I think you said the whiskers were to be left just as they are, sir." "Yes." "Well then, gentlemen, if you have never seen the figures in the front of old St. Dunstan's strike the chimes, It's one of those things that it's quite a pity to leave London without watching narrowly. They may talk of the Tower, sir, or of the wild beasts at Exeter Change. But give me for a sight where there is real ingenuity, the figures striking the chimes at old St. Dunstan's. Indeed. Yes, let me see. Ah, it's just a half-hour nearly now, and your friend can go, although you are being shaved, and then by the time you are comfortably finished off, the next quarter will be getting on. Charlie. Yes, sir. Put on your cap, and go with that gentleman to St. Dunstan's. You must cross over the way, and then you will soon see the old church and the two figures, as large as life, and 5 times as natural. Johanna took up the cap she had worn in her disguise, and stood by the door. Why don't you go, Bill? Said the grazier who was being shaved. Why, the fact is, said the other, I would not give a pin's head to see it without you. Do you know, Mr. Barber, he makes such comical remarks at anything that it's worth 1/2 the fun to hear him? Oh no, I can't go without him. Very good, said Todd. Then I'll finish him off, and you shall both go together in a few moments, though I am afraid you will miss this time of the chimes striking. There was now a silence of a few moments' duration in the shop, but nothing in the shape of rage or disappointment was visible in the manner of Todd, although both of those passions were struggling at his heart. Now, sir, he said at length, and with a whisk he took the cloth from under the grazier's chair. That will do, I thank you, sir. Towel and plenty of water in that corner, sir. Thank you. No, I shall do, said the other grazier, in reply to a mute invitation from Todd to sit down in the shaving chair. I shall do pretty well, I thank you, till tomorrow. Very good, sir. Hope I shall have the pleasure of your patronage another time, as well as your recommendation, gentlemen. You may depend, said the grazier, who had been shaved, that we shall do all we can for you, and shall not lose sight of you. Todd bowed like a Frenchman, and the graziers left the shop. No sooner was the door closed upon them than his countenance altered, as if by magic, and the most waffly diabolical expression came over it, as with eyes flashing with rage, he cried, Curses on you both, but I will have one of you yet. May the bitterest curse of but no matter I. What, sir? Said Johanna. What do you say, sir? Hell's fury, what is that to you? Do dare you, you devil's cub, to ask me what I said? By all that's furious, I'll tear out your teeth with red-hot pincers and scoop your eyes from their gory sockets with an old oyster knife. DNU, I'll flay you. Johanna shrank back aghast. The pure spirit of the young girl, that had been used to little else but words of love and kindness, started at the furious and brutal abuse that was launched at it by Todd. Did I not tell you, he continued, that I would have no prying, no peeping, no remarking about this or the other? I'll crush the life out of you, as I would that from a mad dog. A strange, howling cry at the door at this moment came upon the ears of Todd. His countenance changed, and his lips moved as though he was still saying something, but he had not power to give it audibly. At length, somewhat mastering his emotion, he said, What's that? A dog, sir. A dog, confound all dogs. Another howl, and a violent scratching at the door, was farther and most conclusive evidence of the canine character of the visitor. Charlie, said Todd, in quite a soft tone, Charlie. Yes, sir. Take the poor dog something to eat or to drink, rather I should say. You will find a saucer in yon cupboard, with some milk in it. If he only, bless him, takes one lick at it, I shall be satisfied. You know, Charlie, God made all things, and we should be good to his creatures. Yes, sir, said Johanna with a shudder. She went to the cupboard and found the saucer, in which there seemed to be a drop of fresh milk. She walked to the door, while Todd, as though he did not feel by any means sure of the pacific intentions of the dog, at once rushed into his back parlour and locked himself in. Todd had a peephole from the back parlour into the shop, but he could not see further than the shop door. Moreover, Johanna's back was towards him, so he could only guess at what was going on if the dog did not actually come across the threshold. That the milk which Todd was so solicitous should be given to the dog was poisoned occurred to Johanna in a moment, and just before opening the door, she threw it into a corner upon some loose shavings and odds and ends of waste paper that were there. Johanna then opened the door. In an instant Hector, the large dog of the unfortunate Thornhill, whose identity with mark and gestry appeared to be so established in the mind of Johanna, sprang upon her with an angry growl. It was only for one brief moment, however, that Hector made any such mistake as fancying Johanna to be Sweeney Todd. And then he, with an affectionate whine, licked the hands of the young girl. "Pissin, pissin," cried a loud voice, and in another moment, the ostler from the coach office opposite rushed to the door and caught the dog around the neck. "Ah, there ye is again. Why, what a goose of a feller you is, to be sure, Pissin. Don't you know now as well as I do that barber will do you a mischief yet, you great blockhead you? Come home, will yer? Come home now, come along why yer." "Yes, yes," said Johanna. Take him away, take him away." "Won't I, that's all. I suppose you are a young shaver. Only let me catch you interfering with Pissin, that's all, and won't I let you know what's what, young feller." The ostler, having uttered this most uncalled-for threat to poor Johanna, took Pissin in triumph over the way. Johanna closed the door. "Is he gone?" said Todd. "Yes, sir." "And the milk, is that gone likewise?" "Every drop of it." "Ha, ha, ha, well, well, only to think now, ha, ha, I hope that milk won't disagree with the noble animal. How fond I am of him, how often he has been over here in his little pretty playful way to try and bite pieces out of my legs. Bless him. If now that milk should give him a stomach ache, what a pity it would be." Did I hear a man's voice? "Yes, sir, some man came and called the dog away." How good of him, and what a pity it would have been if he had called the noble animal away before the milk was all consumed. Dear me, some people would grudge a creature a drop of milk. Ahem, Charlie. "Yes, sir. I am going out." Johanna's heart beat rapidly. "If anyone should come, you can say it is of no use their waiting, for I am gone to shave and dress a whole family at some distance off, and may not be back for some hours. But, Charlie, for your own private information, let me tell you that I may look in at any moment, and that, although I shall be busy, I shall be able to come in for a minute or so, when I am least expected." Todd gave an awful leer at Johanna as he spoke. "Yes, sir," she said. Todd carefully locked the parlor door. "Charlie, how do you like your place?" "Very well, sir, and I think in a little time I shall like it better." Good lad, well, well, perhaps I ought not to say too much so soon, but if you merit my esteem, Charlie, I shall do as much for you as I did for the last lad I had. After some term of service with me, I provided him with an independent home, a large house and a garden. Ha! How very kind." "Yes, very." "And is he happy?" "Quite, in a manner of speaking, notwithstanding human nature is prone to be discontented, and there are persons who would sigh, if in paradise, for some change, even if it were to a region supposed to be its opposite zone. Charlie, however, I think will be of a different mind, and when your time comes, which it certainly will to reap the fruits of your service with me, I am sure that no one will hear you complain." "I will not be ungrateful, sir." "Well, well, we shall see, and now while I am gone let there be no peeping or prying about, no attempts to open doors or force locks, no scrambling to look upon shelves or raking in odd corners. If you do, I will cut your throat, Charlie, with the bluntest razor I have. Ha!" Todd had got on his gloves by this time, and then he left the shop. Johanna was alone. Yes, there she was at last, alone in that dreadful place, which now for days upon days had been food for her young imagination. There she was in that place, which her waking thoughts and her dreams had alike peopled with horrors. There she was between those walls, which had perchance echoed to the last despairing death-cry of him whom she had loved better than life itself. There she was in the very atmosphere of murders. His blood might form part of the stains that were upon the dingy walls and the begrimed floor. Oh, it was horrible. God help me now, said Johanna, as she covered her face with her hands and wept convulsively. She heard a faint sound. It was the chiming of St. Dunstan's clock, and she started. It put her in mind that time, her great ally, now was fleeting. "Away, tears," she cried as she dashed the heavy moisture from her long eyelashes. "Away, tears, I have been strong in purpose. I have already waded through a sea of horrors, and I must be firm now. The time has come. The time that I looked forward to when I thus attired myself and thought it possible to deceive this dreadful man. Courage, courage, I have now much to do." First she crept to the door and looked out into the street. A vague suspicion that Todd, after all, might only be watching near at hand, somewhere, took possession of her. She looked long and anxiously to the right and to the left, but she saw nothing of him. Then she fastened the door upon the inside. "If he should return very suddenly," she said, "I shall have notice of it by his efforts to open the door. That will give me a moment for preparation possibly." Then, with such an anxious look as no language could do justice to in its delineation, Johanna looked round the shop. Where was she to begin her investigation? There were drawers, cupboards, chests, shelves. What was she to look at first? Or was she in dread of some contrivances of Todd's to find out that she had looked at all, yet at this the last moment, forego the risk and rush into the street and so home? "No, no, I am in God's hands," she said, "and I will not flinch." And yet, although she felt that she was quite alone in that place, how cautiously she trod. How gently she touched one thing and then another, and with what a shudder she laid her hand for a moment to steady herself upon the arm of the shaving chair. By so leaning upon it, she found that it was a fixture, and upon a further examination of it, she found that it was nailed or screwed to the floor firmly. It was an old-fashioned, massive chair with a wide, deep reclining seat. A strange feeling of horror came over her as she regarded it. Chapter 71, The Mysterious Letter. What was there in the chair that Johanna should, for some few moments, now that she had begun to look at it, not be able to take her eyes off it? She tried to shake it, but it was as fast as a rock, and for all she knew, it was quite usual to have a shaving chair fixed to the floor. In all likelihood, it was in the best position for light which the dingy shop afforded. She left the chair at last, and then a large cupboard in one corner of the room attracted her attention. It was locked. In vain did she try to force it open. It would not yield. She tried, too, the parlour door without effect. That was quite fast, but as she turned the handle of the lock, she fancied she heard, or she really did hear something move in the room. A faint feeling came over her for a moment, and she was glad to hold by the wall, close at hand, to support herself. "It must have been fancy," she said faintly. "I am learning nothing, and the time is flying fast." A kind of counter ran parallel to the window, and beneath it was a space covered in by doors. Todd surely had forgotten that, for one of the doors was open. Johanna looked in and beheld quite a collection of sticks and umbrellas. Some clothing too lay upon the lowest shelf. With trembling hands, Johanna pulled at the sleeve of some article and found it to be a jacket, such as a sailor of the better sort might wear, for it was exquisitively fine and had no end of silver buttons upon it. Her sight was dimmed by tears, as she said to herself, "Oh God, was this his?" She held the jacket up to the light, and she found the breast portion of it stained, and all the buttons there tarnished. What was it but blood, the blood of the hapless wearer of that article of dress, that produced such an effect? But yet how was she to prove to herself that it had been Mark Ingestry? Then it was that the thought struck her of how ill-conceived had been that undertaking, which might, in the midst of all its frightful dangers, only end in furnishing her with more food for the most horrible surmises, without banishing one sad image of her imagination, or confirming one dreadful dream of the fate of her lover. "'Tis all in vain," she gasped. "All in vain, I shall know nothing and only feel more desolate. It would be a mercy if that were to kill me. Ah, no, not yet, not yet." Someone was trying the handle of the shop door. With frightful energy, Johanna hid the jacket, but not in its proper place, for she only thrust it beneath the cushion of a chair close at hand, and then shutting the door of the receptacle beneath the counter, she rose to her feet, and with a face pale as monumental marble, and her hands clasped rigidly, she said, Who is there?" "Hiloa, open the door," said a voice. Someone again tried the handle, and then kicked vigorously at the lower panel. "Patience," said Johanna, "patience." She opened the door. "Is Mr. Todd at hand?" said a lad. "No, no." "You are his boy, are you not?" "I am." "Then take this." The lad handed a sealed letter to Johanna, and in a moment left the door. She held the letter in her hand, scarcely looking at it. Of course she thought it was for Todd, but after a few moments her eyes fell upon the superscription, and there, to her surprise, she read as follows: "To Miss Oakley, who is requested to read the enclosed quickly and secretly, and then to destroy it." To tear open the letter was the work of a moment. The sheet of paper tumbled in Johanna's hands as she read as follows: "From Sir Richard Blunt to Miss Oakley. Miss Oakley, the expedition upon which you are at present says much more for your courage and chivalrous spirit than it can ever say for your discretion or the discretion of her who permitted you so far to commit your life to such chances. You should, considering your youth and sex, have left it to others to carry out such schemes. And it is well that those others are aware of your position, and so, in a great measure, enabled to shield you from, perhaps, the worst consequences of your great indiscretion, for it cannot be called anything else. Your young friend, Miss Wilmot, herself awakened when, thank God, it was not too late to the utter romantic character of the office, and communicated all to me. I blame both you and her very much indeed, and cannot speak in too strong language of the reprehensible character of your expedition. And now, my dear girl, do not be under any kind of apprehension, for you are well looked after, and Sweeney Todd shall not hurt a hair of your head. If you should find yourself in any danger, seize the first small, heavy article at hand and throw it, with all the strength you can, through the shop window. Assistance will immediately come to you. And now, as you are where you are, I pray you to have confidence in me, and to remain until someone shall come to you and say, St. Dunstan. Upon which you will know that he is a friend, and you will follow his directions. God bless you. Richard Blunt. Every word of this letter fell like sunshine upon the heart of Johanna, and she could not help mentally ejaculating. I am saved, I am saved. Yes, yes, I am not deserted. Strong, bold, good men will look to me. Oh, what kindness breathes in every sentence of this letter. Yes, yes, I am not forsaken, not forsaken. Tears came into the eyes of the young girl, and she wept abundantly. Her overcharged heart was relieving itself. After a few moments she began to be more composed, and had just crumpled up the letter and cast it into the fire for fear of accidents, when a shadow darkened the doorway. She saw Todd looking in above the curtain that was over the upper half of the door, and partially concealed some panes of glass that were let into it. As soon as Todd saw Johanna's eyes upon him, he entered the shop. What's that? He said, pointing to the burning letter. Paper, sir. What paper? A bill that a boy left. Something about churchwardens, sir, and the parish of St. Bride's, Fleet Street, and how things mean too. Bah, anyone else been? No, sir. Todd stood in the middle of the shop and cast his eyes slowly round him to see that all was as he had left. Then in a low, growling tone, he added, No peeping and prying, eh? No rummaging in odd corners and looking at things that don't concern you, eh? Certainly not, sir. Johanna crept close to the counter upon which lay a tolerably large piece of stone used for grinding razors upon. She thought that would do very well to throw through the window, and she kept an eye upon it with that intent, if such an act should by a trick of Todd's appear to be necessary. Todd took the key of the parlor door from his pocket and placed it in the lock. Before he opened the door, though, he turned the handle, and as he did so Johanna thought that he inclined his head and listened attentively. She threw down a chair, which made a lumbering noise. Confound you, roared Todd. He passed into the parlor, but in a moment, with a glance of fury, he looked out, saying, You tried this door. Aye, sir, said Johanna, creeping closer still to the sharpening stone. Yes, villain, you, at least I think so, I am pretty sure, but mark me, if I were quite sure you should suffer for it. He closed the door again, and then when he was alone, he placed his two hands upon his head for a few moments, and said, What does it mean? A boy brought him a letter. I saw him come and go, at least it looked like a letter. Could it be the bill he spoke of, and then the sudden upset of that chair, which prevented me from hearing if the piece of catgut I had fastened to the handle of the door had been moved before I touched it or not? I will kill him. That is safe. It is the only plan. I will kill all who is now in my way. All. Yes, I will, if needs be, wade up to my neck in blood to the accomplishment of my wishes. Todd went to a cupboard and got out a large knife, such as is used by slaughtermen in the shambles, and hid it under the table cover, but in such a place that he could lay hold of it and draw it out in a moment. Charlie, he cried, Charlie. Yes, sir. Step in here a moment, I want you, my boy. Shall I or shall I not, thought Johanna. Is this danger or only the appearance of it? Heaven direct me now. Oh, what shall I do, what shall I do? Charlie, are you coming, my boy? Yes, sir, I am coming. God protect me. The barber at home, cried a voice at the door, and in another moment a man with a ruddy, jolly-looking countenance made his appearance in the shop. Barber at home, eh, my little lad? Yes, yes. Johanna heard a bitter execration come from the lips of Todd, and then with quite a serene smile upon his face, as though he were in the most unruffled mood possible, he made his appearance. "Could you make me a wig?" said the man, taking off his hat and showing that his hair was closely cropped. "Certainly, sir. If you will sit down and allow me to measure your head, I shall have great pleasure, Charlie." "Yes, sir." "You can go to Lovett's in Bell Yard and get your dinner now. There's 2 pence for you, my lad, and if you have not yet tasted Mrs. Lovett's pies, you will say when you do that they are the most delicious things in the whole world of cookery." "Shaved, if you please," said another man, walking into the shop and pouncing down upon a chair as though it were his own property. "Ah, dear me, I'm tired rather. Don't hurry yourself, Mr. Todd. I can wait while you are doing what you have to do for that gentleman." "Charlie," said Todd, with quite a sweet expression of face, "you need not go just yet. I want the hot water. See to it." "Yes, sir." Todd then, in the most careful and businesslike manner, proceeded to take the measure of the gentleman's head for a real head of hair. And when he had finished, he said, "Now, sir, if you will leave it all to me, I will match your hair to a shade." "Match it?" "Yes, sir." "But that's just what I don't want. I have had my hair all cut off and am going to wear a wig for the sole reason that I have got tired of the old color." "Well then, sir, what color do you propose now?" "A few shades lighter than my own. But pray shave this gentleman, and I will tell you how I wish it to look at my leisure." The man took a seat and crossed one leg over the other with the most home sort of look in the world. And the one who had come in to be shaved plumped into the shaving chair and gave his chin a rub as though he would say, "I don't care how soon you begin." Todd smiled. "Charlie the lather." "Yes, sir, here it is." "Here, my little man," said the gentleman in want of a wig. "If you can tie a bow, just make one in front of my cravat, small one." The gentleman slipped a small piece of paper into Johanna's jacket pocket. Chapter 72, Another Victim. Johanna started. "St. Dunstan's," said the stranger. "What?" said Todd. "St. Dunstan's last Sunday. I don't think was so highly scented with the flavor of the grave as usual." "Oh," said Todd. Johanna trembled, for certainly Todd looked suspicious, and yet what could he have seen? Literally nothing, for he was so situated that the slight action of the stranger, in putting the slip of paper into her jacket pocket, must have escaped him with all his watchfulness. She gathered courage. Todd glanced at her, saying, "What is the matter, Charlie? You don't look well at all, my lad." "I am not very well, sir." "How sorry I am. I think, do you know, Charlie," Todd was lathering the man's face as he spoke, "that one of Mrs. Lovett's hot pies would be the thing for you." "Very likely, sir." "Then, I think I can manage now to spare you." As he said this, Todd bent an eagle glance upon the gentleman who had ordered the wig, and it seemed as if he doled out his words to Johanna with a kind of reference to the movements of that personage. The gentleman had found a hat brush and was carefully rubbing up his hat. "I do hope," he said, "that the wig will be as natural as possible." "Depend upon it, sir," said Todd. "I'll warrant if you look in here and try it on some day when there's no one here but you and I to set you against it, you will never complain of it." "No doubt, good morning." Todd made his best bow, accompanied by the flourish of his razor. That made the man who was being shaved shrink again, as the reflected light from its highly polished blade flashed again in his eyes. "Now, Charlie, I think you may go for your pie," added Todd, "and don't hurry, for if anything is wrong with your stomach, that will only make it worse, you know." "You are a good master to the lad," said the man who was lathered ready for shaving. "I hope so, sir," said Todd. "With the help of Providence, we all ought to do our best in this world, and yet what a deal of wickedness and suffering there is in it too." "Ah, there is." "I am sure, sir, it makes my heart bleed sometimes to think of the amount of suffering that only 24 hours of this sad workaday world sees. But I was always of a tender and sympathetic turn from my cradle, yes, from my cradle." Todd made here one of his specially horrible grimaces, which the man happened to see in a glass opposite to him, the reflective focus of which Todd had not calculated upon. And then, as the sympathetic barber stropped his razor, the man looked at him as though he would have speculated upon how could such an article looked in a cradle. "Now, sir, a little to this side. Are you going, Charlie?" "Yes, sir." That will do, sir. I'll polish you off very shortly indeed, sir. Are you going, Charlie? Johanna darted from the shop, and the moment she got clear of it, she by natural impulse drew the little slip of paper from her pocket and read upon it. Miss O, do not, if you can help it, leave anyone alone in Todd's shop, as circumstances may prevent us from always following his customers in. But if you should be forced to leave while anyone is there, knock at No. 133 Fleet Street. This is from your friend R.B. 133, said Johanna as she glanced around her. 133? Ah, it is close at hand. Here, here. The number was only a short distance from Todd's, and Johanna was making her way to it, when someone stopped her. From Todd's, said a voice. Yes, yes, a man is there. Alone. Yes, and... Before she could say another word, the stranger darted from her and made his way into Todd's shop. Johanna paused, and shrinking into a doorway, stood trembling like an aspen leaf. Oh, heaven, she ejaculated, into what a sea of troubles have I plunged. Murder and I will become familiar, and I shall learn to breathe an atmosphere of blood. Oh, horror, horror, horror. The crowd in that dense thoroughfare passed on, and no one took heed of the seeming boy, as he wept and sobbed in that doorway. Some had no time to waste upon the sorrows of other people. Some buttoned up their pockets, as though they feared that the tears that stood upon that pale face were but the preludes to some pecuniary demand. Others, again, passed on rapidly, for they were so comfortable and cozy that they really could not have their feelings lacerated by any tale of misery, not they. And so Johanna wept alone. Ding dong, ding dong. What is that? Oh, St. Dunstan's chimes. How long has she been from the shop? Shall she return to it, or fly at once and seek for refuge from all the sorrows and from all the horrors that surround her in the arms of her father? Direct me, O God, she cried. Someone suddenly clasped her arm. Johanna, Johanna. It was Arabella Wilmot. Illustration. Johanna disguised as a boy is found weeping by Arabella near St. Dunstan's. Johanna dear, dear Johanna, you are safe, quite safe. Come home now, oh, come, come. You hear, Arabella? Yes, I am mad, at least. I was going mad, Johanna, in my agony to know what had become of you, and notwithstanding I have told Sir Richard Blunt, I had no faith in the love and the courage of anyone but myself. I was coming to Todd's. To Todd's? Yes, dear, to Todd's. I could no longer exist unless I saw with my own eyes that you were safe. What a fatal step that might have been. It might, perhaps it would, but God in his goodness has again, my dear Johanna, averted it by enabling me to meet you here. Come home now, come at once. Yes, I think. Come, you have done already much. Let, for the future, your feelings be, that for Mark and Jestry you have adventured what not one girl in a million would adventure. At this mention of the name of Mark and Jestry, a sharp cry of mental agony burst from the lips of Johanna. Oh, I thank you, Arabella. Thank me. Yes, you have recalled me to myself. You have, by the mention of that name, recalled me to my duty, from which I was shrinking and falling away. You have told me in the most eloquent language that could be used that as yet I have done nothing for him who is, dead or alive, my heart's best treasure. Oh, Johanna, you will kill me. No, Arabella, no, goodbye. Go home, love, go home, and pray for me, pray for me. Johanna, for mercy's sake, what are you about to do? Speak to me. Do not look upon me in that way. What are you about to do, Johanna? Go to the shop. To Todd's. Yes, it is my place. I am in search of Mark and Jestry. If he be living, it is I who must clear that man who is suspected of his murder. If he be no more, it is I, who, weak and fragile as I am, must drag him to justice. No. I say yes, do not stay me if you love me. Arabella clasped the arm of Johanna, but with a strength that only the immense amount of mental excitement she was suffering from could have given her. Johanna freed herself from the hold of her friend, and dashing from the doorway, was in another moment lost to the sight of Arabella in the barber's shop. What now? Cried Todd fiercely, as Johanna bounded into the shop so hurriedly. Nothing, sir, only the dog. Bolt the door, bolt the door. Yes, sir. Todd wiped his brow. That infernal dog, he muttered, will be the death of me yet, and so Charlie the malignant beast flew at you, did he? The savage will attack you, will he? Yes, sir, so it seems. We will kill it. I should like to cut its throat. It would be a pleasure, Charlie. How strange that strong poisons have no effect upon that dog. Curses on it. Indeed, sir. None whatever. It is very odd. Todd remained in a musing attitude for some time, and then suddenly starting, he said, Charlie, if that man come again after his wig, get him in to talk, will you, and learn all you can about him. I have to go a little way into the city just now, and shall speedily return. I hoped you liked the pie. Pie, sir. Yes, Lovett's pie. Oh, yes, delicious. Ha ha hee ho. Drawing on a pair of huge worsted gloves, Todd walked out of the shop without saying another word. The moment he was gone, Johanna passed both her hands upon her breast, as if to stay the wild beating of her heart, as she whispered to herself, Alone, alone once more. It was well that she had only whispered that much, for in the next moment Todd gently put his head into the shop. She started. Oh, sir, you frightened me. Beware, was all he said, beware. The frightful head, more terrifying to Johanna than would have been the fabled Medusas, was withdrawn again. And this time Johanna resolved to be certain that he was gone before she gave the smallest outbreak to her feelings, or permitted herself to glance around her in any way that could be construed into prying curiosity. She made a feint of clearing up the place a little, and, with a broom that had about 6 hairs only left in it, she swept the hobs of the little miserable grate in which a fire was kept for the shaving water. This occupied some little time, but still not feeling sure that Todd was really gone, she then went to the door and looked right and left. He was not to be seen, and so, when she went back, she bolted the shop door upon the inside again, and really felt that she was alone once more in that dreadful place. That poor Johanna was now in a great state of mental excitement is not a matter of surprise, for the events that had recently taken place were decidedly of a character to produce such a mental condition. The interview with Arabella had no doubt materially aided in such an effect. With trembling eagerness, she now began again to look about her, and her great aim was by some means to get into the parlour. For if anywhere, she thought that surely there she should find some traces of that lost one who occupied, since the suspicions of the foul usage he had met with, a larger place in her affections than before. Feeling how surrounded she was by friends, probably Johanna was a little more reckless as regarded the means she adopted of carrying out her intention. The parlour door was quite fast, but surely in the shop she thought she might find some weapon, by the aid of which it could be burst open. And even if Todd should suddenly return, it was but a rush, and she would reach the street. And if he intercepted her in that, as God knew he might, she could take the means of summoning assistance pointed out to her by Sir Richard Blunt, and cast something through the window into the street. Full of these thoughts and feelings then, and only alive to the mad wish she had of discovering some traces of her lover, Johanna hunted the shop over for some weapon with which to attack the parlour door. She opened a cupboard. A hat fell from within at her feet. One glance at that hat was sufficient. It was of a peculiar colour, she remembered it. It was the hat of the man whom she had left being shaved when she was sent ostensibly to purchase a pie at Mrs Lovett's, in Bell Yard. Johanna's hurry was over. A sickening feeling came over her, as she asked herself, what was the probable fate of the owner of the hat? Another victim, she gasped. She tottered back overpowered by the thought that there had been a time when, opening that cupboard door, the carelessly cast-in hat of Mark and Jestry would have fallen to her feet, even as did that of the stranger, who, no doubt, now was numbered with the dead. She sank almost in a state of fainting into the shaving chair. Oh, yes, she said. This is horribly, frightfully conducive. My poor Mark, you have gone before me to that home where alone we may hope to meet again. Alas, that I should live to feel such a truth. She burst into tears and sobbed so bitterly that anyone who had seen her would have truly thought her heart was breaking in that wild paroxysm of grief. What a mercy it was that Todd did not come in at such a moment as that, was it not? The sobs subsided into sighs. The tears no longer flowed in abundance, and after about 5 minutes Johanna arose, tottering and pale. She drenched her eyes and face with cold water, until the traces of the storm of emotion were no longer visible upon her face. And then she knelt by the shaving chair, and clasping her hands, she said, Great God, I ask for justice upon the murderer. She rose and felt calmer than before. And then, Sitting down by the little miserable fire, she buried her face in her hands and tried to think how she should bring to justice the man who had been the blight of her young existence, the canker in the rosebud of her youth. You would have been shocked if you could just for a moment have looked into Sweeney Todd's shop and seen that girl in such an attitude, without a sigh and without a tear, while all her dearest hopes lay about her heart in the very chaos of a frightful wreck. Chapter 73, Startling Events. Business at Mrs. Lovett's was brisk. During the whole of that day, that most eventful day, upon which the fair Johanna Oakley had gone upon her desperate errand to Sweeney Todd's, the shop in Bellyard had been besieged by customers. Truly, it was a pity to give up such an excellent business. The tills groaned with money, and Mrs. Lovett's smiles and pies never appeared so perfect as upon that day. At about 12:30, when the Lord Chancellor suddenly got up from his chair, in the great hall of Lincoln's Inn, and put on his furry-looking hat, and when the curtain which shuts in his lordship from invidious blasts was withdrawn with a screaming jerk, and a gentleman was stopped in the middle of an argument, what a rush of lawyers' clerks there was to the pie shop in Bellyard. Then was it that the anxious solicitor's fag, who must know something, and have some brains, smiled at the prospect of the luxurious repast he was about to have, and jingled the tuppence he had kept in a side pocket for only one pie, and grudged it not out of his hard-earned pittance. Then was it that the bloated barrister's clerk, who had grown shining and obese upon fairs, and who is not required to know anything but the complete art of insolence to his brothers, nor to have any more brains than will suffice him to make up his book in the long vacation, smacks his lips at the thought of Lovett's pies, and sends the expectant boy of the chamber the snob of a snob for 3 twopennies. Lean and hungry-looking young men start into Bellyard from the Strand, producing crumbled pieces of paper, bag their tuppenny, and retire to eat it in some corner of the old temple. All is bustle, all is animation, and the side counter, that one, which ran parallel to the window, was lined by clerks, who sat eating and driving their heels against the boarding, and joking and laughing. Ha! Ha! How they did laugh. And then what stories they told of their governors, and how such an one was going out of practice, and how such another one was a screw, and so on, to the great delight of the mere boys, who hoped one day to wear their hair long and gray, and to dress in an outrageous caricature of the mode. As the machine that let down at the back of the counter to bring up the pies went down for the 1 o'clock batch, it was noticed that Mrs. Lovett looked a little anxious. The fact was that the cook had been so prompt upon that day in his movements that she began to think there must be, as folks say, something in it, and she was beginning to terrify herself with the idea that he had some scheme of redemption for himself in view that might most unseasonably develop itself before the customers. "Ah, Mrs. Lovett," said one young gent, while the gravy ran down the sides of his mouth from the pie he was consuming, "you don't seem at all yourself today, indeed you don't." "Who do I seem then?" "Ha ha, upon my life that's good," roared another. A small amount of wit did for Lovett's pie shop. It was like the House of Commons in that particular, and loud laughter was sure to welcome the smallest joke. Mrs. Lovett's eyes were bent upon the abyss, down which the trap had descended but a moment before. "Ain't they a-coming, mum?" said one. "Oh, don't I sniff 'em," said another, working his nose like an ex-chancellor. "Don't I sniff 'em." "Delicious," cried another. A feeling of relief was visible upon the face of Mrs. Lovett as the trap slowly ascended, bringing with it the 1 o'clock batch in all their steaming glory. The whole shop was in a moment filled with the fresh appetite-giving aroma of those bubbling hot pies, and as the French newspapers say, when a member of the extreme right, or halfway to the left, or 2 degrees from the center, swerves, there was a sensation. 5 minutes, only 5 minutes, and the whole batch was cleared off, not one was left. "Another batch of 100, gentlemen, at 2, said Mrs. Lovett with a bland look. "At 2, mum," cried a customer. "Why, what's to become of the half-past 1 batch?" "We are rather short of meat," said Mrs. Lovett, with one of her strange metallic smiles. "The devil you are, ain't there butchers enough?" "Oh dear, yes, but we could not get such meat as we put in our pies at the butcher's." "You kill your own, mum, then, I suppose." "We do," replied Mrs. Lovett, with another smile more metallic than the former. "And where is your farm, mum?" "Really, sir, you want to know too much. I appeal to those gentlemen if any of them know where my farm is." No, no, DN it no, nor don't care, said all the lawyer's clerks. Don't know anything about it. And don't care, said another. Sufficient for the day is the pie thereof. Very good, ha, very good. The crowd gradually dispersed. Mrs. Lovett put a placard in the window announcing, "A hot batch at 2 o'clock." She then closed the shop door and retired to the parlor. She cast herself upon a sofa, and hiding the light from her eyes with one of her arms, she gave herself up to thought. Yes, that bold bad woman was beginning to have her moments of thought, during which it appeared to be as though 1,000 mocking fiends were thronging around her. No holy thoughts or impulses crossed her mind. Solitude, that best of company to the good and just, was to her peopled with countless horrors. And yet there must have been a time when that woman was pure, and her soul spotless, a time when it was free from the black engraved spots, which now deformed it. And yet who, to look upon her now, could fancy that she was ever other than what she seemed? Who could bring themselves to think that she had not been placed at once by the archfiend as she was upon the beautiful world, to make in the small circle around her a pestilence, a blight, and a desolation? There are persons in the world that it would be the greatest violence to our feelings ever to attempt to picture to our imaginations as children, and as such, surely were Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovett. Was she ever some gentle little girl, fondly clinging to a mother's arms? Was he ever a smiling infant with pretty dimples? Was there at his or her birth much joy? Did a mother's tears ever fall upon his or her cheek, in sweet gratitude to God for such a glorious gift? No, no. We will not believe that such persons as Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovett ever came into this world otherwise than ready-made man and woman. Any other belief concerning such fiends in human shape is too repugnant. But we are forgetting that Mrs. Lovett is upon the sofa all this while, and that her metallic smile has quite vanished, giving way to such a look of utter abandonment of spirit that you would have shuddered to have cast but one glance upon her. She could bear the quietude of the attitude she had assumed, but for a very short time, and then she sprang to her feet. "Yes," she said, "it must, and it shall come to an end." She stood for some few moments trembling, as though the dim echo of that word end, as she had jerked it forth, had awakened in her mind a world of horrifying thoughts. Again she sank upon the couch, and speaking in a low, plaintive voice, she said, "Yes, I have need of the waters of oblivion, one draught of which shuts out for ever all memory of the past. Oh, that I had but a cup of such nectar at my lips." Not a doubt of it, Mrs. Lovett. It is the memory of the wicked that constitutes that retribution, which is assuredly to be found in this world as day follows night. I must have this," she muttered. "Let Todd be dead or alive, I must have it. I am going mad, I feel certain. That I am going mad, and the only way to save myself is to flee. I must collect as much money as I can and then flee far away. If I cannot quite obliterate the past from my memory, I can at least leave it as it is and add nothing to it. Yes, that man may live. He seems to bear a charmed life. But I must flee." She rested her head upon her hands, and in a softer voice said, let me think of the means, now that I have yet a little time. What do I dread most? The man below? Yes, he is at work for his deliverance. I feel that he is, and if he succeed before I flee from here, all is lost, all is lost. I must speak to him. Filled with this idea, and with an unknown dread of what the discontented cook might do, Mrs. Lovett stepped into the shop first, and made the door fast by slipping a bolt at the back of it. It was not very often that immediately after the disposal of a batch of pies, any customers came in, and if they should attempt to do so for the purpose of purchasing any stale pies, she was by far too intent upon what she was come about, and considered it by far too important to heed what they might think or say upon finding the door fast. She then opened the seeming cupboard in the parlor, which conducted to the strong iron door, with the small grating at the top of it. She reached that point of observation with great rapidity, and peered into the cavernous, dungeon-like bakehouse. At first, she could see nothing by the uncertain light that was there, but as her eyes got accustomed to the absence of daylight, she could just see the figure of the cook sitting upon a stool and apparently watching one of the fires. "It is a long, long time." "What is a long time?" cried Mrs. Lovett. The captive cook sprang to his feet in a moment, and in a voice of alarm he said, "Who spoke? Who is that?" "I," replied Mrs. Lovett. "Do you not know me?" "Ah," said the cook, directing his eyes to the grating above the door, "I know you too well. What do you want with me? Have I failed in doing your bidding here? Have I disappointed you of a single batch of those execrable pies? Certainly not, but I have come to see if you are quite comfortable. Comfortable? What an insult. Nay, you wrong me. That is impossible. This is the commencement only of some new misery. Speak on, madam, speak on. I am helpless here and condemned to suffer. Notwithstanding these words of the cook, there was a certain tone of hilarity about him that Mrs. Lovett might well be surprised at, and she asked herself, what does he hope? The fact is that much as he wished still to enact the character of a man full of despair, the cook could not get out of his head and heart the promises of Sir Richard Blunt, promises which still rung in his ears, like a peal of joy bells. Come, come, said Mrs. Lovett, you are getting reconciled to your fate. Confess as much. I reconciled? Never. But you are not so unhappy. Worse. This apathetic condition that I am now in, and which to you may look like the composure of resignation, will end, in all likelihood, in raging madness. Indeed. Yes, madam, I feel already the fire in my brain. Be calm. Calm, ha, calm. It is all very well for you upon that side of the iron door to talk of calmness, madam, but upon this side the words sound strange. It will not sound so strange when I tell you that I have absolute compassion upon you, and that the cause of my present visit was to talk to you of some means by which the worst portion of your fate here might be in some measure ameliorated, and your existence rendered tolerable. Chapter 74. Big Ben creates a sensation. The cook was so surprised at these words from Mrs. Lovett that for some moments he made no answer to them. Pray speak again, he said at length, when he could find words in which to express himself. I repeat, she said, that I am desirous, as far as lies in my power, to ameliorate your condition, of which you so much complain. Indeed. Ah, you are too suspicious. Humph, I think, madam, when you come to consider all things, you will hardly think it possible for me to be too suspicious. You are wrong again. I dare say now, in your mind, you attribute most of your evils to me. Well, madam, candidly speaking, should I be far wrong by so doing? You would be quite wrong. Alas, I. You what, madam? Pray speak up. I am the victim of another. You cannot suppose that, of my own free will, I should shut up in these gloomy places a person of your age and by no means ill-looking. I have him there, thought Mrs. Lovett. What human heart is proof against the seductions of flattery? Oh, I have him there. The cook was silent for some few moments, and then he said, quite calmly, as though the tribute to his personal appearance had not had the smallest effect. Pray go on, madam. I am quite anxious to hear all that you may have to say to me. This composed manner of meeting her compliments rather discomposed Mrs. Lovett, but after all, she thought, he is only acting an indifference he is far from feeling. With this impression, she resolved to persevere, and she added, in a kind and conciliating tone of voice, I grant that circumstances are such that you may well be excused for any amount of doubt that you may feel regarding the honesty of my words and intentions towards you. I quite agree with you there, madam, said the cook. Then all I have to do is, by deeds, to convince you that I am sincere in my feelings towards you. As I have before said, I am in the power of another, and therefore is it that, contrary to my nature, I may seem to do cruel things at which my heart revolts. I cannot conceive anything so distressing, said the cook, except being the unfortunate victim, as I am, of such a train of circumstances. That is what I am coming to. Are you? I wish you were. There was a tone of irony about the enforced cook which Mrs. Lovett did not at all like. But she had an object to gain, and that was to fully persuade him that the shortest way to his freedom would be to remain profoundly quiet for a day or two, and then she would be able to make her own arrangements and be off without troubling either him or Todd with any news of her departure or her whereabouts. You still doubt me, she said. But listen, and I think you will soon be of opinion that although I have wronged you as yet, I can do something to repair that wrong. I am all attention, madam. Then, in the first place, you are quite tired of eating pies, and must have some other kind of food. You never said a truer thing in all your life, madam. That other food, then, I will provide for you. You shall, within an hour from now, have anything to eat or to drink that you may please to name. Speak, what is it to be?" "Well," he said, "that is kind indeed. But I can do without food further than I have here, for I have hit upon a mode of making cakes that please me. Nevertheless, if you can bring me a bottle of brandy, in order that I may slightly qualify the water that I drink, I shall be obliged to you." "You shall have it, and now I hope you will be convinced of the sincerity of my desire to be of service to you." "But my liberty, madam, my liberty. That is the grand thing after all that I must ever pant for." "True, and that is what you shall have at my hands. In the course of 2, or it may be 3 days, I shall have perfected some arrangements which will enable me to throw open your prison for you, and then—" "Then what?" "May I hope that you will not think so harshly of me as you have done?" "Certainly not." "Then I shall be repaid for all I do. You must believe me to be the victim of the most cruel circumstances, of which some day you may be informed. At present, to do so would only be to involve both you and myself in one common destruction." "Then don't mention it." "I will not, but beware of one thing." "What is that?" "Simply this, that any attempts upon your own part to escape from here previous to the time when I shall have completed my arrangements to set you free, will not only derange all that I am planning for you, but end in your utter destruction. For he who has forced me into my present cruel situation will not for one moment hesitate at the murder of us both. So if you wish to be free in a few days, you will try nothing. But if on the contrary you wish to destroy both yourself and me, you will make some attempts to rescue yourself from here." Mrs. Lovett waited rather anxiously for his answer to this speech. "I dare say you are right," he said at length. "You may be assured I am." "Then I consent." Mrs. Lovett drew a long breath of relief, as she muttered to herself, "It will do I have him in the toils, and come what may, I am free from the torturing thought that he may achieve something that may have the effect of delivering me up to the hands of justice. When I am gone, he may remain where he is, and rot for all I care." "You have done wisely," she said aloud, "and if anything could more powerfully than another incite me to the greatest exertions to liberate you, it would be the handsome manner in which you have placed confidence in me." "Oh, don't mention it." Again there was that tone of sarcasm about the cook's voice, which created a doubt in the mind of Mrs. Lovett if, after all, he was not merely playing with her, and in his heart utterly disregarding all that she said to him. It is quite questionable if this doubt was not in its bitterness worse than the former anxieties that had preyed upon the mind of the lady. But she found she could do nothing to put an end to it, so she merely said, "Well, I feel much happier now, so I will go at once and get you the brandy that you ask for. I hope he will drink it freely, it will aid him in drowning reflection." "Thank you," said the cook, "I shall expect it with impatience. Confound her, she can't very well put anything queer in the brandy. I will take care to taste a very small portion of it first, for Sir Richard Blunt has cautioned me particularly to be careful of poison." "I am going," said Mrs. Lovett. "Goodbye, madam. I only hope you will be able to carry your benevolent intentions into effect and," added the cook to himself, "that I may some fine morning have the pleasure of seeing you hanged." "Farewell," said Mrs. Lovett, and she, too, had her aside as she ascended the stairs, for she muttered, "If I were only a little better assured than I am that you meditated something dangerous, I would steal upon you while you slept, and with a knife soon put an end to all trouble regarding you." Illustration: Mrs. Lovett alarmed at the strange faces at her window in the pie shop. Now it happened that when Mrs. Lovett reached her shop, she saw 3 people outside the window. The actions of these people attracted her observation. One was a big stout man, of such a size as was rarely seen in the streets of London. The other was a young girl, nicely attired, but with a look of great grief and agitation upon her countenance. The third person of the group was a gentlemanly-looking man, attired in a great coat which was buttoned up to his chin. The big stout man was making a kind of movement towards the door of the pie shop, and the gentleman with the great coat was holding up his hand and shaking his head, as though forbidding him. The big stout man then looked angry, and then Mrs. Lovett saw the young girl cling to him and heard her say, "Oh, no, no, I said I wanted nothing, come away." Then the gentleman with the greatcoat pulled his collar down a little, upon which the young girl sprang towards him, and, clasping his arm, cried in tones of intense interest. "Ah, sir, is it indeed you? Tell me, is she saved, oh, is she saved?" "She will be," was the reply of the gentleman in the greatcoat. "Come away." The big stout man appeared to be getting rather furious at the idea of the gentleman with the greatcoat dictating what he and the young girl should do. But she by a few words pacified him. And then, as if they were the best friends in the world, they all walked away towards the Strand, conversing very seriously and rapidly. "What does this mean?" said Mrs. Lovett. Terror overspread her countenance. "O conscience, conscience, how truly dost thou make cowards of us all." What could compensate Mrs. Lovett for the abject terrors that came over her now? What could recompense her for the pang that shot across her heart at the thought that something was amiss in the fine-drawn web of subtlety that she and Sweeney Todd had drawn? Alas! Was the money in the Bank of England, upon which she expected to enjoy herself in a foreign land, now any set off against that shuddering agony of soul with which she said to herself, "Is all discovered?" Her strength forsook her. She quite forgot all about the cook, and the brandy she had promised him. She forgot even how necessary it was, in case anyone should come, for her to keep up the appearance of composure. And tottering into the back parlour, she sunk upon her knees on the floor, and shook as though the spirit of 20 agues possessed her. So it will be seen that Todd was not quite alone in his sufferings from those compunctious visitations, which we have seen at times come over him in his shop. But we will leave Mrs. Lovett to her reflections, hoping that even she may be made a little wiser and a little better by those soft whisperings of awakened sense, and that she may find someone among the invisible hosts of spirits of another world who may whisper to her, "Repent, repent, it is not yet too late." Let us look at those three persons whose mysterious conduct at the shop windows had, like a match applied to gunpowder, at once awakened a fever in the breast of Mrs. Lovett, which she was scarcely aware slumbered there. These folks made their way, then, into Fleet Street, and as the reader has probably guessed already who they are, we may as well make a merit of saying that the big one was our old friend Ben, the beefeater, the gentlemanly-looking man was Sir Richard Blunt, and the young lady was no other than Arabella Wilmot. Poor Arabella. Of all the personages concerned in our dramatis personae, we have no hesitation in saying that your sufferings are the greatest. From the moment that Johanna had started upon that desperate expedition to Sweeney Todd's, peace left the bosom of her young friend. We have already traced the progress of Arabella to Sir Richard Blunt's office, and we have seen what was the result of that decidedly judicious movement. But notwithstanding, she was assured over and over again, subsequently by Sir Richard, that Johanna was now well protected. She could not bring herself to think so, or to leave the street. It was by her lingering about in this way that she became in the company of our friend Ben. The fact was that the kind of statement or confession that Johanna had made to Ben on that occasion of his visit to her father's house, when she found herself alone with him in the parlour, had made such an impression upon the poor fellow that he described it himself in the most forcible possible language, by saying, "It interferes with my meals." Now, everything that had such an effect as that must to Ben be a matter for the most serious consideration indeed. He accordingly, finding that the peace of the Tower was fled, so far as he was concerned, had come into the city upon a sort of voyage of discovery to see how matters were going on. As he was proceeding along Fleet Street, he chanced to cast his eyes into the entrance of a court, nearly opposite Sweeney Todd's, and there he saw a female form crouching. There was something about this female form which Ben thought was familiar to him, and upon a close look, he felt certain it was Johanna's friend, Arabella Wilmot. Full of surprise at finding her there, Ben paused and stared at her so long that she at last looked at him, and recognizing him, immediately flew to his side, and grasping his arm, cried, "Oh, pity me, Mr. Ben, pity me." "Hold," said Ben, who was not, as the reader is aware, the fastest thinker in the world. "Hold, easy does it." Ben tried to look very wise then. "Oh, you will hate me, Ben." "Eh? I say you will hate me, Ben, when you know all." Ben shook his head. "Shan't do any such thing," he said. "Lord bless your pretty eyes, I hate you, I couldn't." But. Come, come," added Ben, "just take your little bit of an arm under mine. Easy does it, you know. Always think of that if anything goes amiss. Easy does it, and then you will find things come right in the long run. You may take my word for it." Chapter 75, Colonel Geoffrey opens his eyes. Arabella was weeping, so that for some little time she could say nothing more to Ben, and he did not, in the profundity of his imagination, very well know what to say to her, except now and then muttering the maxim of easy does it, which Ben thought singularly applicable to all human affairs. But this was a state of things which could not last, and Arabella Wilmot, nerving herself sufficiently to speak in a few minutes, said to Ben in a low, self-deprecatory tone, "Oh, sir, I have done something very wrong." "Eh?" said Ben, opening his eyes to their utmost. "Yes," added Arabella, "very wrong indeed." "Humph! You would not probably have expected it of me, Mr. Ben, would you now?" "Well, ahem," said Ben, "easy does it. I am a wicked, wicked girl." Oh dear," said Ben. "You cannot guess, Mr. Ben, what I have done, but I feel I ought to tell you, and it will be quite a relief to me to do so." Ben shook his head. "I tell you what it is, my dear," he said. "Your best plan is to go and tell your mother, my dear. That's the proper person to tell. She is sure to find it out somehow or another, and you had better tell her at once, and then easy does it." "My mother, tell my mother. Oh, no, no, no." "Well, if you have got any respectable old aunt now, who is a good, kind old soul and would not make too much fuss, you had better tell her. But goodness gracious, my dear, what puts it into your head to tell me?" "Because I think you are kind-hearted." Well, but. And then, of course, as you are mixed up, you know, Mr. Ben, in the whole transaction, it is only proper that you should know what has happened at last." Ben turned fairly round and looked down into the face of Arabella Wilmot with such a coarse expression of alarm upon his face, that at any other than so serious a time she must have laughed. "Me?" he cried, "me?" "Yes, Mr. Ben." "Me mixed up in the oh dear." "Ah, Mr. Ben, you know you are by far too kind not to be, and so I feel as though it would be quite a relief to me to tell you everything." "Everything?" "Yes, all. Not all the particulars, surely. Come, I ain't an old woman, you know, my dear." "An old woman, Ben?" "No, my dear, I say I ain't an elderly female, so I don't think I ought to listen to all the particulars, do you know. Come, you go home now and say no more about it to me. Easy does it, you know, and keep your own counsel. I won't say a word, but don't you, because you are in such a state of mind as you hardly know what you're about, go on blubbering to me about all the particulars, when perhaps tomorrow you'll give one of your pretty little ears that you had not said a word to me about it." Alas. Fo, easy does it. Who am I to cling to but you? Cling to me, perhaps you'll say it's me. What's you, Mr. Ben? Explain yourself. How strange you talk. What do you mean, Mr. Ben? "Well, that's cool," said Ben. "What's cool?" "I tell you what it is, Miss Arabella W., I'm disappointed in you. Ain't you ashamed to look me in the face?" "Ashamed?" "Yes, positively ashamed." "No, Mr. Ben. I may regret the indiscretion that is past, but I cannot see in it anything to be ashamed of." "You don't?" "Indeed, Mr. Ben, I do not." "Then, Miss A.W., you are about the coolest little piece of goods I have met with for some time. Come, easy does it. But haven't you been telling me all this time about something you have been about, that was rather improper, in a manner of speaking?" It might have been the tone in which Ben pronounced the word improper, or it might have been the sagacious shake of the head which Ben accompanied his words with, or it might have been that Arabella was drawing a conclusion from the whole transaction. But certain it is that she began to have a glimmering perception that Mr. Ben was making a great mistake. "Oh, heaven," she said, "what are you saying, Mr. Ben? I am speaking of the advice I was foolish enough to give Johanna." "Advice?" "Yes, that is all. Into what mischief could you have tortured my meaning? I am much mistaken in you, sir." "What, then, it isn't to him? That is to say, you haven't, dear me, I shall put my foot in it directly. What a fool I am." "You are, indeed," said the now indignant Arabella, and a slight flush upon her cheeks showed how deeply wronged she was by the unworthy construction Ben had put upon her innocent words. "Goodbye, Miss A.W., added Ben. "Goodbye, I see I am out of your books, but if you fancy I meant any harm, you don't know me. God bless you. Take care of yourself, my dear, and go home. I won't stay to plague you any longer. Goodbye." Stop. Ben paused. "I am sure, Mr. Ben, you did not mean to say a single word that could be offensive to a friendless girl in the street." Then easy does it. Let us be friends again then, Mr. Ben, and I will tell you all. And you will then blame me for being so romantic as to give Johanna advice which has induced her to take a step which, although my reason tells me she is now well protected in, my imagination still peoples with horror. Ben's eyes opened to an alarming width. You recollect meeting us in the street, Ben? Oh, yes. When Johanna was disguised. Yes, Miss A, when she had on them, ahem. You may depend upon it, my dear, there's no good comes of young girls putting on pairs of thingammies. Don't you ever do it. But, Mr. Ben, hear me. Well, I was only saying. You stick to the petticoats, my dear, they become you and you become them, and don't you be trusting your nice little legs into what do you call ems. Mr. Ben. I've done, easy does it. Now go on and tell us what happened, my dear, don't mind me, go on. Then Johanna, in boy's clothes, is now. Now, oh, the little vixen, didn't I tell her not? Is now filling the situation of errand boy at Sweeney Todd's, opposite. Can I be otherwise than wretched, most wretched? Errand boy. No, not errand boy, errand boy. At Todd's opposite in boy's clothes? Oh, just you wait here, and I'll soon put that to rights. I'll. Only you wait in this doorway, Miss A.W., just a moment or two, and I'll teach her to go and do such things. I'll. No, Ben. You will ruin all, you will, indeed. I implore you to stay with me. Let me tell you all that has happened, and how Johanna is protected. In the first place, Ben, you must know that Sir Richard Blunt the magistrate has her under his special protection now, and he says that he has made such arrangements that it is quite impossible she can come to any harm. But, nay, listen me out. He says that nothing can now expose her to any danger, but some injudicious interference. I ought not, you see, to have told you, Mr. Ben, but since I have, I only ask of you, for Johanna's sake, for her life's sake, to do nothing. Ben looked aghast. And in how long is the little lamb to be left there? He asked. Only a few hours, I think now, Ben, only a few hours. Where are we now, Mr. Ben? Why, this, my dear, is Bell Yard we have strolled into, and that is the famous pie shop of which they talk so much. They say the woman has made an immense fortune by selling them. As Ben made a kind of movement towards Mrs. Lovett's window, it was then that Sir Richard Blunt, who had followed him and Arabella Wilmot from Fleet Street, and who had, in fact, overheard some portion of their conversation, stepped up in the manner that Mrs. Lovett had remarked from within the shop. We have before stated that the three personages, consisting of the magistrate, Big Ben the beefeater, and Arabella Wilmot, walked to Fleet Street together from Bell Yard. Sir Richard Blunt shook his head at Arabella Wilmot, as he said, Miss Wilmot, I cannot help saying that it would have been better in every respect, and possibly much more conducive to the safety of Miss Oakley, if you had gone home quietly and not lingered about Fleet Street. I could not go, sir. But yet a consideration for Miss Oakley's safety should have induced you to put that violence upon your own feelings. I felt that when once you, sir, had pledged yourself for her safety, that safe she was, and that my weeping perchance in a doorway in Fleet Street could not be so important as to compromise her. I am fairly enough answered, said Sir Richard Blunt, with a slight smile. But what say you to coming with me to the Temple? The Temple. Arabella cast a lingering look towards Todd's shop, which Sir Richard at once translated, and replied to it by saying, Fear nothing for your young friend. She knows she is protected, but even she does not know the extent to which she is so protected. I tell you, Miss Wilmot, that I pledge my own life for her safety and that, although to all seeming she is in the power of Todd, such is not the case. Indeed. I have a force of no less than 25 men in Fleet Street, now one half of whom have their eyes upon Todd's shop. By heaven, I would not have a hair of that young and noble girl's head injured for the worth of this great kingdom. Bravo, cried Ben, as he seized Sir Richard by the hand and gave it a squeeze that nearly brought the tears into the eyes of the magistrate. Bravo, that's what I like to hear. All's right. Bless you, sir, easy does it. You are the man for my money. Will you both come with me then? To be sure, said Ben, to be sure, and as we go along, I'll tell you what a sad mistake I made about Miss Arabella here. You must know that I met her crying in Fleet Street, and she. Arabella shook her head and frowned. And she nothing. Well, said Sir Richard, I must confess I have heard anecdotes with a little more point to them. You don't say so, said Ben. I think I will go home, said Arabella gently. If you will, replied the magistrate, of course, I cannot say anything to stay you, but I think it will be a great disappointment to Colonel Geoffrey not to meet with you today. Colonel Geoffrey, exclaimed Arabella, while her face became of the color of a rosebud. Colonel Geoffrey. There was just the ghost of a smile upon the face of Sir Richard Blunt, as he calmly replied, Yes, I am on my way to meet that gentleman in the garden of the Temple, and I am sure he would be glad to see you. Glad to see me? Yes, as so true a friend of Johanna's, he will be more than glad. He will be delighted. Delighted? Do you doubt the Colonel's friendly feeling towards you? Oh, no, I know certainly not. Then let me beg of you to come. No, not now, I will go home. It will look particular for me to go to the garden to meet him. It will look much more particular to refuse, I think, Miss Wilmot. You are with me, and with your old friend, and Johanna's relative, Mr. A.A. They calls me Ben. Mr. Ben, and so you cannot refuse, he said, to go to meet Colonel Geoffrey, you know. Come, I pray you come. Indeed, I know the Colonel wishes to speak to you, and as it would be obviously out of order for him to call upon you, I think you ought, seeing that you're not alone, to give him, as a gentleman of wealth and honor, this opportunity of doing so. You say he wishes to speak to me. He does, indeed. What do you say, Mr. Ben? Don't you think Miss Wilmot might as well come with us? Easy does it, said Ben, and that's my opinion all the world over. Then allow me to look upon it that we have prevailed with you, Miss Wilmot. Pray do me the favor to take my arm. Arabella trembled, but she did take the arm of Sir Richard Blunt, and made no further opposition to proceeding to that Temple Gardens, where already such affecting interviews had taken place between the Colonel and poor Johanna. The gardens appeared to be empty when they reached it, but from behind some shrubs Colonel Geoffrey in a moment made his appearance, for Sir Richard, in consequence of his meeting with Ben and Arabella, was considerably behind his time. Chapter 76, Arabella and the Colonel. If anyone had been looking at the face of Arabella Wilmot at this particular juncture, and if the party so looking had chanced to be learned in reading the various emotions of the heart from the expression of the features, they might have chanced upon some curious revelations. It was only one glance that Arabella gave to the Colonel, but that was sufficient. A word slightly spoken, and in due season, may say more than a volume of preaching, and so one transient glance, fleeting as a sunbeam in an English April, may, with most eloquent meaning, preach a sermon that would puzzle many a divine. But we have become so familiar with the reader, and put ourselves upon such a cordial shake-hands sort of feeling, in particular with you, Miss, who are now reading this passage, that we will whisper a secret in your ear, and the more readily, too, as to whisper we must come particularly close to that soft, downy cheek, and almost be able to look askance into those eyes in which the light of heaven seems dancing. Arabella Wilmot is in love. Yes, Arabella Wilmot is in love with Colonel Geoffrey, and small blame to her, as they say in Ireland, for is he not a gentleman in the true acceptation of the term? Not a manufactured gentleman, but one of nature's gentlemen. You will have promised, my dear what's-your-name, that Arabella, to herself even, has hardly confessed her feelings. But still, they are creeping upon her most insidiously as such feelings somehow or other will and do creep. To be sure, if anyone were to stop her in the street or anywhere else to say, Arabella, you are in love with Colonel Geoffrey, she would say no, many times over. But yet it is true. You read it in her glistening eyes, and thus alone should love be read, she says it in her gentle sighs, and thus alone should love be said. After this, who will be hardy enough, my dear, to dispute the fact with you and I? And now we will watch her, aye that we will, and see how she will behave herself under such trying circumstances. Colonel Geoffrey advanced, and as in duty and gallantry called upon, he, after slightly bowing to the gentleman, spoke to Arabella. This is an unexpected pleasure, Miss Wilmot, he said. I hope I see you well. Here is a seat close at hand. May I have the pleasure of conducting you to it? Johanna is, stammered Arabella. Well, I hope, interposed the Colonel. Oh, no, that is, yes. The Colonel looked puzzled. He was not a conjurer, and so might look puzzled if he looked like any ordinary man who hears anyone say no, and yes in the same breath, without any injury to his reputation. "Mr. Ben," said Sir Richard Blunt, "I have something for your private ear, if you will just step on with me." "My private ear," said Ben with a confused look, as if he would have liked to add, "Which is that?" "Yes, this way if you please." Ben walked on with the magistrate, and Colonel Geoffrey was alone with Arabella Wilmot. Yes, alone with the one person who insensibly had crept into her affections. Alas, is the pure love of that young creature scattered to the winds? Is she one of those who drag about them in this world the heavy chain of unrequited affection? We shall see. Arabella had permitted the colonel to hand her to one of the garden seats near at hand. How could she prevent him? If he had chosen instead to hand her into the river, it would have been just the same, and she would have gone. He led her by that wreath of flowers which in old Arcadia was first linked by Cupid, and which, in all time since, has wound itself around the hearts of all the boy-god's victims. "Miss Wilmot," said the colonel, and now his voice faltered a little, "I have much wished to see you." "Very fine indeed," said Arabella. "You said something about the weather, did you not?" "Not exactly," he said. "I had much wished to see you." "Me?" "Yes, and to begin at the beginning, you know I loved Johanna Oakley. Yes, I loved her." Yes. "I loved her for her beauty, and for the gentle and the chivalrous devotion of her character, you understand. I loved her for the very tears she shed for another, and for the very constancy with which she clung to the memory of his affection for her. I saw in her such childlike purity of mind, such generosity of disposition, such enchanting humanity of soul, that I could not but love her." Yes, gasped Arabella. "Yes. Will you pardon me for saying all this to you?" "Oh yes, go on, unless you have said all." "I have not." Then you have only to add that you love her still." "Yes, but—" Arabella's heart beat painfully. "Ah," she said, "has true love any reservations? You love her, and yet you have something else to say." I love her still, but it is not as I loved her. She has convinced me of her constancy to her first affection, that. Yes. That being so convinced, I now love her. But with that love a brother might feel for a dear sister, and I almost think it was a kind of preparation to try to awaken in the smoldering fires of her lost love a new passion. She has made me feel that the love of woman once truly awakened is an undying passion, and can know no change, no extinction. True, oh how true. I have learnt from her that when once the heart of a young and gentle girl one in whom there are no evil passions, no world-wise failings nor earthly varieties is touched by the holy flame of affection, it may consume her being, but it never can be extinguished. Arabella burst into tears. "Love," added the colonel, "may be trodden down, but like truth it can never be trodden out." Never, sobbed Arabella. "Let me go now, oh sir, let me go home now." "One moment." She trembled, but she sat still. "Only a moment, Arabella, while I tell you that man's love is different from this. That man can reason upon his affections, and that when the first beauty and excellence upon which he may cast his eyes is denied to his arms, he can look for equal beauty, equal excellence, equal charms of mind and person in another, and—" Arabella tried to go, but somehow she felt spellbound and could not rise from that garden seat. "And," added the colonel, "with as pure a passion, man can make an idol of her who can be his, as he approached her who could not miss Wilmot. I love you." "Oh no, Johanna." "I do not shrink from the pronunciation of that name. I have said that I loved Johanna. If she had been fancy-free and would have looked upon me with eyes of favor, I would have made her my wife. But such was not to be, and for the same qualities that I loved her I love you. I am afraid I have not explained my feelings well." "Oh yes, that is, I don't know." "And now, Miss Wilmot, will you allow me to hope that what I have said to you may not be all in vain? That—" No. Allow me to go, now. My mind is too full of the fate of Johanna even to permit me to reject in the language taught." "Reject?" "Yes," she said, "reject. I wish you all the happiness this world can afford to you, Colonel Geoffrey." "Then you will be mine." No, farewell." She rose, and this time the colonel did not attempt to detain her. He stepped back a pace or two, and bowed, and then rose and walked a pace or two away. Then she turned, and holding out her hand, she cried, "We may be friends." The colonel took the little hand in silence, but the expression of his face was one of deep chagrin. "Goodbye," said Arabella. How courageous she had become all of a sudden, as it were. "And is this all?" said Geoffrey. "Yes, all. When I see Johanna I will remember you to her." The colonel bowed again, as he replied, "I shall be much beholden to you, Miss Wilmot, for that kindness. And I hope you will find that is, meet with someone, who don't chance to know that your love is a kind of second hand that is. I don't mean that, but yes, that is all." Arabella was saying too much. The colonel replied gently, "I am truly obliged for the highly explanatory speech just uttered by Arabella Wilmot, whom I have the honor to wish a very good day." Arabella trembled. "No, not thus, Colonel Geoffrey. We are friends indeed." "Remarkable good acquaintances," said the colonel, as he walked away towards Sir Richard Blunt, and Ben. Arabella walked hastily on, having but one idea at the moment, and that was to leave the garden. But she could not find the gate, and Ben ran after her as well as he could, calling, Miss A.W., where are you going? Don't you go yet. I'll take care of you and see you all right, you know, or perhaps you'd like to take a wherry here at the Temple stairs, and go to the tower, and see the animals fed." "Yes, no, that is anything," replied Arabella. "I will go home now, I am so very, very wretched." "What wretched? Here, Colonel Thingummy, she says she." "If you dare," said Arabella, as she placed her hand upon the arm of Ben, "if you dare." "Lor," said Ben, as he looked down from his altitude upon the frail and beautiful young creature. "Lor, easy does it." The voice of Ben, however, had brought both the colonel and Sir Richard Blunt to the spot. During that brief time that had elapsed since the colonel had last spoken to Arabella, Sir Richard had told him of the perilous position of Johanna, and the look of anxiety upon his face was most marked. Arabella heard him say, "Make use of me in any way you please, Sir Richard. Regard my safety, or even my life, as nothing compared to her preservation." Arabella knew what he meant. "Ben," she said, "will you come with me and see me a part of my way home?" "Yes, my dear, to be sure. Then you won't come and see the critters fed today, I supposes." No. "Very well, easy does it. Come along, my dear, come along. Lord love you, I'll take care of you. I should only like to see anybody look at you while you are with me, my duck. Bless your little bits of twinkling eyes." Thank you. "Lor, it's enough to make a fellow go mad in love, to see such critters as you, my dear. But whenever I thinks of such things, I says to myself I'll just pop in and see Mother Oakley. And that soon puts it all out of my head, I can tell you." "Indeed." "Yes, you should go in at feeding time some day, and see her coming it strong with fried injins." "Fried what?" Injins, round things. Injins, that's it." "Onions." Very like, but come on, my dear, come on. Easy does it, always remember that whenever you gets into any fix. Easy does it." Did Arabella think the colonel would run after her and say something? Yes, she did, but he came not. Did she think he would be loath to part with her upon such terms as they had seemed to part? Yes. Surely he could not let her go without some kinder, softer word that he had last spoken to her. But he did. He only watched her with his eyes, and when Sir Richard Blunt, who, it would appear, knew something of the colonel's feelings, said to him, "All right, I suppose, Colonel Geoffrey." He only shook his head. "What, anything amiss?" "She has rejected me." "Oh, is that all?" "All and enough too." "Phoo, she was sure to do that. Don't you know the old adage that woman's nay still stands for naught? Why, man, no comes as naturally to the tip of a young girl's tongue when she means yes, as don't when she expects to be kissed. I tell you, she loves you. She adores the very ground you walk on. And yet she taunted me with my passion for Johanna, and called me a second-hand lover. Did she, though? Ha, upon my life that was good, was it not?" Chapter 77, Mrs. Lovett Visits the Bank. Mrs. Lovett, we are neglecting you. Excuse us, fascinating piece of wickedness. We are now in Belliard again. It will be recollected what a mental ferment the appearance of Ben, and Arabella, and Sir Richard Blunt, at the window of her shop had put her in. Not that she knew any of those parties, nor that she connected any of them in any way with her feelings, except so far as their attitudes might at that moment lead her to suppose. the attitudes certainly were such as to create suspicion. All this, joined to the previous state of mind of Mrs. Lovett, did not tend to produce that heavenly calm, which philosophers tell us is such a remarkably nice thing. On the contrary, the mind of Mrs. Lovett rather resembled a raging torrent, boiling and bubbling to some destruction which was afar off, and which could only be reached through the perils and dangers of some stormy passage. She was sighing for peace. She had begun to sicken for the results of her life of iniquity, not those results which an indignant and outraged public would have visited her with, but those results which she and all persons, who deliberately and systematically commence a career of guilt, picture to themselves. Criminality is never engaged in for its own sake. There is always some ultimate object in view, which makes the retrospect less horrible, and the prospect dim and dubious, though it may be yet a thing of pleasurable anticipation. Of course, we are only reasoning upon those minds that reflect. There are many who lead a life of criminality, who do so as the manifestation of an intellect that can picture nothing else. But the reader knows that Mrs. Lovett was not of such an order. She was to some extent an educated, and to a considerable extent a clever woman. Hence, then, she had always pictured to herself wealth and retirement, respect and power, as the ends for which she was striving with such unscrupulous means. But of late, with a shuddering horror, she had begun to dread that all she had hoped for was getting only more distant. She had contracted a strong notion of the bad faith of Todd, and if such were really the case, all was indeed lost. If he allowed his cupidity just to induce him to commit the crime that would be one too many, destruction must fall upon them both. If likewise he instantly made an effort to take to himself all the profits of the unholy traffic that they were mutually engaged in, all would be lost to both. For was she a likely woman to crouch down in silence under such a blow? No. The scaffold prepared by her instrumentality for Todd would be scarcely less a triumph to her that she herself would share it with him. He ought to have known better than he did. How clear and long-sighted we find people upon subjects that from this distance may be supposed to present difficulties, and yet how shallow they are upon what is close to them. One would have thought that such a man as Todd could easily have said to himself, with regard to Mrs. Lovett, "I dare not tamper with the objects of that woman," and he would have said it with truth. But on the contrary, he only looked upon her as a convenient tool, which was to be thrown aside when it had served all the purposes for which he intended it. There could not have been a more fatal mistake upon the part of Todd as concerned his safety. But to return to Mrs. Lovett. The brandy she had promised to the prisoner was quite forgotten. She sat revolving in her mind how she could put an end to the state of horrible doubt and perplexity in which she was. There were some little difficulties in the way of Mrs. Lovett emerging from her present condition. It has been before hinted at that Todd and the fair lady of the pie shop had between them accumulated a large sum of money, and that the money was duly deposited in the hands of a stockbroker, who was by no means to part with it to either of them, except upon an order signed by both. So for all looked fair enough, and as they were likewise bound together by such a bond of mutual guilt, it did not look likely that either would make an endeavor to get the better of the other. Suppose there was £40,000 in the hands of the stockbroker, it did not seem, we say, under all the circumstances likely that Todd being fairly entitled as between them, to £20,000 would peril the safety of both their necks, by getting up a quarrel about the division equitably of the spoil. The same reasoning will apply to Mrs. Lovett. But these unlikely things are the very things that do come to pass to upset the finest plans. Todd never from the first whenever that was meant that Mrs. Lovett should share with him. No, he thought that he, as the superior genius, the greater villain, would manage to cheat her, and that she would, for her own safety's sake, be obliged to put up with what he chose to give her. That would have been only such a pittance as to keep her constantly in a state of dependence upon him. Now, to do Mrs. Lovett justice upon the old equitable principle of giving the devil his due, she never had any intention, until she saw symptoms of bad faith in Todd, of attempting to act otherwise than fairly by him. She loathed him, and all she meant to do was, when the division of the spoil should take place, to ascertain where he was going, and then to get as far off him as possible. Of late, however, finding that Todd was getting lucky, and feeling quite convinced that he aimed at her life, other views had dawned upon her, as we are already well aware. She did not so much care for all the money as she would have liked in her retirement, wherever it was, to have felt sure that Todd was not. an inhabitant of the earth. And hence she had taken the pains, all of which had been frustrated, to put him into another world. But a feeling, superstitiously consequent upon her failure, had started up in her mind that he bore a charmed life. And hence she bethought herself of flying from England. But the money, how was she to get the money to do so? How was she, without his cognizance, to get her share of the funds which had been placed in the hands of a stockbroker? Now, since she had begun to feel uncomfortable regarding the faith of Todd, Mrs. Lovett had kept what cash she saved at home. Therefore, some weeks had elapsed since she had paid a monetary visit to the city. If she had gone as usual, she might have got some news. To a woman of lively and discursive imagination like Mrs. Lovett, a plan of operation was not long in suggesting itself. Why, she asked herself, should she hesitate to put Todd's name to the document necessary to get her half of the money from the stockbroker? What a natural consequence from this question it was to ask herself another, which was, if I am forging Todd's signature at all, might I not do it for the whole amount as for half, and so take the only revenge upon him which he would feel, or which I dare offer myself the gratification of exacting from him? When such a question as this is asked, it is practically answered in the affirmative. Mrs. Lovett felt quite decided upon it. She was a woman of courage. No faint-hearted scruple interposed between the thought and the execution of a project with her. The recent scene that had taken place in front of her window decided her. Now or never, she told herself. Now or never is the time to escape. I have nothing to encumber myself with. Let Todd keep his jewels and trinkets. All I want is the money which is in the hands of Mr. Anthony Brown, the stockbroker, and that I will have forthwith. Mrs. Lovett did not know the exact amount, but as it was a joint account, such an amount of ignorance need not appear at all surprising to the stockbroker. So she drew up an order for the money and signed it with both Todd's name and her own, leaving a blank for the amount. She then carefully locked up all doors but that of the outer shop, and having procured the services of a young girl from a greengrocer's shop in the vicinity, to mind the place for an hour, as she said, she considered she was all right. The girl had attended to the shop before for Mrs. Lovett at times when no batches of pies were expected from the regions below, so she did not feel at all surprised at the call upon her services. "I shall be an hour," said Mrs. Lovett. "You can take a pie or two for yourself if you feel at all hungry, and if Mr. Todd should come in, say I'm gone to call upon a dressmaker in Bond Street." "Yes, mum." Mrs. Lovett left the shop. At the corner of Bell Yard she turned and cast a glance at it. She hoped it was a farewell one. She shuddered and passed on, and then she muttered to herself, "If I am which assuredly I shall be successful in the city, I will take post-horses there at once for some seaport, and from thence reach the continent, before Todd can dream of pursuit or find out what I have done or where bestowed myself." She was not so impudent as to pass Todd's shop, but she went down one of the streets upon the opposite side of Fleet Street and came up another, which was considerably past the house which was so full of horrors. A lumbering old hackney coach met her gaze. It was disengaged, and Mrs. Lovett got into it. "To Lothbury," she said, and after swaying to and fro for a few moments, the machine was set in action and duly steering up Ludgate Hill. The impatience of Mrs. Lovett was so great that she would gladly have done anything to induce the horses to go at a faster rate than the safe 2 miles and a half an hour to which they were accustomed, but she dreaded that if she exhibited any signs of extreme impatience, she might excite suspicion. To the guilty, any observation of a more than ordinary character is a thing to dread. They would fain glide through life gently, and not at all do they sigh to be the observed of all observers. But the longest journey, even in the slowest hackney coach, must come to an end. As Ben the Beefeater would have said, easy does it. And as Mrs. Lovett's journey was anything but a long one, the gloomy precincts of Lothbury soon loomed upon her gaze. After the customary oscillations and wheezing and creaking of all its joints and springs, the coach stopped. "Wait," said Mrs. Lovett with commendable brevity. And alighting, she entered a dark doorway upon the side of which was painted, in letters that had contracted so much the color of the woodwork that they were nearly illegible, "Mr. Anthony Brown." This was the stockbroker, who held charge of the ill-gotten gains of that pair of unworthies, Mrs. Lovett and Sweeney Todd. A small door, covered with what had been green baize, but which was now of some perfectly original brown, opened into the outer office of the man of business, and there a spruce clerk held dominion. At the sound of the rustling silks of Mrs. Lovett, he raised his head from poring over the cumbrous ledger. And then seeing, to use his own vernacular, it was a monstrous fine woman, he condescended to alight from his high stool, and he demanded the lady's pleasure. Mr. Brown. Yes, madam, certainly. Mr. B is in his private room. What name shall I have the pleasure of saying? Lovett. Lovett, yes, madam, certainly, ahem. Pray be seated, madam, if you please. Mrs. Lovett made a gesture of dissent, and the clerk went upon his errand. He was scarcely absent a moment, and then holding open a door, he said, with quite a chivalric air, "This way, if you please, madam, a monstrous fine woman," he added to himself. The door closed after Mrs. Lovett, and she was in the private room of Mr. Anthony Brown. "Ah, Mrs. Lovett, pray be seated, madam. I am truly glad to see you well. Well, to be sure, you do look younger and younger and younger every time I have the pleasure of a visit from you." "Thank you, Mr. Brown, for the compliment. My visits have not been so numerous as usual of late." "Why, no, ma'am, they have not. But I hope we are going to resume business again in the old way." "Not exactly." "Well, my dear madam, whatever it is that has procured me the honor and the pleasure of this visit, I am sure I am very glad of it and shall not quarrel with it. Nice weather, Mrs. Lovett." "Very." "Ah, madam, it was a world of pities to disturb the investments. It was indeed. But ladies will be ladies." "Sir." I merely said ladies will be ladies, you know. And indeed I fully expected the interesting ceremony had come off before now. I did indeed. And I should have wagered a new hat." "Mr. Brown, what are you talking about?" "About?" "Yes, what do you mean?" "Why, that is the about concerning the my dear madam. If I have inadvertently trodden upon your sensibilities, I really." "You really what?" Mr. Brown looked perplexed. Mrs. Lovett looked a little furious. "Sir," she said, "before I explain the cause of my visit to you, I insist upon knowing to what all your mysterious hints and remarks allude. Speak freely and plainly, sir." "Well then, madam, when Mr. Todd was last here, he said that you had at last consented to reward years of devotion to you by becoming his, and that the ceremony which was to make him a happy man by uniting him to so much excellence and beauty was to come off almost immediately, and that was the reason you had both agreed to withdraw all the money I had in such snug and comfortable safe investments for you both." He. Chapter 78, Mutual Defiance. Be so good, reader, as to picture to yourself the look of Mrs. Lovett. We feel that one brief moment of imagination will do more to enable you to feel and to see with your mind's eye her aspect than as if we were to try a paragraph upon the subject. How that he of Mr. Brown's rung in her ears. It was at any time almost enough to provoke a saint, and we need not say that this time of all others was not one at which Mrs. Lovett's feelings were attuned to gentleness and patience. Besides, she certainly was no saint. A rather heavy inkstand stood upon the table between Mrs. Lovett and the stockbroker. The next moment, it narrowly escaped his head, leaving in its progress over his frontispiece a long streak of ink down his visage. "Wretch," said Mrs. Lovett, "it is not true." "Murder," cried Mr. Brown. Mrs. Lovett covered her face with both her hands for a moment, as though, to enable her to think clearly, it were necessary to shut out the external world. And then starting up, she advanced to the door of the room. "Murder," said the stockbroker again. "Silence." "A constable. If you dare to say one word of this interview, I will return and tear you limb from limb." Mrs. Lovett opened the door of the private room with such a vengeance that the nose of the clerk, who had been listening upon the other side, was seriously damaged thereby. He started back with a howl of pain. "Fool," said Mrs. Lovett, as she passed him, and that was all she condescended to say to him, not by any means an agreeable reminiscence of his last words with a lady to a gentleman who prided himself upon his looks rather. Mrs. Lovett reached the street and walked for some distance as though street it was not. She was only roused to a sense of the world in which she was by hearing the sound of a voice calling, "Mum, here's Mum, woo." She turned and saw the coach in which she had come to the stockbroker. "Going back, Mum," said the man. Yes, yes. She stepped into the vehicle, looking more like an animated statue than aught human. The man stood touching what was once the brim of a hat, as he said, "Where to, mum?" Mrs. Lovett looked at him with an air of such abstraction that it was quite clear she did not see him, but she heard the question, that came to her like an echo in the air. "Where to, mum?" "To Fleet Street." Wheeze creak sway sway, and the coach moved on again. Mrs. Lovett sunk down among the straw with which the lower part of the vehicle was plentifully strewed, and then, with her head resting upon the seat, her throbbing temples clasped in her hands, she tried to think. Yes, she called upon all that calmness, that decision, that talent or tact, call it which you will, that had saved her for so long, not to desert her now in this hour of her dire extremity. She called upon everything for aid but upon heaven. And then, to ease her mind, she cursed a little. Somebody says, "Swearing when the passions are at war, and light the chambers of the brain with anger's flash, has an effect quite moral, a kind of safety valve, sparing what might be a tremendous crash." And so Mrs. Lovett got cooler, but not a whit the less determined, as the crazy vehicle conveyed her to Fleet Street. She fully intended now to measure conclusions with Todd. The distance was so short that even a hackney coach performed it with tolerable promptitude. Mrs. Lovett did not wish to alight exactly at the door of Todd's shop, so she was rather glad upon finding the coach stop at the corner of Fleet Street by the Old Market, and the driver demanded what number. "This will do." She was in the street in another minute. It took a minute to get out of a hackney coach. It was like watching the moment to spring from a boat to the shore in a heavy surf. And yet, O much vilified old hackney coach, how much superior wert thou to thy bastard son, the present odious rattling, bumping, angular, bone-dislocating, horrid cab. The driver received about double his fare, and a cabman of the present day would have gathered a mob by his vociferations, and blackguarded you into a shop, if you had treated him in such a way. Nothing less than 3 times what he's entitled to ever lights up the smallest spark of civility in the soul of a modern cab driver. But the old hackney coachman was always content with double. So upon this occasion Mrs. Lovett got a "thank ye, mum," and a long straw that had taken an affection for the skirt of her dress was arrested by Jarvey and restored to the coach again. Mrs. Lovett walked to all appearance composedly up Fleet Street. Alas, in this world who can trust to appearances? She had time, before reaching the shop of Sweeney Todd, to arrange slightly what she should say to that worthy. Of course, he could know nothing of her visit to the city, of her interview with Mr. Brown, and she need not blurt that out too soon. She would argue with him a little, and then she would be down upon him with the knowledge of his knavery and treachery. She reached the shop. No wonder she paused there a moment or two to draw breath. You would have done the same, and after all, Mrs. Lovett was mortal. But she did not hesitate for long. The threshold was crossed, the handle of the door was in her hand, it was turned, and she stood in Todd's shop. Todd was looking at something in a bottle, which he was holding up to the light, and Mrs. Lovett saw, too, that a pretty genteel-looking lad was poking about the fire, as if to rouse it. "Ah, Mrs. Lovett," said Todd, "how do you do? Some more of that fine grease for the hair, I suppose, madam?" Todd winked towards the lad, our dear friend Johanna, as though he would have said, "Don't appear to know me too well before this boy. Be careful, if you please." "I have something to say to you, Mr. Todd." "Oh, certainly, madam. Pray walk in this way, if you please, madam, to my humble bachelor parlour, madam. It is not fit exactly to ask a lady into, but we poor miserable single men, you know, madam, can only do the best we can. Ha, ha, this way." "No. A's not come in." "No, I have something to say to you, Mr. Todd, but I will say it here." And now Mrs. Lovett gave a sidelong glance at the seeming boy, as much as to say, "You can easily send him away if you don't want him to listen to our discourse." Todd saw the glance, and the diabolical look that he sent to Mrs. Lovett in return would indeed have appalled anyone of less nerve than she was possessed of. But she had come to that place wound up firmly to a resolution, and she would not shrink. Todd had no resource. "Charlie," he said, "you can go and take a little turn. Here is a penny to spend. Get yourself something in the market. But be sure you are back within half an hour, for we shall have some customers, no doubt." "Yes, sir." Johanna did not exactly know whether to think that Mrs. Lovett came in anger or friendship, but at all events, she felt that it would be hazardous to remain after so marked a dismissal from Todd, although she would gladly have heard what the subject of the conversation between those two was to be. Neither Mrs. Lovett nor Todd now spoke until Johanna had fairly gone and closed the door after her. Then Todd, as he folded his arms and looked Mrs. Lovett fully in the face, said, "Well, the time has come." "What time?" "For the end of our partnership, the dissolution of our agreement. I will go on no further. You can do as you please, but I am content." "Humph," said Todd. "After much thought, I have come to this conclusion, Todd. Of course, let me be where I may, the secret of our road to fortune remains hidden here." She struck her breast as she spoke. "All I want is my half of the proceeds, and then we part, I hope, forever." "Humph," said Todd. "And the sooner we can forget, if that be possible, the past, the better it will be for us both. Only tell me where you purpose going, and I will take care to avoid you." "Humph." Passion was boiling in the heart of Mrs. Lovett, and that was just what Todd wanted. For well he knew that something had gone amiss, and that as long as Mrs. Lovett could keep herself calm and reasonable, he should stand but a poor chance of finding out what it was, unless she chose, as part of her arrangement, to tell it. But if he could but rouse her passion, he should know all. Therefore was it that he kept on replying to what she said with that cold, insulting sort of humph. "Man, do you hear me?" "Humph." "You villain." "Humph." Mrs. Lovett took from a side table an iron, which, in the mystery of hairdressing, was used for some purpose, and in a cool, calm voice she said, "If you do not answer me as you ought, I will throw this through your window into the street, and the first person who comes in consequence, I will ask to seize Todd, the murderer, and offer myself as evidence of his numerous atrocities, contrite evidence myself repenting of my share in them, and relying upon the mercy of the Crown, which, in recompense for my denouncing, you may graciously pardon me." "And so it has come to this," said Todd. "You see and hear that it has." It was rather a curious coincidence that Mrs. Lovett had threatened Todd that she would awaken public attention to his shop, by the same means that Sir Richard Blunt had recommended to Johanna to use in case of any emergency, namely, throwing something through the window into the street. If Mrs. Lovett had been goaded by Todd to throw the iron through a pane of his glass, the officers of Sir Richard would quickly have made their appearance to hear her denunciation of the barber. Unhappy woman! If she had but known what the future had in store for her, that act which she threatened Todd with, and which to her imagination seemed such a piece of pure desperation, would have been the most prudent thing she could have done. But it was not to be. There was a few moments' silence now between them. It was broken by Todd. "Are you mad?" he said. "No." "Then, what in the name of all that is devilish has got possession of you?" "I have told you my determination. Give me £20,000, you may profit by the odds some give me that amount, and I will go in peace. You know I am entitled to more, but there is no occasion for us to reckon closely. Give me the sum I seek, and you will see me no more. You take me by surprise. Just step into the parlour and—" "No, no." "Why not, do you suspect?" "I suspect nothing, but I am sure of much. Now, for me to set foot within your parlour would be tantamount to the commission of suicide, and I am not yet come to that, you understand me." Todd understood her. His hand strayed to a razor that lay partially open close to him. Mrs. Lovett raised the iron. "Beware," she said. Todd shrunk back. Foe, this is child's play," he said. "You and I, Mrs. Lovett, ought to be above all this, far above it. You want your half of the proceeds of our joint business, and I must confess at the moment that the demand rather staggered and distressed me, but the more I think of it, the more reasonable it appears." "Very well, give it to me then." "Why, really now, my dear Mrs. Lovett, you quite forget that all our joint savings are in the hands of Mr. Brown." Todd glared at her as though he would read her very soul. She felt that he more than suspected she knew all, and she adopted at once the bold policy of avowing it. "I do not forget anything that it is essential should be remembered," she said. "And among other things, I know that, by forging my name, you have withdrawn the whole of the money from the hands of Brown. It is not worth our while to dispute concerning your motives for such an act. Let it suffice that I know it, and that I am here to demand my due." "Ha ha." "You laugh." "I do indeed. Why, really now, ha. Ha, this is good. And so it is this withdrawal of the money from Brown that has made all this riot in your brain? Why, I withdrew it from him simply because I had certain secret information that his affairs were not in the best order, and from a fear, grounded upon that information, that he might be tempted to put his hand into our purse if he found nothing in his own. Well, well, it matters not what were your reasons. Give me my half. It will be then out of your custody, and you will have no anxiety concerning it, while I can have no suspicions. In a moment. You will. If I had it here, but I have reinvested the whole, you see, and cannot get it at a moment's notice. I have moved it from the hands of Brown to those of Black. Chapter 79. Mrs. Lovett finds that in this world there is retribution. Black, said Mrs. Lovett. Yes, Black. Do you think me so, green, she was going to say, but the accidental conjunction of the colors brown, black, and green suddenly struck her as ludicrous, and she altered it to foolish. Do you think me so foolish as for one moment to credit you? Hark you, Mrs. Lovett, pursued Todd, suddenly assuming quite a different tone. You have come here full of passion because you thought I was deceiving you. You are. Allow me to proceed. It is, I believe, one of the penalties of all associations for why do I hesitate about a word, guilty purposes that there should be mutual distrust. I tell you again that if I had not moved the money from Brown, we should have lost it all. But why not come to me and get my signature? There really was not time, said Todd, dropping his words out one by one with a staccato expression. That is too absurd. Todd shrugged his shoulders as though he would have said, well, if you will have it so, I cannot help it. And then he said, I was in the city. I heard the rumor of the instability of Brown. I flew into a shop. I wrote the order like a flash of lightning. I went to Brown's like an avalanche, and I brought away the money as if heaven and earth were coming together. There was not the ghost of a smile upon Todd's face as he made use of these superlatives. Mrs. Lovett began to be staggered. Then you have it here. No, no. You have. Tell me that you have, and that this Mr. Black you mentioned is a mere delusion. Black may be no color, but it is not a delusion. You trifle with me, beware. In a word, then, my charming Mrs. Lovett, I dreaded to bring the money here. I thought my house the most unsafe place in the world for it. I and you stand upon the brink of a precipice. A slumbering volcano is beneath our feet. Pshaw, where is your old acuteness, that you do not see at once how truly foolish it would have been to bring the money here? Juggler fiend. Hard words, Mrs. Lovett. She dashed her hand across her brow, as though by that physical effort she could brush from her intellect the sophistical cobwebs that Todd had endeavored to move before it, and then she said, I know not, I care not. All I ask, all I demand is my share of the money. Give it to me and let me go. I will. When? This day. Stay, the day is fast going, but I will say this night, if you really, in your cool judgment, insist upon it. I do. Well, you shall have. This night after business was over and the shop was closed, I intended to have come to you, and fully planned all this that you have unfortunately tortured yourself by finding out. I regret that you think of so quickly leaving the profits of a partnership which, in a short time longer, would have made us rich as monarchs. Of course, if you leave, I am compelled. You compelled? Yes, how can I carry on business without you? How could I, without your aid, dispose of the... Hush, hush. Mrs. Lovett shuddered. As you please, said Todd. I only say, I regret that a co-partnership that promised such happy results should now be broken up. However, that is a matter for your personal consideration merely. If I had thought of leaving, and being content with what I had already got, of course it would have compelled you to do so. Therefore I cannot complain, although I may regret your excuse of a right of action that equally belonged to me. If I only thought you sincere. And why not? If I could only bring myself to believe that the money was once more rightly invested. You shall come with me yourself, if you like, in the morning to Mr. Black the broker in Upchurch Lane, number 3, and ascertain that all is right. You shall there sign your name in his book, so that he may know it, and then you will be satisfied, I presume. Yes, I should then. And this dream of leaving off business would vanish. Perhaps it would, but what? Why did you say to Brown that our union was to take place? Because it was necessary to say something, to account for the sudden withdrawal of the money, and surely I may be pardoned, charming Mrs. Lovett, for even in imagination dreaming that so much beauty was mine. The horrible leer with which Todd looked upon her at this moment made her shudder again, and the expression of palpable hatred and disgust that her countenance wore added yet another, and not the least considerable, link to the chain of revenge which Todd cherished against her in his cruel and most secret heart. While he was philosophizing about guilty associations producing a feeling of mutual distrust, he should have likewise added that they soon produce mutual hatred. For a few moments, they looked at each other, that guilty pair, with expressions that sought to read each other's souls, but they were both tolerable adepts in the art of dissimulation. The silence was the most awkward for Todd, so he broke it first by saying, "You are satisfied, let me hope." "I will be." "You shall be." "Yes, when I have my money. Henceforward, Todd, we will have much shorter reckonings, so shall we keep much longer friends. If you keep in some secret place, you're half of the proceeds of our hour." "Business," said Todd. Mrs. Lovett made a sort of gulf of the word, but she adopted it. "If you, I say, keep your half of the proceeds of our business, and I keep mine, I don't see how it is possible for us to quarrel." "Quite impossible." He began to strop a razor diligently, and to try its edge across his thumbnail. Mrs. Lovett's passion, that overwhelming passion which had induced her to enter Todd's shop and defy him to a species of single combat of wits, had in a great measure subsided, giving place to a calmer and more reflective feeling. One of the results of that feeling was a self-question to the effect of, what will be the result of an open quarrel with Todd? Mrs. Lovett shook a little at the answer she felt forced to give herself to this question. That answer was continued in 2 words: mutual destruction. Yes, that would be the consequence. "Todd," she said in a softened tone, "if I had forged your name and gone to the city and possessed myself of all the money, what would you have thought? Tell me that." "Just what you thought, that it was the most scandalous breach of faith that could possibly be, but an explanation ought to put that right." "It has." "Then you are satisfied." "I am. At what time shall we go together tomorrow morning to Mr. Black's in Upchurch Lane?" "Name your own time," said Todd with the most assumed air in the world. "Black lives at Balham Hill and don't get to business until 10, but any time after that will do." "I will come here at 10 then." "So be it." "Ah, Mrs. Lovett, how charming it is to be able to explain away these little difficulties of sentiment. Never trust to appearances, how very deceitful they are apt to be." There was an air of candor about Todd that might have deceived the devil himself. Notwithstanding all his hideous ugliness, notwithstanding his voice was of the lowest order, and notwithstanding that frightful laugh, and that obliquity of vision that seemed peculiar to himself in its terrible malignancy, there was a plausibility about his manner, when he pleased, that was truly astonishing. Even Mrs. Lovett, with all her knowledge of the man, felt that it was a hard struggle to disbelieve his representations. What must it have been to those who knew him not? "No," said Mrs. Lovett, "it don't do to trust to appearances." She still held the iron in her hand. "Nor," added Todd, giving the razor he had been putting an edge to a flourish, "nor will it do to listen always to the dictates of compassion, for if we did, what miseries might we inflict upon ourselves? Now, here is a cure in point." "Where?" "I allude to this little affair between us. If you had flown to Bow Street, and there, to spite me, made a full disclosure of certain little facts, why, the result would have been that we might both have slept in Newgate tonight." "Yes, yes." "And then there would have been no recall. You could not have freed us by telling the police that you had made a mistake. Then the gallows would have risen up in our dreams." "Horrible." "And it being easily discovered that it was no love of public justice or feeling of remorse that induced you to the betrayal, they would have shown you no mercy, but you would have swung from the halter amid the shouts and execrations of—" "No, no." "I say yes. No more of this, no more of this. Can you bear to paint such a picture? Does it not seem to you as though you stood upon that scaffold and heard those shouts? Oh, horror, horror. You don't like the picture?" "No, no." "Ha, ha. Well, Mrs. Lovett, you and I had far better be friends than foes, and above all, you ought by this time to feel that you could trust me. The very fact that to all the world else I am false ought to prove to you that to you I am true. No human being can exist purely isolated, and I am not an exception. Say no more, say no more. We will meet tomorrow. Tomorrow be it then. At 10. At 10 be it, and then we will go to black. Come now, since all this is settled, take a glass of wine to our. No, no, not that. I am not very well, a throbbing headache, eh? That is no. As you please, as you please. By the by, did Black give me a receipt, or did he say it was not usual? Stay a moment, I will look in my secretaire. Sit down a moment in the shaving chair, I will be with you again directly. We will settle that tomorrow, said Mrs. Lovett. I feel convinced that Black did not give you a receipt. Good day. She left the shop, unceremoniously carrying the iron with her. Todd breathed more freely when Mrs. Lovett was gone. He gave one of his horrible laughs as he watched her through the opening in his window. Ha, ha, curses on her, but I will have her life first, ere she sees 1 guinea of my hoard. He saw Charlie Green crossing the road. Ah, the boy comes back. 'Tis well, I don't know how or why it is, but the sight of that boy makes me uneasy. I think it will be better to cut his throat and have done with him. Aye. Todd was suddenly silent. He saw 2 women pass, and as they did so, one pointed to his shop and said something to the other, who lifted up her hands as though in pious horror. One of these women was Mrs. Ragg, poor Tobias's mother. The other was a stranger to Todd, but she looked like what Mrs. Ragg had been, namely, a laundress in the temple. Curses, he muttered. Johanna entered the shop. Todd caught up his hat. Charlie. Yes, sir. I shall be gone 5 minutes. Be vigilant. If anyone should come, you can say I have stepped a few doors off to trim Mr. Pentweasel's whiskers. Yes, sir. Todd darted from the shop. Mrs. Ragg and her friend were in that deep and earnest course that is a foe to rapid locomotion, so they had not got many yards from Todd's door. He was rarely seen, however, for either to paint a moral or adorn a tale. Mrs. Ragg turned suddenly and pointed to the shop, and then both the ladies lifted up their hands as though in horror, after which they resumed their deep and all-absorbing discourse as before. Todd followed them closely, and yet with abundance of caution. Chapter 80. Todd takes a journey to the temple. The 2 females took their way to the temple. Todd had been quite right in his conjectures. The friend of Mrs. Ragg was one of the old compatriots of the laundress tribe, and that good lady herself, although, while there was no temptation to do otherwise, she had kept well the secret of her son's residence at Colonel Jeffrey's, broke down like a frail and weak vessel as she was with the weight of the secret the moment she got into a gossip with an old friend. Now Mrs. Ragg had only come into that neighborhood upon some little errand of her own, and with a positive promise of returning to the Colonel's house as soon as possible. She would have kept this promise, but that amid the purlieus of Fetter Lane she encountered Martha Jones, her old acquaintance. One word begot another, and at last as they walked up Fleet Street, Mrs. Ragg could not help, with many head-shakings and muttered interjectional phrases, letting Martha Jones know that she had a secret. Nay, as she passed Todd's shop, she could not help intimating that she fully believed certain persons, not 100 miles off, who might be barbers or who might not, would some day come to a bad end in front of Newgate, in the Old Bailey. It was at this insinuation that Martha Jones lifted up her hands, and Mrs. Ragg lifted up hers in sympathy. Todd had seen this action upon the part of the ladies. To overhear what they were saying was to Todd a great object. That it in some measure concerned him he could not for a moment doubt, since the head-shaking and hand-uplifting reference that had been made to his shop by them both as they passed could not mean anything else. And so, as we have said, he followed them cautiously, dodging behind bulky passengers so that they should not see him by any sudden glance backwards. One corpulent old lady served him for a shield half up Fleet Street, until, indeed, she turned into a religious bookseller's shop and left him nothing but thin passengers to interfere between him and the possibility of observation. But Mrs. Ragg and her friend Martha Jones were much too fully engaged to look behind them. In due course, they arrived opposite to the temple, and then, after much flurrying, in consequence of real and supposed danger from the passing vehicles, they got across the way. They at once dived into the recesses of the legally learned temple. Todd dashed after them. "Now, my dear Mrs. Ragg," said Martha Jones, "you must not say no. It's got a beautiful head upon it and will do you good." "No, no, really." "Like cream." "But really, aye. Come, come, it ain't often you is in the temple, and I knew very well he don't miss a bottle now and then. And 'twixt you and me and the pump, I think we has as much a right to that beautiful bottled ale as Mr. Juggins has, for I'd take my Bible oath, he don't mean to pay for it, Mrs. Ragg." "You don't say so." "Yes, I does, Mrs. Ragg. Oh, he's a bad un, he is. Ah, Mrs. Ragg, you don't know nor nobody else what takes place in his chambers of a night." "Is it possible?" "Yes, I often say to myself what universal profundity he must be possessed with, for he was once intended, he says, for the church, and I heard him say he'd have stuck to it like bricks, if he could have heard of any church that was intended for him." "Shocking." "Yes, Mrs. Ragg, there's profundity for you." Did Martha Jones mean profanity? "Ah," interposed Mrs. Ragg, "we live in a world." "Yes, Mrs. Ragg, we does, but as you was a-saying." "Eh?" "As you was a-saying about somebody being hung, if rights was rights, you know." "Oh dear, really you must not ask me. Indeed you must not." "Well, I won't, but here we are in Pump Court." Todd darted into a doorway and watched them up the staircase of number 6 in that highly classic locality. He slunk into the doorway, and by taking a perspective glance up the staircase, he saw them stop upon the first floor. He saw that they turned to the right. He darted up a few stairs and just caught sight of a black door. Then there was a sharp sound, as of some small latch closing suddenly, after which all was still. Todd ascended the stairs. "Curses on them," he muttered. "What can they mean by looking in such a manner at my shop? I thought the last time I saw that woman, Ragg, that she was cognizant of something. If now she, in her babbling, would give me any news of Tobias Fuh, he as he must be dead." By this time Todd had got to the top of the first flight of stairs, and stood upon the landing, close to several open doors that is to say, outer black heavy-looking doors, and within them were smaller ones, armed with knockers. "To the right," he muttered. "They went to the right, this must be the door." He paused at one and listened. Not a sound met his ears, and his impatience began to get extreme. That these two women were going to have a conference about him, he fully believed, and that he should be so near at hand, and yet not near enough to listen to it, was indeed galling. In a few moments it became insupportable. "I must and will know what they mean," he said. "My threats may wring the truth from them, and if necessary, I should not scruple to silence them both. Dead men tell no tales, so goes the proverb, and it applies equally well to dead women." Todd smiled. He was always fond of a conceit. "Yes," he muttered, "every circumstance says to me now in audible language, go, 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 and go I will, far away from England. I feel that I have not now many hours to spare. This fracas with Mrs. Lovett expedites my departure wonderfully, and tomorrow's dawn shall not see me in London. But I must ascertain what these women are about. Yes, and I will do so at all risks." A glance showed him that the act of temerity was a safe one. The door opened upon a dingy sort of passage, in which were some mops, pails, and brooms. At its further extremity there was another door, but it was not quite shut, and from the room into which it opened came the murmur of voices. There were other doors right and left, but Todd heeded only that one which conducted to the room inhabited. He crept along the passage at a snail's pace, and then, having achieved a station exactly outside the door, he placed one of his hands behind one of his elephantine-looking ears, and while his countenance looked like that of some malignant demon, he listened to what was going on within that apartment. Martha Jones was speaking. "It is good indeed, Mrs. Ragg, as you may well say, and the glasses sticks to the table, when they is left overnight, showing, as Mr. Juggins says, as it's a glutinous quality this ale is." "Sticks to the table," said Mrs. Ragg. "Yes, mum, sticks, but as you was a-saying." "Well, Martha, in course I know that what goes to you goes no farther." "Not a step." "And you won't mention it to no one?" "Not a soul, another glass." "No, no." "Only one? Nonsense, it don't get into your head. It's as harmless as milk, Mr. Juggins says." "But ain't you afeard, Martha, he may come in?" "Not he, Mrs. Ragg. Chambers won't see him again till night. Oh, he's a shocking young man. Well, Mrs. Ragg, as you was a-saying." "Well, it is good. As I was a-saying, Martha, I don't feel uneasy now about Tobias, poor boy. For if ever a poor lad, as was a orphan in a half-and-half kind of way, seeing that I am his natural mother, and living and thanking God for the same, and health leastways as far as it goes at this present moment of speakin', I bless me, where was I? At Tobias. Oh yes, I was at Tobias. As I was saying, if ever a poor body was well provided for, Tobias is. The Colonel. The who? The Colonel, Martha the Colonel as has took the care of him, and who, sooner or later, will have all the truth out of him about the toddy Sween. Who's who? Bless my poor head, I mean Sweeney Todd. Dear me, what am I thinking of? The barber. Yes, Martha, that horrid barber in Fleet Street. And between you and me, there isn't in all the mortal world a more horrid wretch living than he is. I'm all of a shake. He. Yes, what? He takes folks in and does for 'em. Kills 'em. Kills 'em. What? You don't mean to say why? Take another glass, Mrs. Rag. You don't mean to say that Tobias says that Todd the barber is a murderer, my dear Mrs. Rag? Take another glass and tell us all about it. Only look at the cream on the top of it. You'll excuse me, Mrs. Jones, but the truth is, I ought not to say more than I have said. And if the Colonel only knew I'd said as much, I can tell you, I think he'd be like a roaring lion. But Tobias is quite a gentleman now, you see, and sleeps in as fine a bed as a nobleman could have for love or money. The Colonel is very good to him, and there never was such a kind good. Mrs. Rag began to run over with tears of ale. Bless me, and where does he live? Who? The Colonel, the good, kind Colonel dear me, I forget what you said his name was. Geoffrey, and may his end be peace. He will get the reward of all his good actions in another world than this, Martha. Ah, Martha, such men as he can afford to smile at their latter ends no, I couldn't. Only half a glass, look at the… No. Cream on it. I must go indeed. In course the Colonel, since I have been his cook, knows what cooking is, for though I say it, perhaps as should not, I am a cook, and not a spiler of folks' victuals. Of course what's said goes no further. I know I can trust you, Martha. Oh dear, yes, in course. I'll just put on my shawl and walk a little way with you, Mrs. Rag. Dear me. What is it, Martha? It's a raining like cats and dogs, it is. Well, I never, what shall you do, Mrs. Rag? What shall you do? Call a coach, I shall, Martha. The last words the Colonel said to me was, Mrs. Rag, rather than there should be any delay in your return, says he, as Tobias may want you, call a coach, and I will pay for it. Todd had only just time to dart down the staircase before the two ladies made their appearance, and then hiding sometimes in doorways, and sometimes behind columns and corners, he dodged them into Fleet Street. A coach was duly called, and Mrs. Rag, by the assistance of Martha Jones, was safely bestowed inside it. Todd heard distinctly the Colonel's address given to the coachman, who would have it twice over, so that he should be sure he had it all right. That will do, said Todd. He darted across the street and made the best of his way to his shop again. He listened at the door for a few moments before he entered, and he thought he heard the sound of weeping. He listened more attentively, and then he was sure. Someone was sobbing bitterly within the shop. It must be Charlie, thought Todd. He placed his ear quite close to the panel of the door, in the hope that the boy would speak. Todd was quite an adept at listening, but this time he was disappointed, for the sham Charlie Green spoke not one word. Yet the deep sobs continued. Todd was not in the best of tempers. He could stand the delay no longer, and bouncing into the shop, he cried, What the devil is the meaning of all this? What is the meaning of it, you young rascal? I suspect. Yes, sir, said Johanna, looking Todd full in the face, and so do I. You suspect what? That I shall have to have it out, for its aching distracts me. Did you ever have the toothache, sir? The toothache? Yes, sir, it's worse than the heartache, and that I have had. Ah, humph, anyone been? One gentleman, sir, to be shaved. He says he will call again. Very good, very good. Todd took from his pocket the key of the back parlour, that key, without which in his own possession he never left the shop. And then, after casting upon Johanna a somewhat sinister and threatening look, he muttered to himself, I suspect that boy. If he refuse to come into the parlour, I will cut his throat in the shop, but if he come in I shall be better satisfied. Charlie, come here. Yes, sir, said Johanna, and she walked boldly into the parlor. Shut the door. She closed it. Humph, said Todd, it is no matter. I will call you again when I want you. Chapter 81, Johanna is encouraged. Was Todd satisfied with Johanna's excuse about the toothache? Was he satisfied of the good foible of the supposed Charlie Green by the readiness with which she had come into the parlor? We shall see. If he were not satisfied, he was staggered in his suspicions sufficiently to delay, and delay, just then, was to Sweeney Todd one of the most fatal things that could be imagined. There are crumbs of consolation under all circumstances. When Johanna was best sent out of the shop, upon the occasion of the visit of Mrs. Lovett to Todd, she had scarcely got a half-dozen steps from the door of the barber's, when a man in passing her, and without pausing a moment, said, "Miss Oakley, be so good as to follow me." Johanna at once obeyed the mandate. The man walked rapidly on until a fruiterer's shop was gained, into which he at once walked. "Mr. Austin," he said to a man behind the counter, "is your parlor vacant?" "Yes, Sir Richard, and quite at your service," said the fruiterer. By this Johanna found that she had made no mistake, and that the person she had followed was no other than Sir Richard Blunt, the magistrate, who was interesting himself so much for her safety, as well as for the discovery of what had befallen Mark in Jestry. The fruiterer's parlor was a prettily fitted-up place, where a couple of lovers might in a very romantic manner, if they chose, eat strawberries and cream, and quite enjoy each other's blissful society, in whispered nothing the while. Sir Richard handed Johanna a seat as he said, "Miss Oakley, I am very much pleased indeed to have this opportunity of seeing you, and of saying a few words to you." "Ah, sir, how much do I owe you?" "Nay, Miss Oakley, you owe me nothing. When once I happily become aware of your situation, it becomes my duty as well as my inclination to protect you in every way against what, I am sure you will forgive me, for calling your rashness." "Call it what you will, sir." "Well, Miss Oakley, we will dismiss that part of the subject. Are you going upon any errand, or have you a little time to spare?" "I have some time." "Then it is a very proper thing that you should enjoy it in taking some proper refreshment." "I want nothing." "Nay, but you shall have something whether you want it or not, before I say any more to you about Todd and his affairs." Johanna, whose mental excitement had prevented her completely from feeling the amount of exhaustion, which otherwise must by that time have come over her, would still have protested that she wanted nothing. But Sir Richard Blunt opened the door of the parlor, and called out, "Mr. Orton, is your daughter at home?" "Yes, Sir Richard, Anne is upstairs." "Very good. My young friend here can find the way, I dare say. Is it the first floor?" "Yes, don't you hear her practicing upon her spinnet?" The tinkling sounds of a spinnet, then all the fashion, came upon their ears, and Sir Richard said to Johanna, "Go upstairs now to that young lady. She is about your own age and her father's housekeeper. She will find you something to eat and drink, and then come down to me as soon as you can." Sir Richard nodded to Mr. Orton, who nodded in return, and then Johanna, seeing that it was all right, ascended the staircase, and guided by the sound of the spinnet, soon found herself in a tolerably handsome room upon the first floor. A young girl with a profusion of chestnut curls hanging down her back was seated at the spinnet. Johanna made up to her at once, and throwing her arms round her neck, said, "And will you say a kind word to me?" The girl gave a slight scream, and rose. "Well, I'm sure, you impertinent handsome." "Girl," said Johanna. "Boy," faltered Miss Orton. "No, girl," added Johanna. "Your father sent me to you, and Sir Richard Blunt suggested it. Shall I leave you again?" "Oh, no, no," said Anne Orton, as she sprang towards Johanna and kissed her on both cheeks. "You are Miss Johanna Oakley. How is it that you know me?" "My father is an old friend of Sir Richard's, and he has told us all your story. How truly delighted I am to see you. And so you have escaped from that odious Todd, and immediate refreshment, my dear, and all the attention you can cram into a very short space of time to Miss Oakley, my dear," said Mr. Orton, just putting his head so far into the room as to make himself plainly and distinctly heard. "Yes, father, yes." "How kind you all are," said Johanna. "No, no, at least we wish to be, but what I mean is that we are no kinder than we ought to be. My father is so good, I have no mother." And I, too, am motherless. Yes, I heard that Mrs. Oakley lived, you would say, and yet am I motherless. Johanna burst into tears. The sense of desolation that came over the young girl's heart whenever she thought how little of a mother the fanatical personage who owned that title was to her, generally overcame all her firmness, as upon the present occasion. Anne flung her arms around Johanna, and the two young creatures wept in unison. We will leave them to their sacred intercourse. Sir Richard Blunt remained in conversation with Mr. Orton for about a quarter of an hour, and then both Johanna and Anne came downstairs. Johanna looked calmer and happier. Anne had said some kind things to her such as none but a young girl can say to a young girl. "I am ready," said Johanna. "Ready for what?" inquired Sir Richard Blunt, with a look of earnest affection in the face of the beautiful heroine, for, if ever there were a heroine, we really think Johanna Oakley was one, and we are quite sure that you agree with us. "For my mission," said Johanna, "I am ready." "And can you really find courage to go again to that? Sir Richard could not find a fitting name for Todd's home, but Johanna understood him, and she replied gently, "I may not pause now, it is my duty." "Your duty?" "Yes. Oh, Mark, I cannot restore you from the dead, but in the sacred cause of justice, I may bring your murderer to the light of day. It is my duty to do so much for your memory." Anne turned aside to hide her tears. Mr. Orton, too, was much affected, and there was an unwonted jar, as though some false note had been struck in voice of Sir Richard Blunt as he spoke, saying, "Miss Oakley, I cannot deny that by your going back to Todd's house, you may materially assist in the cause of justice, but yet I advise you not to do so. I know you are all careful of my safety, while I—" "Ah, Johanna," said Anne, "you do not know yet that you are so desolate as to wish to die." Yes, I am desolate." "And so," added Sir Richard, "because you loved one who has been, according to your judgment upon the circumstances that have come to your knowledge, torn from you by death, you will admit no other ties which could bind you to the world. Is that right? Is it like you?" The tones of voice in which these words were uttered, as well as the sentiment embodied in them, sunk deeply into Johanna's heart. Clasping her hands together, she cried, "Oh, no, do not think me so inhuman, do not think me so very ungrateful. Had you forgotten Arabella Wilmot? Had you forgotten your father? Nay, had you forgotten the brave Colonel Geoffrey? No, I ought not to forget any, when so many have so kindly remembered me, and you too, sir, I ought not, and will not forget you, for you have been a kind friend to me. Nay, I am nothing. Seek not, sir, to disparage what you have done, you have been all kindness to me." Before he was aware of what she was about, Johanna had seized the hand of Sir Richard Blunt, and for one brief moment touched it with her lips. The good magistrate was sensibly affected. "God bless me," said Mr. Orton, "something very big keeps blocking up the whole of my window." They all looked, and as they were silent at that moment, they heard a voice from the street say, Come, my dear, don't set the waterworks a-going. Always remember that easy does it. You come in here and have something to eat if you won't go home. Lord bless me, what will they think has become of me at the Tower?" "Why, it is Ben," cried Johanna. "Ben," said Anne, "who is Ben?" "Hush, stop," said Sir Richard, "I pray you stop." Johanna would have rushed out to speak to Ben, who certainly was at the window of the fruiterer's shop, with Arabella Wilmot upon his arm, endeavoring to persuade her to enter and partake of some refreshment. "I will bring him in," said Sir Richard. "Retire into the parlour, I beg of you, Miss Oakley, for he will make quite a scene in the shop if you do not." Johanna knew well Ben's affection for her, and doubted not, but that, as Sir Richard said, he would not scruple to show it, even in the open shop, probably to the great edification of the passers-by. She accordingly retired to the parlour with Anne. In a few moments, Sir Richard Blunt ushered in both Ben and Arabella Wilmot. Arabella, with a shriek of joy, rushed into Johanna's arms, and then with excess of emotion she fainted. Ben caught up Johanna fairly off her feet, as though he had been dancing some little child, and holding her in a sitting posture upon one arm, he said, "Bless you, easy does it, easy I say does it. Don't you think I'm a-crying? It's a tea-chest has flew in my eye from that grocer's shop opposite. Oh, you little rogue, you, easy does it. What you have got them what do you call M's on, have you?" The kiss that Ben gave her might have been heard at Sweeney Todd's, and then when prevailed upon to sit down, he would insist upon holding her fast upon his knee. "I must go," said Johanna, and then looking at Arabella, she added, "Let me go, before she awakens from her transient forgetfulness to beg me to stay." Ben was furious at the idea of Johanna going back to Todd's, but Sir Richard overruled him, and after some trouble, got him to consent. Then turning to Johanna, he said, "The moment night comes on, you will have some visitors, and remember, Miss Oakley, that St. Dunstan's is the watchword. Whoever comes to you with that in his mouth is a friend." "I will remember, and now farewell, and God bless and reward you for all your goodness to me. I will live for the many who love me yet, and whom I love in this world." Was it not a world of wonders that amid all this, Johanna did not go mad? Surely something more than mortal strength must have sustained that young and innocent girl in the midst of all these strange events. No human power that she possessed could have possibly prevented her mind from sinking, and the hideous fascinations of an overcharged fancy from breeding. Rude riot in her brain. But there was a power who supported her, a power which from the commencement of the world has supported many, a power which while the world continues will support many more, strengthening the weak and trampling on the strong. The power of love in all the magic of its deep and full intensity. Yes, this was the power which armed that frail and delicate-looking girl with strength to cope with such a man, shall we call him? No, we may say such a fiend as Sweeney Todd. If it required no small amount of moral courage to go in the first instance upon that expedition so fraught with danger, to Todd's shop, what did it require now to enable her to return after having passed through much peril, and tasting the sweets of friendship and sympathy? Surely any heart but Johanna's must have shrunk aghast from ever again, even in thought, approaching that dreadful place. And yet she went. Yes, upon her mission of justice she went. To be sure, she was told that as far as human means went, she would be upheld and supported from those without. But what could that assure to her further than that if she fell she should not fall unavenged? Truly, if some higher, some far nobler impulse than that derived from any consciousness that she was looked after, had not strengthened her, the girl's spirit must have sunk beneath the weight of many terrors. With a sad smile, she once again crossed the threshold of that house, which she now no longer suspected to be the murderer's haunt. She knew it. Chapter 82. Todd visits the Colonel. "Well, Tobias," said Colonel Geoffrey, as he entered the pretty, cheerful room into which the now convalescent boy had been removed. "Well, Tobias, how are you now?" "Much better, sir. Oh, Sir Rymer. What would you say?" "I feel that when I see you, sir, I ought to say so much to convince you of how truly and deeply grateful I am to you, and yet I can scarcely ever say a word about it. I pray for your happiness, sir, indeed I do. Your name and my mother's, and in Minna Gray's, are always uttered to God by me." "Now, Tobias," said Colonel Geoffrey gravely, "I am quite satisfied that as regards all that has passed, you feel as you ought to feel, and for my own part, I beg you to feel and to know that your saying anything about it only distresses me." "Distresses you, sir?" "Yes, it does indeed. I see your eyes are upon the door. You expect Minna today, I am sure." "Yes, sir, she my mother was to bring her, sir." A ringing at a bell now came upon Tobias's ear, and his color went and came fitfully. "You are still very weak, my poor boy," said the Colonel, "but you are certainly much improved. Do you feel any confusion in your head now?" "None at all, only when I think of Todd suddenly, ever it makes me feel cold and sick, and something seems to rush through my heart." "Oh, that will go away. That is nothing. There, I will draw up the blind for you. The evening is coming, and the sky is overclouded. You can see better now, and there is one coming whom I know you wish to lose no sight of." "I hear her foot upon the stairs," said Tobias. "Do you? It is more than I do." "Ah, sir, the senses are sharpened, I think, by illness." "Not so much as by love. Tobias, do you hear her footstep now?" "Yes, and it is like music." He had his head on one side in an attitude of listening, and then with joy sparkling from every feature of his face, he spoke again. She comes, ah, she comes fast, my own, my beautiful, she comes." "This is real love," said the Colonel, and he stepped from the room. Nearly on the landing at the head of the stairs, he met Minna Gray. "Welcome," he said as he held out his hand to her. "You will find your young friend up and much better." Minna could only look her thanks. Mrs. Ragg was following her, and as the ascent of stairs was always rather a task to that good lady, she was making a noise like a stranded grampus in breathing. "Ah, Colonel," she said, "young legs get upstairs faster than old ones, sir, as you see. Well, well, there was a time when first I knew poor dear Ragg, who is of course dead and gone, quite premature." "Exactly, Mrs. Ragg," said the Colonel as he rapidly descended the stairs. "Did you ever, my dear, know such a strange man?" said Mrs. Ragg to Minna. "Who?" "The Colonel, to be sure. So soon as I begin to tell him any little what do you call it? No, it ain't nanagoat, that's ridiculous. It's what is it?" "Anecdote, do you mean, Mrs. Ragg?" "Yes, to be sure. Well, as I was a-saying, no sooner do I begin telling him a little nanagoat, no, I mean anecdote, than off he is like a shot." Minna smiled to herself, and she was far from wondering that the Colonel was off like a shot, for well she knew that when Mrs. Ragg did begin anything concerning the late Mr. Ragg, it usually lasted 3/4 of an hour at the very least. "Minna, Minna," called Tobias. "I am here, Tobias." In another moment she was in the room. Truly it was a pleasant thing to see the face of Tobias, when his sunshine, as he called Minna, came close to him, and in her soft voice asked him if he was better. "Don't mind me," said Mrs. Ragg. "I am going to darn a stocking or two, that's all. Just say what you both like. Young folks will be young folks. Bless me, I recollect just as if it were only yesterday, when I used to speak to poor departed Mr. Ragg, who is premature, dead and gone, in a manner of speaking. Ah, dear me, how the world goes round and round, round and round, continually." Tobias and Minna were so well accustomed to the garrulity of Mrs. Ragg, and so well aware that she required no answer, that they let her talk on, and did not mind her, as she requested they would not. And so the evening grew apace, and the light gradually began to wane, as those two young loving hearts spoke together of the future, and indulged in that day-dream of happiness which can only belong to youth and love. Todd is skulking round the angle of the garden wall, from which he can get a view of the Colonel's house, and yet not be seen himself. The more he looked, the more the desire grew upon him, notwithstanding the immense risk he ran of personal detection, by so doing, to get into the house and finish the career of poor Tobias. He would have had no particular objection rather to have taken the life of Mrs. Ragg, if it could be easily and comfortably done. It has been said that there are folks in the world who never forgive anyone for doing them a kindness, and such paradoxical views of human nature have been attempted to be laid down as truths. But whether this be so or not is still to be proved, although it is certain that nothing stirs the evil passions of men who will inflict injury upon the innocent, as to find themselves baffled in their villainy. From that moment, the matter becomes a personal affair of vengeance. Hence, since Todd had become thoroughly aware that Tobias had escaped from the death he had intended for him at the madhouse, his rage against the boy knew no bounds. Indeed, the reader will conclude that it must have been a feeling of no ordinary strength, that, at such a busy and ticklish time, would take Todd to the Colonel's house at all. It was revenge-bitter, uncompromising revenge. Now, you must know the Colonel's house was one of those half-villa, half-mansion-like residences that are so common in the neighborhood of London. There was a kind of terrace in the front, and a garden with flowering shrubs that had a pretty enough appearance, and which at night afforded abundance of shelter. It was by this front garden that Todd hoped to reach the house. When it was nearly dark, he slunk in, crouching down among the trees and shrubs and crawling along like a serpent as he was. He soon came to a flight of stone steps that led to the kitchens. By the time Todd had got thus far, some of her domestic duties had called Mrs. Ragg to the lower part of the house. He saw by the firelight that someone was going about the kitchen, close to the foot of the stone steps, but he could not exactly, by that dim and uncertain radiance, take upon himself to say that it was Mrs. Ragg. She soon lit a candle, though, and then all was clear. He saw the good lady preparing divers lights for the upper rooms. While Todd was halfway down the stone steps, peeping into the kitchen, one of the other servants of the house came into that receptacle for culinary articles and commenced putting on a bonnet and shawl. Todd could not hear one word of what was said by Mrs. Ragg and this young woman who was getting ready to go out, but he saw them talk, and by their manner he felt convinced that it was only upon ordinary topics. If the young woman left the house by the steps upon which Todd was, and which it was more than likely she would do, his situation would be anything but a pleasant one, and discovery would be certain. To obviate the chance of this, he stepped back and crouched down in among the shrubs in the garden. He was not wrong in his conjectures, for in a few moments the servant, who was going out, ascended the steps and passed him so closely that by stretching out his hand, he could, if he had been so minded, have touched her dress. In a short time she was out of earshot. Todd emerged from his concealment again and crept down the steps, and once more peeped into the kitchen. Mrs. Ragg was still busy with the candles. He was just considering what he should do when he heard the tramp of horses' feet in the road above. He ascended sufficient of the steps to enable himself to get a peep at what was going on. He saw a groom well mounted and leading another horse. Then no other than Colonel Geoffrey himself, although he did not of his own knowledge feel assured that it was him, come out at the front door of the house and mounted. "Now, William," said the colonel, "we must ride sharply." "Yes, sir," said the groom. Another moment, and they were gone. "This is lucky," said Todd. "It is not likely that there is any other room in the house, and if not, I have the game in my own hands." He crept down the remainder of the stone steps, and placed his ear quite close to the kitchen window. Mrs. Ragg was enjoying a little conversation to herself. "Ah," she said, "it's always the way girls will be girls. But what I blame her for is that she don't ask the colonel's leave at once and say, 'Sir, your disorderly has won my infections, and may he come here and take a cup of tea?'" This was Greek to Todd. "What is the old fool talking about?" he muttered. "But I will soon give her a subject that will last for her life." He now arrived at the door of the kitchen. It was very unlikely to be locked or otherwise fastened, so immediately after the young woman, who had left the house, and passed so close to him, Todd. Yet he listened for a few moments more, as Mrs. Ragg kept making observations to herself. "Listeners hear no good of themselves," says the proverb, and at all events it was verified in this instance. "Lor a mussy," ejaculated Mrs. Ragg, "how my mind do run upon that horrid old ugly monster of a Todd today. Well, I do hope I shall never look upon his frightful face again, and how awful he did squint, too. Dear me, what did the colonel say he had with his vision? Could it be a something of fixity? No, that isn't it." "Obliquity," said Todd, popping his head in at the kitchen door. "It was obliquity, and if you scream or make the least alarm, I'll skin you and strew this kitchen with your mangled remains." Mrs. Ragg sank into a chair with a melodramatic groan that would have made her fortune over the water in domestic tragedy if she could have done it so naturally. Todd kept his eye upon her. That basilisk-like eye, which had fascinated the good woman often, and this time it acted as a kind of spell, for truly might he have said, or rather might someone have said for him. He held her with his glittering eye. Todd's first care now was to get between Mrs. Ragg and the kitchen door, lest upon some sudden impulse she should rise and flee. Then he folded his arms and looked at her calmly, and with such a devilish smile as might have become Mephistopheles himself, while contemplating the ruin of a soul. He took from his pocket a razor. "Mercy," gasped Mrs. Ragg. "Where is Tobias?" "Upstairs, back room, second floor, looking into the garden." "Alone?" "No, Minna Gray is with him." "Listen to me. If you stir from here until I come to you again, I will not only murder you, but Tobias likewise, and everyone whom I meet with in this house. You know me, and can come to some opinion as to whether or not I am a man likely to keep my word. Remain where you are, move not, speak not, and all will be well." Mrs. Ragg slowly slid off her chair, and fell to the floor of the kitchen, where she lay, in what seemed a swoon. "That will do as well," said Todd as he glanced at her, "and yet as I return." He made a movement with his hand across his throat to indicate what he would do, and then feeling assured that he had little or, indeed, no opposition to expect in the house, he left the kitchen and walked upstairs. When he reached the top of the kitchen stairs, he paused to listen. All was very still in the house. "'Tis well," he said, "'tis well. This deed of blood shall be done, and long before it can be thought that it was I who struck the blow, I shall be gone." Alas, after passing through so much, after being pursued in so almost a miraculous manner from the murderous intentions of Todd, backed by the cupidity of Fogg, and his subordinate Watson, Was poor Tobias yet to die a terrible death as a victim to the cruel passions of his relentless persecutor? No, we will not yet believe that such is to be the fate of poor honest Tobias, although at the present time his prospects look gloomy. Todd may, and no doubt has taken as worthy lives, but we will hope that the hand of Providence will prevent him from taking this one. He reached the landing of the first floor, and he paused to listen again. He thought this time that he heard the faint sound of voices above, but he was not quite sure. Otherwise, all was quiet. This was a critical situation for Todd. If anyone who was a painter of pictures or of morals had but seen him, Sweeney Todd, as he there stood, they would no longer have doubted either that there was a devil or that some persons in this world were actuated by a devilish fiend. He looked the incarnate fiend, the Mephistopheles of the imagination, such as he is painted by the German enthusiast. His laugh, too, was not that satanic. He set himself to listen to the voices that he heard in that quiet rooms, and the sounds, holy and full of affection as they were, awakened no chord of answering feeling in that bold, bad man's breast. He stood apart from human nature, a solitary being, a wreck upon the ocean of society. None loving, and by none beloved. Who would be Sweeney Todd, for all the wealth, real or fabled, of a million Californias? He is here, he said. I know his voice. Tobias is here. Ah, he mentions the name of God. Ha, he is more fitting to go to that heaven he can talk of so glibly, but there is none. There is none. No, all that is a fable. Of course Todd could not believe in a divinity of goodness and mercy. If he had, what on earth could have saved him from absolute madness? Chapter 83, Tobias in Jeopardy. And so you do love me, Minna, said Tobias. How his voice shook like a reed swayed by the wind, and yet what a world of melody was in it. Can you ask me to say yes? Was the reply of the fair young creature by his side. Can you ask me to say yes, Tobias? It seems to me, said Tobias, as though it would be such a joy to hear you say so, Minna, and yet I will not ask you. How well you have got, Tobias. Your cheek has got its old color back again. The color it had long before you knew there was such a man as Sweeney Todd in the world. Your eyes are bright too, and your voice has its old pleasant sound. Used it to be pleasant to you, Minna. She held up her hand and shook her head laughingly. No questions, Tobias, no questions. I will confess nothing. Stop, said Tobias, as he put himself into an attitude of listening. What was that? I thought I heard something. It was like a suppressed growl. I wish the colonel would come home. Did you not hear it, Minna? Minna had heard it, but she did not say she had. Where did it come from, Tobias? From the stairhead, Minna. Oh, it is some accidental noise, such as is common to all houses, and such as always defy conjecture and explanation, and being nothing and meaning nothing, always comes to nothing. Yet I will go and see. Perhaps a door has been left open, and is banging to and fro by the wind, and if so it will only vex you to hear it again, Tobias. It was Todd, who upon hearing the soft and tender speeches from the young lovers, had not been able to suppress a growl, and now that he had heard Minna Gray talk of coming to look what it was, he felt the necessity of instantly concealing himself somewhere. It was not likely she would come down the stairs, so Todd adopted an original mode of keeping himself out of sight. He descended steps sufficient that by laying at full length along them, his head did not reach the top, and in the darkness he then considered that he should be quite safe from the casual glance, that in all likelihood, merely to satisfy Tobias, Minna would give outside the room door. Todd thought by her manner she had heard nothing. No, Minna, said Tobias, there is no occasion. It is nothing, I dare say, and I don't like you to be out of my sight a moment. It is only a moment. She rose and proceeded to the door. An unknown feeling of dread, she knew not why, was at the heart of Minna. Certainly the slight sound she had heard, and that too in the house of Colonel Jeffrey, was not sufficient to warrant such a feeling, and yet there, at her heart, it sat brooding. She stood for a moment at the door. It was only for a moment. How foolish I am, she thought, and then she passed out onto the landing, where she stood for a moment glancing round her. It is nothing, Minna, called out Tobias, or shall I try and come? I feel quite strong enough to do so. Oh, no, it is nothing. Minna stepped lightly back and sat down. She clasped her hands very tight indeed together, and then placed both upon her breast. She had seen Todd. Yes, Minna Gray had seen the man that had been, and who was for all she knew to the contrary still to be, the bane of Tobias's existence. The clear eyes of youth had noticed the lumbering figure as it lay upon the stairs before them. And she did not scream, she did not cry for help, she did not faint. She only crept back, as we have seen, and held her hands upon her heart and looked at Tobias. There was no mistaking Todd. Once seen, he was known forever. Like some hideous picture, there dwelt the memory of Sweeney Todd upon the young imagination of the fair Minna Gray. Once before, a long time ago, so it seemed to her, she had seen him in the temple skulking up an old staircase. From that moment the face was daguerreotyped upon her brain. It was never to be forgotten, and with the face comes the figure too, that she saw upon the stairs. Alas, poor Min! And so it was nothing but one of those odd accidents that will occur in defiance of all experience and calculation, said Tobias. Just that, replied Minna. Ah, my dear Minna, we are so safe here. It always seems to me as though the very air of this house, belonging as it does to such a man, so full of goodness as the Colonel is, such that nothing very bad could live in it for long. I hope so, I think so. What a calm and pleasant evening it is, Tobias. Did you see the new book of the seasons, so full of pretty engravings in the shape of birds and trees, and flowers, that the Colonel has purchased? New book? Yes, it lies in his small study, upon this floor. I will fetch it for you, if you wish it, Tobias. Nay, I will go. You are still weak. Remain in peace upon the couch, dear Tobias, and I will go for you. Before she left the room, she kissed the forehead of the boy. A tear, too, fell upon his hand. Who knows, she thought, that I shall ever see him in life again. Minna, you weep. Weep? No, I am so happy. She hastily left the room. Todd had heard what had passed and had turned to hide himself again. The young girl knew that she passed the murderer within a hair's breadth. She knew that he had but to stretch out his right hand and say, Minna Gray, you are my victim. And his victim she would have become. Was not that dreadful? And she so young and so fair, so upon the threshold, as it were, of the garden of her existence, so loving and so well-beloved. She felt for a moment, as she crossed the landing, just for a moment, as though she were going mad. But the eye of the Omnipotent was upon that house. She staggered on. She made her way into a bedroom. It was the Colonel's. Above the mantel-shelf, supported on a small bracket, was a pair of pistols. They were of a large size, and she had heard from the current gossip of the house how they were always loaded, and how the servants feared to touch them, and how even they shrank from making the bed, lest the pistol, from some malice aforethought, or from something incidental to such watching, should go off at once of their own accord, and inevitably shoot whoever chanced to be in the room. Minna Gray laid her hand upon the dreaded weapons. For Tobias, she gasped. Then she paused to listen. All was still as the grave. Todd was not yet ready for the murder, or he wished to take their lives both together, and in the one room. That was more probable. Then she began to think that he must have some suspicion, and that it was necessary upon her part to do something more than merely make no alarm. The idea of singing occurred to her. It was a childish song that she had been taught, when a pretty child, that she now warbled forth a few lines of. If I were a forest bird, I'd shun the noisy town, I'd seek the verdure of the spring, the dear autumnal brown, and even when the winter came, by sunny skies bereft, sleep in some deep distant cave, which wanton winds had left. She crossed the landing. Minna, said Tobias, my Minna. I come. She passed into the room, and the moment she crossed the threshold she turned her face to it and presented both the pistols before her. Then, as she wound, inch by inch, into the center of the room, all her power of further concealment of her feelings deserted her, and she could only say, in a strange, choking tone, Todd. No, oh God, no, cried Tobias. Todd. No, help. D.N., said Sweeney Todd, as he dashed open the door of the chamber, and stood upon the threshold with a glittering knife in his right hand. Hold, shrieked Minna Gray. Another step, murderer, and I send you to your God. Todd waited. He could almost see down the barrels of the large pistols, which a touch of the young girl's finger would explode in his face. With a sharp, convulsive cry, Tobias fell to the floor. The blood gushed from his mouth, and he lay bereft of sensation. "Away!" cried Minna. "Monster, away! Another moment, and as heaven hears me, I will fire, once, twice." Todd darted to the stairhead, but he darted away again quicker than he had gone there. For who, to his horror, should he meet, advancing with great speed up the steps, but Mrs. Ragg, who had managed to get out of the kitchen, and who bore, as a weapon of offense and defense, the large kitchen poker, which was of a glowing red heat. Todd caught a touch of it on his face. "Oh, you villain of the world," cried Mrs. Ragg, "I'll teach you to come here murdering people. My poor Tobias is no more, I know, but I'll take the law of you, I will. Murder, murder, police, Colonel." With an alacrity that was far beyond to all appearance Mrs. Ragg's powers, that good lady pursued Todd with the red-hot poker. He dared not take refuge in Tobias's room, for there stood Minna with the pistols in her hand, so he darted up the first flight of stairs he saw, which led to the top of the house. Mrs. Ragg pursued him, but when she got to the head of the stairs, Minna pressed too hard upon the hair trigger of one of the pistols, and off it went. Mrs. Ragg fully believed herself shot, and rolled down the stairs, poker included, while Todd, laboring under the impression that the shot was at him, became still more anxious to find some place of refuge. Upon the landing, which he was not a moment in reaching, he found a great show of doors, for he was, in fact, upon the floor from which all the sleeping rooms of the servants opened. It was quite a chance that the first one he bounced into was one that had in the roof a little square trapdoor, facetiously called a fire escape, but which, in the event of a fire, would have acquired the agility of a harlequin and the coolness of a tax-gatherer to get through. Todd dragged a bedstead beneath the trap, and then his great height enabled him to thrust it open and project his head through it. He found that part of his corporality was in the roof, as it were, that is to say, in the cavity between the ceiling of the room and the house. A trapdoor of somewhat larger size in the actual roof opened to the air. Todd dragged himself through and was fairly upon the top of the Colonel's house. A slippery elevation, but surely that was better than facing a red-hot poker and a pair of hair-trigger dueling pistols. And so, for a time, the desire to escape kept down every other feeling. Even his revengeful thoughts gave way to the great principle of self-preservation, and Todd was only intent upon safely getting away. He glared round him upon the night sky and a gaudy assemblage of chimney-tops. What was he to do? In a minute he uttered a string of such curses, as we cannot very well here set down, and he turned preternaturally calm and still. "Shall I go back," he said, "or escape?" He heard the tramp of horses' feet, and peeping carefully over the front parapet of the house, he saw Colonel Geoffrey arrive on horseback and dismount. His groom led the horse away, and the colonel ascended the steps. Then, and not until then, Todd made up his mind. "Escape," he said, "and be off." There was a long, sloping part of the roof close to where he was, and he thought that if he slid down that very carefully, he should be able to get on to the roof of the next house, and so perchance through their trap door, and by dint of violence or cunning, or both united, reach the street. It was a desperate resource, but his only one. The top part of the long sloping roof was easily gained, and then Todd began to let himself down very carefully. But the angle of the roof was greater than he had imagined, and by the time he got about halfway down, he found a dangerous and most uncomfortable acceleration of motion ensuing. It was in vain he tried to stop himself. Down he went with a speed into the gutter behind the coping stone that left him lying there for a few moments half-stunned and scarcely conscious if he were safe or not. The colonel's house, however, was stoutly built, and Todd's weight had not displaced anything, so that there he lay safe enough, wedged into a narrow rain gutter, from which, when he did recover himself sufficiently to make the attempt, he found some difficulty in wrenching himself out of. Sore and shaken, Todd now looked about him. He was close to the roof of the next-door house. To be sure, there was a chasm of 60 feet, but its width was not as many inches, so Todd ought, with his long legs, to easily step it. Chapter 84, Todd's Wonderful Escape. The step was but a trifle, and yet, shaken as Todd was by his fall, it really seemed to him to be one of the most hazardous and nervous things in the world to take it. He made 2 feints before he succeeded. At length he stood fairly upon the roof of the adjoining house. He did not say, "Thank God." Such words were not exactly in the vocabulary of Sweeney Todd, but he wiped the perspiration from his brow and seemed to think that he had effected something at last. And yet how far was he from safety? It is some satisfaction to have got such a man as Todd upon the housetops. Who pities him? Who would be violently afflicted if he made a false step and broke his neck? No one, we apprehend, but such men, somehow, do not make false steps, and if they do, they manage to escape the consequences. Surely it was about as ticklish a thing to crawl up a sloping roof as to come down one. Todd did not think so, however, and he began to shuffle up the roof of the house he was now on, looking like some gigantic tortoise, slowly making its way. Reasoning from his experience of the Colonel's house, Todd thought he should very well be able to pitch upon the trap in the roof of the domicile upon which he was, nor was he wrong. He found it in precisely the same relative position, and then he paused. He drew a long breath. "What a mad adventure this is," he said, "and yet what a satisfaction it would have been to me, before I left England, to be able to feel that I had had my revenge upon that brat Tobias, that he had not altogether failed me after I had paid so much money to be rid of him. But that is over. I have failed in that attempt, but they shall not say it cost me my life. They will be bold people who stop me in my passage to the street in this house." He felt the trapdoor. It was fast. "Humph," he said, "doors are but bonds, and the rains of a few winters rot them quickly enough. We shall see." The knife, with which he would have been well pleased to give poor Tobias his quietus, was thick and strong. He slid it under the wooden trap, and by mere force lifted it up. The nails of the bolt easily withdrew themselves from the rotten wood. Todd was right. The rains of a few winters had done their work. It was not exactly a time in the evening, when, in such a class of house, anyone might be expected to be found in the attics, so Todd made no scruple of at once removing the lower trap in the ceiling. He dropped comfortably enough onto the floor. And now, coming suddenly as he did from the light, faint as it was, of the open air in the room, which he found himself, seemed to be involved in profound darkness, but that he knew would wear away in a few moments, and he stood still for his eyes to get accustomed to the semi-obscurity of the place. Gradually, then, as though out of chaos, there loomed a bedstead and all the necessary appointments of a bedroom. It was untenanted, and so Todd, after listening intently, and believing from the marked stillness that there prevailed, that the upper part of the house was deserted, walked to the door, and opening it, stood upon the landing. "If I can now but step downstairs noiselessly, and open the street door, all will be well. People don't sit upon the staircase, and I may be fortunate enough to encounter no one." There was no time to lose. Affairs in Fleet Street required his presence, and besides, the present moment might be the most propitious, for all he knew, for the enterprise. Down he went, not clinging to the balustrades, for who should say they might not wheeze and creak, not walking upon the middle of the stairs, for there was no saying what telltale sounds they might give vocality to, but sliding along close to the wall, and stepping so quietly that it would have required attentive ears to have detected his silent and steady march. And so, flight by flight of these stairs, Todd descended in safety until he reached the passage. Yes, he got to the passage without the shadow of an interruption. Then he heard voices in one of the parlours. "Confound them," said Todd. "They will hear me open the street door to a certainty, but it must be done." He crept up to the door. There was some complicated latch upon it that defied all his knowledge of latches and all his perseverance. And yet, no doubt, it was something that only required a touch, but he might be hours in finding out in the dark where to apply that touch. He still heard the voices in the parlour. More than 5 minutes, precious minutes to him, had already been consumed in fumbling at the lock of the street door. And then Todd gave it up as useless, and he crept to the parlour door to listen to the speakers, and so, perhaps, ascertain the force that was within. A female voice was speaking. "Oh, dear me, yes, I dare say," it said. "You no doubt think that house can be kept for nothing, and that a respectable female wants no clothes to her back. But I can tell you, Mr. Simmons, that you will find yourself wonderfully mistaken, sir." "Pshaw," said a man's voice. "Pshaw, I know what I mean, and so do you. You be quiet, wife, and think yourself well off that you are as you are." "Well off?" "Yes, to be sure, well off. Well off when I was forced to go to Mr. Rickup's party, in the same dress they saw me in last Easter." "Oh, you brute. What's the matter with the dress?" The matter? Why, I'll tell you what the matter is. The matter is, and the long and short of everything, that you are a brute. Very conclusive indeed. The deuce take me if it ain't. I suppose by the deuce you mean the devil, Mr. Simmons, and if he don't take you some day, he won't have his own. Ha, ha, you may laugh, but there's many a true word spoken in jest, Mr. Simmons. Oh, you are in jest, are you? No, sir, I am not, and I should like to know what woman could jest with only one black silk, and that turned. Yes, Mr. Simmons, you often call upon the deuce to take this, and to take that. Mind he don't come some day to you when you least expect it, sir, and say, "Lend me a light," said Todd, popping his awfully ugly face right over the top of the half-open door, a feat which he was able to accomplish by standing on his tiptoes. There are things that can be described, but certainly the consternation of Mr. and Mrs. Simmons cannot be included in the list. They gazed upon the face of Todd in speechless horror, nor did he render himself a bit less attractive by several of his most hideous contortions of visage. Finding then that both husband and wife appeared spellbound, Todd stepped into the room, and taking a candle from the table, he stalked into the passage with it. The light in his hand threw a light upon the mystery of the lock. Todd opened the street door and passed out in a moment. To hurl the candle and candlestick into the passage and close the door was the next movement of Todd, but then he saw two figures upon the steps leading to Colonel Jeffrey's house, and he shrunk back a moment. "Now, William," said Colonel Jeffrey himself, "you will take this letter to Sir Richard Blunt and tell him to use his own discretion about it." "Yes, sir." "Be quick and give it into no hands but his own." "Certainly, sir." "Remember, William, this is important." The groom touched his hat and went away at a good pace, and Colonel Jeffrey himself closed the door. "Indeed," muttered Todd. "Indeed, so Sir Richard Blunt, who is called an active magistrate, is to know of my little adventure here. Well, well, we shall see." He darted from the door of the house, through which he had made so highly successful and adventurous a progress, and pursued William with such strides as soon brought him close up to him. But the thoroughfare in which they were was too public a one for Todd to venture upon any overt act in it. He followed William sufficiently closely, however, to be enabled to take advantage of any opportunity that might present itself to possess himself, by violence of the letter. Now William had been told the affair was urgent, so of course he took all the nearest cuts he could to the house of Sir Richard Blunt, and such a mode of progress soon brought him into a sufficiently quiet street for Todd's purpose. The latter looked right and left. He turned completely round, and no one was coming a more favorable opportunity could not be. Stepping lightly up to William, he by one heavy blow upon the back of his neck felled him. The groom lay insensible. Todd had seen him place the colonel's letter in his breast pocket, and at once he dived his huge hand into that receptacle to find it. He was successful. One glance at the epistle that he drew forth sufficed to assure him that it was the one he sought. It was duly addressed to Sir Richard Blunt, with speed and private. "Indeed, very private," said Todd. "Wretch, wretch!" cried someone from a window, and Todd knew then that the deed of violence had been witnessed by someone from one of the houses. With an execration, he darted off at full speed, and soon placed a perfect labyrinth of streets between him and all pursuit. He thrust the letter all crumbled up into his pocket, and he would not pause to read it until he was much nearer to Fleet Street than to the colonel's house, or the scene of his attack upon the groom. Then, by the light of a more than usually brilliant lamp, which with its expiring energies was showing the world what an old oil lamp could do, he opened and read the brief letter. It was as follows. "Dear Sir Richard, Todd has been here upon murderous thoughts intent. Poor Tobias has, I fear, broken a blood vessel and is in a most precarious condition. I leave all to you. The villain escaped, but is injured, I think. Yours very faithfully, John Jeffrey, to Sir Richard Blunt." "Broken a blood vessel," said Todd. "Ha, ha, broken a blood vessel. Ha, then Tobias may yet be food for worms, and the meat of the pretty crawlers to the banquet. Ha." He walked on with quite a feeling of elation. And yet there was, as he came to think, a something he could not exactly define what about the tone of the letter, that began upon second thoughts to give him no small share of uneasiness. The familiar way in which he was mentioned as Todd merely, without further description, argued some foregone conclusion. It seemed to say Todd, the man whom we both know so well and have our eyes upon. Did it mean that? A cold perspiration broke out upon the forehead of the guilty wretch. What was he to think? What was he to do? He read the letter again. It sounded much more unmeaning and strange now. He had at first been too much dazzled by the pleasant intelligence regarding Tobias to comprehend fully the alarming tone of the epistle, but now it waked upon his imagination, and his brain soon became vexed and troubled. Off and away, he muttered. Yes, I must be off before the dawn. The interception of this letter saves me for some few hours. In the morning, the colonel will see Sir Richard Blunt, and then they will come to arrest me, but I shall be upon the German Ocean by then. Yes, the Hamburg ship for me. He was so near his home now that it was not worth while to call a coach. He could run to Fleet Street quicker, so off he set at a great pace till his breath failed him. Then he held on to a post so faint and weak that a little child might have apprehended him. Curse them all, he said. I wish they all had but one throat and I a knife at it, all who cross me I mean. Time was rather an important element now in Todd's affairs, and he felt that he could not allow himself a long period even to recover from the state of exhaustion in which he was. After a few minutes' rest, he pushed on. One of those sudden changes that the climate of this country is subject to now took place, and although the sky had looked serene and bright, and there had been twinkling stars in the blue firmament but a short time before, Todd began to find that his clothing was but little protection against the steady rain that commenced falling with a perseverance that threatened something lasting. All is against me, he said, all is against me. He struggled on with the rain dashing in his face and trickling, despite all his exertions to the contrary, down his neck. Suddenly he paused and laid his finger upon his forehead, as though a sudden thought of more than ordinary importance had come across his mind. The turpentine, he said. The turpentine, confound it, I forget the turpentine. What this might mean was one of Todd's own secrets. But before he went home, he ran down several streets until he came to a kind of wholesale drug warehouse. He rang the bell violently. What is it? Said a voice. The small keg of turpentine that was to be sent to Mr. Todd's in Fleet Street is particularly wanted. It was sent about half an hour ago. Oh, thank you, that will do, a wet night. In a few minutes more, he was at his own shop door. Chapter 85, Sir Richard Makes Plans. Johanna had had a long time to herself in Todd's shop now. When first he left upon that expedition of murder, she had almost been afraid to stir, for she had feared he might momentarily return. But as his stay became longer and longer protracted, she plucked up courage. She began to look about her. As yet, she said to herself, what has been done towards arriving at a solution of the mysteries of this dreadful place? The more she thought, the more she felt compelled to answer this inquiry in an unsatisfactory manner. What had been done? The only thing that could be said to be settled was the fact that Todd was guilty and that Mrs. Lovett was his accomplice. That he, by some diabolical means, murdered people who came into his shop to be shaved was a fact incontestable, but how he did the deed still remained a mystery. The care which Todd always bestowed for the purpose of concealing the manner in which he committed the murder had hitherto been successful. No one but himself, and probably Mrs. Lovett, knew exactly how he did the deed. It has been, of course, sufficiently observed that he never attempted anything amiss when two people were in the shop. That he always made it a point to get rid of Johanna upon occasions when he thought he had a chance of making a victim. And that in fact he had, by the very fact that Sir Richard Blunt and his officers had in various disguises followed people into his shop, been for some time prevented from the commission of his usual murders. Now, without in the smallest degree disguising what he did know, it is quite clear that Sir Richard Blunt up to that time did not know how Todd did the deeds of blood for which his shop was to become famous, and himself infamous. That people went in and never came out again was about the extent of what was really known. The authorities, including Sir Richard Blunt, were extremely anxious to know exactly how these murders were committed, and hence they waited with the hope that something would occur to throw a light upon that part of the subject before they apprehended Todd. At any moment, of course, he could have been seized, and he little suspected that he was upon such a mine. If anything, however, could be said to expedite the arrest of Todd, it would certainly be what had taken place at the Colonel's house. Now, to all appearance, when the Colonel came home so close upon the events that had happened in his absence, and had so very nearly been fatal to both Minna Gray and Tobias, Todd had made his escape. A rapid but effective search of his, the Colonel's house, sufficed to prove that there he was not. The appearance of Tobias, with blood gushing from his mouth, was sufficiently alarming, and it was under the impression that he was dying from the rupture of a blood vessel that the Colonel wrote the note to Sir Richard Blunt, which was intercepted by Sweeney Todd himself. Upon the arrival, however, of the surgeon, who was immediately sent for, it was soon ascertained that the blood vessel which had given way in poor Tobias was not on the lungs, and that the danger arising from it was by no means great, provided he were kept quiet and properly attended to. Minna Gray received this information with deep thankfulness, and the Colonel, upon hearing it, immediately sought Sir Richard to consult with him upon the subject in its now altered state, for the idea that Tobias was dying had made him, the Colonel, view the affair much more passionately than prudently. By dint of some trouble, the Colonel found Sir Richard Blunt, and then to his no small surprise, for he had known his groom long and thought he could thoroughly depend upon him, he found that the magistrate had received no note at all upon the subject, so that of course no steps had been taken. Upon hearing the affair detailed to him, Sir Richard Blunt said, "I regret this much, as it will put Todd in a fright and expedite his departure. But was he not going by the Hamburg packet before day dawn? At any rate, I understood you that by the manner in which you had dogged him, you had thoroughly ascertained that fact. I had, but had taken steps to prevent him. You would arrest him tonight. No, I do not think it advisable to arrest him just yet. The fact is, I do not know all that I want to know. But in order to stop him from leaving his shop tonight, I have caused the Hamburg captain owners to write to him since he had taken a passage, telling him that the ship's stores would not be ready until tomorrow, when at 1 hour before sunrise he would sail. Then you want to keep him in his shop another day. I do. I hope and expect that during that day, something may occur to clear up the mystery that still attaches to the mode in which he commits his murders. It may so. I think I can take measures by running some little personal risk to make it do so. But something must be hit upon to calm his mind regarding this affair at your house now, for he will expect nothing but instant arrest on its account. What can I do? If you will be guided by me, you will write Todd a letter, threatening him that if there is any more interference with Tobias, you will prosecute him, but that you will, if you hear no more of him at your house, say nothing of the past. You need be under no fear that he will derive any future advantage from such a promise, as any charge against him connected with poor Tobias will sink into insignificance, compared with other offenses. True, true. Such a letter, couched with the one concerning the non-departure of the ship, may keep him in his shop over tomorrow. And then he sleeps in Newgate, from which building he steps on to the scaffold. But has he not sent many trunks and packages to the ship? Yes, and I have as regularly removed them all to the police office at Bow Street. We have already some thousands of pounds worth of property of the most costly description. But Johanna, what is to become of her? You may depend upon it that Todd will pursue the same course with her that he did with Tobias. He will give her a trifle of money and tell her to get a night's lodging out, and in that case she knows where to come to be quite safe and comfortable. But if such should not be the case, my protecting arm is over her. I think I can almost defy Todd to do her any injury. Think you so? Yes, I have made such arrangements that if she were missed only for 10 minutes, Todd's house would be searched from top to bottom. I would not, for this right hand, that any harm should come to her. Nor I. Be at ease regarding her, Colonel. I know how fully we may trust to you, and therefore I will be at ease regarding her, and I will at once write the letter to Todd you suggest to me. Do so, his fears upon your account must be calmed down. The Colonel accordingly wrote the necessary note to Todd. Of course, neither he nor Sir Richard Blunt knew that Todd had another reason for wishing to be off that night, which consisted in his great unwillingness to meet Mrs. Lovett in the morning, for it will be recollected that he had an appointment with that lady upon money matters at an early hour. The reader is now fully aware of how matters stand, and will be able to comprehend easily the remarkable events which rapidly ensued upon this state of things, and therefore we can at once return to Todd. We left him upon his doorstep. It was never Todd's custom to walk at once into his house, as anyone else would do upon their arrival, whose conscience was not redolent of guilt. But he would peep and pry about, and linger like a moth fluttering around a candle, or a rat smelling at some tempting morsel, which might be connected with some artfully contrived trap, before he entered. He wanted sadly to get a peep at what Charlie was doing. Now poor Johanna, fortunately at that moment, was only sitting before the little miserable fire, holding her face in her hands and deeply thinking of the once happy past. She had brought out from beneath the counter the sleeve of a sailor's jacket, which she had found upon her former examination of the shop, and after sprinkling it with some tears, for she fully believed it must have belonged to Mark and Jestry, she had hidden it again. And now, as she sat in that house of murder all alone, she was picturing to herself every tone and look of her lover when he had first told her that he loved her before, as she might have said in the words of the old song. He loved me, and he sped away far o'er the raging sea to seek the gems of other lands, and bring them all to me. At that moment, with all external objects hidden from her perception, she could almost fancy she could hear his voice as he had said to her, "My darling, I shall come back rich and prosperous, and we shall be happy." Alas, how sadly had that dream ended. He who had escaped the perils of the deep, he who had successfully battled with the tempest, and all the perils by sea and by land incidental to the life he had embarked in, had returned miserably to perish, almost within hearing of her for whom he had adventured so much. The thought was maddening. "And I live," she said. "I can live after that. Oh, Mark, I did not love you well enough, or I could not have existed so long after the horrible certainty of your fate has been revealed to me. They may say what they will to try to make me calmer and happier, but I know that he is Todd's victim." After this, she sat for a time in a kind of stupor, and it was during that interval that Todd arrived home. There was no light in the shop, but what at times came from a little flickering flame, that would splutter into a moment's brief existence in the fire. But Todd, as he glared through the upper portion of the half-glass door at a spot where he knew the blind did not prevent him, could just see Johanna thus sitting. "Humph," he said. "The boy is quiet enough and probably, after all, may suspect nothing, although I don't at all like his manner at times, yet it is safer to kill him before I go. It is absolute security. He shall help me to arrange everything to set the house on fire, and then when I have completed all my arrangements, it will be easy to knock him on the head." With this, he opened the door. Johanna started. "Well," said Todd, "well, anyone been?" "Only a man to be shaved, sir. I told him you would be home soon, but he could not wait, so he left." "Let him leave and get shaved at the devil," said Todd. "You are sure no one has been here peeping and prying, and asking questions which you would be quite delighted to answer, eh?" "Peeping and prying, sir." "Yes, peeping and prying, you know the meaning of that. Don't put on a look of surprise at me. It won't do. I know what you boys are, curse you all, yes, I know what you are." Johanna made no answer. Todd took off his hat and shook the rain from it violently. Then, in a voice that made Johanna start again, he cried, "Light the lamp, idiot." It was quite clear that the occurrences at the Colonel's had not improved Todd's temper at all, and that upon very little pretext for it, he would have committed some act of violence, of which Johanna might be the victim. Anything short of that she could endure, but she had made up her mind that if even he so much as laid his hand upon her, her power of further patience would be gone, and she would be compelled to adopt the means of summoning aid which had been pointed out to her by Sir Richard Blunt, namely, by casting something through the window into the street. She lit the shop lamp as quickly as she could. "A lazy life you lead," said Todd. "A lazy life indeed. Well, well," he added, softening his tone, "it don't matter, I shall polish you off for all that, Charlie. What a pretty boy you are." "Sir." "I say what a pretty boy you are. Why, you must have been your mamma's pet that you must. I was, ha, ha, look at me now. I was fondled and kissed once and called a pretty boy. Ha." Johanna shuddered. "Yes," added Todd, as he wiped himself down with a soiled towel, Yes, my mother used to make quite a pet of me. I often used to wish I was strong enough to throttle her. Ha, ha, that I did. Throttle her, sir. Yes, added Todd, fiercely. What the devil did she bring me into the world for her own gratifications, unless she had plenty of money to give me that I might enjoy myself in it? I don't know, sir. You don't know? Who the devil supposed you did know? Answer me that, you imp. Well, well, Charlie, you and I won't quarrel about such matters. Come, my boy, I want you to be of use to me tonight. Tonight, sir. Yes, tonight. Is it broad daylight? Is the sun shining? Is there no such thing as night, under cover of which black deeds are done? Curse you, why do you ask if tonight is the time for action? I will do your bidding, sir. Yes, and who is this? Is this here keg of turpentine for you? Said a man, with it upon his shoulder. Mr. Todd's this is, ain't it? Yes, yes, put it down, my good fellow. You ought to have something to drink. Thank you kindly, sir. But you must pay for it yourself. There is a public house opposite. The man went away swearing, and scarcely had he crossed the threshold when a letter was brought by a lad and handed to Todd. Before he could ask any questions, the lad was gone. Todd held the letter in his hand and glared at the direction. It was to him, sure enough, and written in a very clerk-like hand, too. Before he could open it, someone hit the door a blow upon the outside, and it swung open. Is this Todd's the barber? Yes, said Johanna. Then give him that letter, little chap, will you? Stop, cried Todd. Stop! Where do you come from and who are you? Stop, you rascal. Will you stop? Confound you, I wish I had a razor at your throat. Chapter 86. Todd receives 2 extraordinary letters and acts upon them. Todd looked the picture of amazement. 2 letters, he muttered. 2 letters to me, who seldom receive any, to me who have no acquaintances, no relations. Bah! It must be some mistake, or perhaps, after all, some infernal nonsense about the parish. He tore open the last received one, and read as follows. Colonel Jeffrey informs Sweeney Todd that, although from a variety of reasons he may not think proper to prosecute him for his recent outrage at his house, he will, upon a repetition of such conduct, at once hand him over to the police. Todd's countenance, during the perusal of this brief note, betrayed a variety of emotions, and when he had concluded it, he let it drop from his hands, and knitting his brows, he muttered, What does this mean? That there must be something much more than met the eye in this boasted clemency of the colonel towards him, he felt quite convinced, but what it was, he was puzzled to think for a time. At length, brightening up, he said, Yes, I have it. It is Tobias. He cannot rid himself from the idea that I have some mysterious power of injuring his mother. And perhaps, after all, he may have made no disclosures to the colonel injurious to me. Comforted by this wide supposition, Todd picked up the letter again and put it in his pocket carefully. It is as well, he said, for I shall not now be hurried. No, I shall not be at all hurried now, which I might have been. Charlie. Yes, sir. Trim the lamp. Johanna did so, and while the process was going on, Todd opened the other letter. It was as follows. Sir, we beg to inform you that our Hamburg vessel, in which you have done us the favor to take passage, will not sail until tomorrow night at 4, God willing, and that consequently there will be no occasion for your coming on board earlier. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Brown, Buggins, Muggs, and Screamer. To Mr. S. Todd. Todd ground his teeth together in a horrible manner. He dashed the letter to the floor and stamped upon it. Curse Brown and Buggins, he cried. I only wish I could dash out Muggs and Screamer's brains with Brown and Buggins's skulls. Confound them and their ships. May they all go to the bottom when I am out of them and be smashed and d.d. Johanna was amazed at this sudden torrent of wrath. She could not imagine what had produced it, for Todd had read the letter in a muttering tone that effectually prevented her from hearing any of it. Suddenly he rose and rushed into the back room and bolted the door upon himself. He went to think what was best to be done. When he was alone, he read both the letters again, and then he burst out into such a torrent of wrath against the shipowners that it was a mercy Johanna's ears were spared the dreadful words that came from his lips. Suddenly he saw a postscript at the foot of the shipowner's letter, which he had at first overlooked. P.S. The ship is removed to Crimmins' wharf. but will be at her old moorings at time mentioned above. "Dien Crimmins and his wharf too," cried Todd. He flung himself into a chair and sat for a time profoundly still. During that period, he tried to make up his mind as to what it would be best for him, under the circumstances, to do. Many plans floated through his imagination. He could not for a long time bring himself to believe that the letter of the Colonel's was anything but a feint to throw him off his guard in some way. At length, he got into a calmer frame of mind. "Shall I leave at once, or stay till tomorrow night? That is the question." He argued this with himself, pro and con. If he left, he would have to secret himself somewhere all the following day, and the fact of his having left would make an active search, safe to be instituted for him, which would possibly be successful. Besides, how was he to conveniently set fire to his house, unless he was off on the moment that the flames burst forth? Then if he stayed, he had Mrs. Lovett to encounter, but that was all. And surely he could put her off for a few hours. Surely she, of all people in the world, was not to run to a police office and destroy both him and herself, just because she did not get some money at 10 o'clock that he had promised to hand to her. "She shall be put off," he said suddenly, "and I will stay over tomorrow. I am safer here than anywhere else, of that I feel assured. If there are any suspicious whisperings about me at all, they will grow to loud clamors the moment I am gone, and then they may reach the ears of these shipowners, and they may say at once, 'Why we have such a man with a passage taken in one of our Hamburg ships?' Let them say that when the ship is some 20 hours gone with me on board, and I don't care. But with me on land, and the ship only to sail, instead of having actually sailed, it is quite a different matter." He rose from his seat. His mind was made up. He had not quite decided what he should say to Mrs. Lovett, but he had decided upon staying. "Charlie will live another day," he muttered. "But tomorrow night he dies, and his body will be consumed with this house, and, I hope, a good part of Fleet Street. It will not be prudent to get him to assist now in disposing the combustibles to fire the house. He might speak of it before tomorrow night." Todd came out into the shop. "Charlie, my boy," how kindly he spoke. "I am here, sir. You must not mind what I say when I am vexed. Many things happen to put me out of the way. Sometimes people that I have done I don't know how much for turn out to be very ungrateful, and then I get chafed, you see, Charlie." "Yes, sir, no doubt. But after I have retired to the parlour and prayed a little, my mind soon recovers its usual religious tone and its wonted serenity. And for the sake of the Almighty, who, you know, is good to us all, Charlie, I forgive all that is done to me, and pray for the wicked." Johanna shuddered. This hypocrisy sounded awful to her. "Never go to rest, Charlie, without saying your prayers. There's threepence for you. You can get yourself a bed in the neighborhood for that amount somewhere, I dare say. I am very sorry I cannot accommodate you here, Charlie. Now go away and let me have you here by 7 in the morning. And mind, above all things, cultivate a religious spirit, and do unto your neighbors as you would that your neighbors should do unto you." Johanna could not reply. "Here is a tract that you can read before you go to sleep, if they allow you a candle when you get a bed. It is entitled Groans of Grace, or the Sinner Sifted, a most godly production from a pious bookseller in Paternoster Row, Charlie." "Yes," Johanna just managed to say. "Now you may go." She darted from the shop. "Hilloa, hilloa, stop, stop, Charlie, stop, will you? Confound you, stop, the infernal shutters are not up. Do you hear? I forgot them." Todd rushed to his door. He looked right and left, and over the way, and in fact everywhere, but no Charlie was to be seen. The fact is that Johanna, the moment she felt herself released from the shop, had darted over the way and into the fruiterer's, where she had found so friendly a welcome before, and all this was done in such a moment that she was housed before Todd could get his shop door open. "Welcome," said a voice. She found it proceeded from the fruiterer's daughter, who had behaved so kindly to her. Johanna burst into tears. "What has happened? What has happened?" cried the young girl. "Nothing now," said Johanna, "but I cannot keep up longer than when I am in that shop. As soon as I am fairly out of the presence of that dreadful man, I feel ready to faint." "Be of good cheer," said a deep-toned voice. She looked up and saw Sir Richard Blunt. "You here, sir?" "Yes, Johanna. I have been now for some time watching Todd's shop from our friend's first-floor window. I saw you dart across the road, and for the moment feared something had gone wrong. Did Todd get 2 letters? He did. They will, I hope, keep him quiet until another night. Dare you go back again, Johanna, to that place? Yes, if it be necessary. But he has told me to sleep out, and the gust of pleasure I felt at the permission almost, I fear, betrayed me. He came to the door and looked furiously after you, but he did not see which way you had come. You were over here like a flash of light. He would have had me back again, then. What could that be for? At all events, you shall not go until the morning, and not then, unless after a night's rest here, you feel that you can do so with a good heart. Oh yes, I will fulfill my mission. Todd is putting up his shutters, said the fruiterer, as he came in from his front shop. Ah, then the secret is out, said Sir Richard Blunt. That is what he wanted you back for, Johanna. He had forgotten at the moment all about the shutters, you may depend. I am glad he spared you the trouble, at any rate. I do not like you to perform any service for such a rank villain as he is. It would not have been for him, sir. For who, then? For the dead. I feel that I am bound to bring to justice the murderer of Mark Ingestry. When I was here last, sir, you strove to comfort me by making me feel a sort of hope that he was not dead, but I cannot think that I would that I could, but indeed I cannot, sir. Do not be too sure, Johanna. Nay, look at that. She laid before the magistrate the sleeve of the jacket that she had found at Todd's, and which fancy, for she certainly had no proof that way tending, told her had belonged to Mark Ingestry. What is this? Look at it, sir. My heart tells me it was his. And so you suppose there was never but one sailor's jacket with ivory buttons on the wrist in the world, and never anyone who wore one, but Mark Ingestry. Nay, the place in which it was found brings conviction. Not at all. Do you forget there was such a person as Thornhill in the world, Johanna? No, but why will every one persist in fancying Thornhill and Ingestry to be 2 persons, when I am convinced they were but one? Let who will identify this as part of Thornhill's apparel, and I will weep for Mark. I cannot just now shake this supposition. You never will. If I live, I will, Johanna. I give you my word for so much. Pray, who is the best to judge of such things? You, a young girl who have seen little or nothing of the world, and whose natural apprehension is rendered obscure by the conflict of your affections, or I whose business it is to come to an accurate conclusion of such matters. I repeat my conviction that Thornhill was not Mark Ingestry. Oh, if I could think so. You will. You have no doubt, sir, but Thornhill perished by the hand of Todd. None whatever. Johanna looked deeply affected. Come, added Sir Richard, you want both rest and refreshment, and you can have both here at this house. Tomorrow, I hope, will end all your trials, my dear girl, and I shall live, I trust, to see you smile as you ought to smile, and to be as happy as only a very dim recollection of the past will make you. Ah, no, never happy. You must love someone. You must recover, and in the cares and joys of a new existence, you must only look back upon what has passed, as though you pondered upon the phantasma of some fearful dream, and when you see all around you smiling. It will be cruel for them to smile, sir. And it is now cruel of you to speak to me of loving another, when you know my affections are with Ingestry, in that world to which he has gone before me, but to which I look forward to as the place of our happy meeting, where we shall part again no more. Well, I thought I could find you a lover that would be to your mind when all these affairs were over. Sir. Nay, be not offended. You know I am your sincere friend. I know you are, and that is what makes it so grievous to me to hear you talk in such a strain, sir. Then I will say no more. I thank you, Sir Richard, and I will forget what you have said, because I will recollect nothing from you, or committed with you, but kindness and consideration. Sir Richard smiled slightly for a moment, as he turned aside and spoke to his friend the fruiterer for some minutes in a low tone. The young girl who had before behaved with such kindness to Johanna took her by the hand and led her upstairs. Come, she said, you shall tell me all you have suffered opposite since we parted last, and I will speak to you of him whom you love. You are too good to me. While all this was going on so close to him, Todd, with many oaths and execrations, was putting up his own shutters, which he did with a violence that nearly knocked the front of the window in. When he had finished, He walked into his house, and closing the door, he said, in a low tone, "I must make up my mind what to say to Mrs. Lovett in the morning. I am afraid she will be hard to pacify." At this moment, a man peered out from the inn gateway opposite, and said to himself, "Now begins my watch. I dare say now Mrs. Lovett has some particular reason for watching this barber, though she did not tell me. However, a guinea for one night's work is not bad pay." Chapter 87. Mr. Lupin Meddles with Other Folks' Affairs. "Brother Oakley, is Sister Oakley within?" This rather cool speech, considering all the circumstances, was uttered by no other than the Reverend Mr. Lupin to Mr. Oakley, who was working in his shop on the morning after Johanna had gone upon her perilous enterprise to Todd's. Mr. Oakley looked up with surprise upon his features. "What," he said, "is Sister Oakley within, brother?" "Don't call me brother, you canting hypocrite. How do you make out any such relationship, I should like to know? Are we not all brothers in the Lord? Foe, go along. Nay, brother Oakley, my coming to you upon this day hath, in good truth, a meaning." As he said these words, the countenance of the pious man had upon it a malignant expression, and there was a twinkle about his eyes, which said as plainly as possible, "And that meaning is mischief." Old Oakley looked at him for some few seconds, and then he said, "Hark you, Mr. Lupin, you have already meddled too much in my affairs, and I desire now that you will be so good as to leave them alone." "Humph, brother Oakley, what I have to say concerns thee to hear, but I would rather say it to thy wife, who is a sister in the faith, and assuredly one of the elect, than I would say it to you, who will assuredly go to a warm place below for your want of faith. So I say again, is Sister Oakley within?" "If you mean my wife," replied the old spectacle maker, "I am sorry to say that nobody knows less of her going out and coming home than I do. Truly, she frequents the tabernacle of the Lord, called Ebenezer, where we all put up a hearty and moving prayer for you. Nobody asks you, I believe you are a set of rascals. How pleasant this is." "What is pleasant?" "To be nailed. How charming it is for the friends of Satan to call the saints hard names. Brother Oakley, you are lost indeed." "If you call me brother again, you shall be lost, Mr. Lupin. I tell you once for all, I don't know anything of my wife's going out or coming home, and I don't want to see you in my shop any more. If it were not for one person in this world, and that one an angel, if ever one lived upon the earth, I should not care how soon my head was laid low." "Humph, brother Oakley, humph." Oakley caught up a file to throw at the head of the hypocrite, but there was such an expression of triumph upon his face that the heart of the old spectacle maker sunk within him as he thought to himself, "This man brings ill news, or he would never look as he does." The file dropped from his hands, and pushing his spectacles up to the top of his head, he glared at Lupin as he said, "Speak, speak, what have you to say?" "Humph. Speak, man, if you be a man." "Humph, brother Oakley, you have a daughter Johanna." "Yes, yes," cried old Oakley. "My heart told me that it was of my child this wretch came to speak. Tell me all instantly. Speak what of my dear Johanna, I will wrest the truth from you. Has anything happened, is she well? Speak, speak." Mr. Oakley sprang upon the preacher, and seizing him by the throat, forced him back, until he fell upon an old chest in the shop that was full of tools, and the lid of which giving way with Lupin's weight, and the sudden concussion with which he came upon it, precipitated him into the box among a number of pointed implements, the effect of which may be better imagined than described, as the newspapers say. "Murder, murder," screamed the preacher. "Now, you rascal," cried old Oakley, "say what you have got to say, and at once too." "Murder," again gasped Lupin. "Brother Oakley, spare my life." "I will not spare it if you are not quite explicit as regards what you have hinted of my child. Speak at once. Tell me what you have to say." "Let me get up. Oh, be merciful and let me get up." "No, you can stay very well where you are. Be quiet and speak freely, in which case no harm will come to you." "Did you say, be quiet, brother Oakley? Truly you would be anything but quiet in my situation. What induces you to keep all your tools in this chest with the points uppermost?" "You are trying to prevaricate now," said Oakley, suddenly snatching from the wall of his shop an antique sword that had hung there as a sort of ornament, not entirely inconsistent with his trade. "You are trying to prevaricate with me now, and I must and will have your life. Prepare for the worst. You have now aroused feelings that cannot be so easily quelled again. Your last hour has come." The sight of the sword awakened the most lively feelings of terror in the mind of the preacher. He gave a howl of dismay and made the most frantic efforts to get up out of the tool chest. But that was no easy matter, particularly as old Oakley flourished the antique sword in dangerous proximity to his nose. At length, lifting up his hands in the most supplicating manner, he cried, "Mercy, mercy, and I will tell." "Go on then, quick." "Yes, yes, oh dear, yes. I was sojourning in this ungodly city, and taking my way deep in thought upon the wickedness of the world, the greater portion of the inhabitants of which will assuredly go down below, where there is howling and— You rascal, I'll make you howl if you do not come to the point quickly." A flourish of the sword, so close to the face of Mr. Lupin that he really believed for the moment it had taken the end of his nose off, admonished him that the patience of Mr. Oakley was nearly exhausted, and in a whining tone, he added, "Truly, I was in the street called Fleet Street, when as I was crossing the way, a young lad nearly upset me into the kennel. He did not see me, but I saw him. Truly, Brother Oakley, I saw the face of that individual." "Well, what is that to me? I ask you, what is he to me? Go on." Oh, don't say I have not prepared you for the worst. Oh, now, Brother Oakley, I will tell you, even although it provoke an abundance of wrath. That boy, that individual who nearly overthrew me, one of the elect as I am into the kennel, had the face of your daughter, Johanna." The spectacle maker looked confused, as well he might. "The face of my daughter, Johanna?" he said. "What do you mean? Is all this cock-and-a-bull story about some boy in the street, who happened in your eyes to bear a resemblance to my child?" "Humph, aye, truly. Humph, so striking a resemblance, that sitting here, even as I am upon the points of many instruments of steel and of iron, I aver that boy was Johanna Oakley." Oakley staggered back, and the antique sword dropped from his hand, a proceeding which Mr. Lupin profited sufficiently by to scramble out of the tool chest and make towards the door. In another moment he would have left the shop, for he had done all the mischief he could by telling the anxious father such a tale, but suddenly Oakley snatched the sword from the floor again, and rushing after Mr. Lupin, he caught him by the skirts at the very nick of time and dragged him into the shop again. Holding then the sword to his throat, he said, "Scoundrel, how dare you come and tell me such a thing? Your life, your worthless life, ought to pay the penalty of such an odious falsehood." "No, no," cried Lupin, falling upon his knees, for he saw the sword uplifted. "No, what if it be true? What if it be true?" The old man's hands shook, and the point of the sword, which had been in most dreadful proximity to Mr. Lupin's throat, was gradually lowered until it touched the floor. Tell me again," gasped Oakley. The preacher saw that his danger was over, and rising, he took a handkerchief from his pocket and began deliberately to dust his knees, as he said in a low, snuffling voice, "Truly, you are a vessel of wrath, Brother Oakley." "Stop," cried Oakley. "I have told you before not to call me brother. I have no fellowship or brotherhood with you. Do not tempt me to more violence by the use of that word." "Let it be as you please," said Lupin, "but as regards the maiden, who for a surety is fair to look upon, although all flesh is grass, and beauty waneth after a season. I want none of your canting reflections. To your tale, when and where was it that you saw my child?" "In the street called Fleet, as I and all of us are sinners. She wore nether garments suitable and conformable unto a boy, but not to a girl, as the way of the world goeth. And yet she looked comely, did the maiden eye, very comely. I was moved to see her truly. Her eyes there was no mistaking, and her lips eye, it was the maiden. But after sitting in the kennel for one moment into which I fell, and getting up again amid the laughter of the ungodly bystanders, I found that she was gone. And so you have come on to me with this monstrous tale." "Monstrous tale?" said Mr. Lupin, turning round as though he expected to find such an appendage flourishing behind him. "I am not aware." The old spectacle maker staggered into a seat, and holding his hands clasped before him for a few moments, he strove to think calmly of what had been told to him. The preacher was not slow in taking advantage of this condition into which Mr. Oakley fell, to protect himself against any further danger from the sword. He picked up that weapon from the floor, and not finding any place readily in the shop where he might effectually hide it, he held it behind his back, and finally thrust the long blade of it between his coat and his waistcoat, where he thought it was to be sure wonderfully well hidden. He did not calculate that the point projected above his coat collar, and his head some 6 inches or so, presenting a very singular appearance indeed. He then waited for Oakley to speak, for to tell the truth, the curiosity of Lupin was strongly excited concerning Johanna, as well as his sense of enjoyment, tickled by the distress of the father whom he considered his enemy. After this, he waited patiently enough to see what course the afflicted man would pursue, and indeed, the whole conduct of Lupin was most convincing of the fact that he entertained no doubt whatever as to the identity of the supposed boy he had seen in Fleet Street. The time at which he had seen Johanna must have been when she ran over the road from Todd's shop and took refuge in the fruiterer's. Well then, poor Mr. Oakley was trying to think. He was trying to convince himself that it could not possibly have been Johanna who had been seen by the preacher, but then there was still present to his mind the impression that had been made upon it by the singular manner in which she had bidden him adieu upon the last occasion of his seeing her. He remembered how she had come back, after leaving the shop with her young friend, Arabella Wilmot, and how then, with a burst of feeling, she had taken of him a second farewell. No wonder then that, by combining that with the information Lupin had brought, the father found enough to shudder at, and he did shudder. Mr. Lupin watched him attentively. Suddenly rising, with a face pale as death itself, Oakley advanced to Lupin, and laying his hand upon his breast, he said to him, "Man, I suspect that there is much hypocrisy in your nature. It may be unjust to do so, it may be that I am doing you a wrong, but yet I do think in my heart that you are one of those who adopt the garb and the language of piety for the selfish purposes of human nature. And yet you must have some feeling. At the bottom of even such a heart as yours, there must be some touch of humanity. And by that I conjure you to say if you have told the truth to me in this matter concerning my child." "I have," said Lupin. "If you have not, I will say nothing to you. I will be guilty of no attempt at revengeful violence. Only tell me so, and you shall go in peace." "What I have told you of the maiden is true," said Lupin. "I saw her with these eyes, I saw her." The spectacle maker slipped off his working apron, and the black sleeves he wore over his coat to protect it from the dust and other destructive matters incidental to his workbench. And then he snatched his hat from a peg upon which it hung in the shop. "Come," he said, "come, you and I will walk together to the house, where I was told Johanna was to be, and if I do not find her there, I will thank you for the information you have given to me. I will not stop to inquire what were your motives in giving it, but I will thank you for it. Come, come with me." "Truly I will come with you," said Lupin, "for I am curious, that is to say, I am in a religious point of view, anxious to know what has become of the maiden, who was so fair to look upon always, although she had not a godly spirit." Oakley locked up his shop and put the key in his pocket. Then taking the preacher by the arm, he set off at a fast pace for the house of Arabella Wilmot. Chapter 88. Todd astonishes Mrs. Lovett's spy. We return to Todd. After he had put up his own shutters and properly secured his doors for the night, he lit the lamp in his parlour, and glancing curiously around him, he muttered, "Yes, this will assuredly be the last night here. How I hate the look of anything, and how eagerly I shall banish from my mind all kind of remembrance of this place when I am in another land, as I shall be shortly. Let me see. I will embrace the Catholic religion, and I will be most devout. The regularity of my religious exercises shall do much for me. Indeed, I do not think I could have remained so long in London if I had not had the prudence to be regular at the church. It is true that of late I have neglected all that, but then I am going soon, and it does not matter." Todd sat down and looked over the memoranda of things he had to do that he had made. He felt tolerably satisfied with the condition of affairs. That Colonel Geoffrey and that others suspected him, he could not doubt, but he felt quite confident that he should be far off, before those suspicions repaired into anything dangerous to him. He still clung to the idea that they knew nothing, or else they would arrest him. And while such did not ensue, he considered himself as in a tolerably safe position. He then set about the preparations for firing his house. We need not follow him through those preparations. We need not state how he soaked clothes in turpentine and oil, and how he placed them in such positions, combined with small packages of gunpowder and lumps of rosin, that if a torch were to be applied at the lower part of the house, the whole would be in a few moments in a blaze. Suffice it to say that Todd worked hard for the next 2 hours, and that by the time they had gone, he had got everything ready for the perpetration of that last crime which he intended to commit, before he crossed the threshold of his house upon the following night to leave it forever. More than once during these 2 hours he drank brandy. The ardent spirit had become necessary to the existence of Todd now, and when he took a draught at the conclusion of his labors, he smiled grimly as he said, "Charlie Green will have quite a funeral of flame. He shall die, and his body shall be consumed in the blazing fragments of this house, and it will go hard but this side of Fleet Street suffers. Oh, if the flames would only spread to the old church, I should rejoice much at that, and they may do so, yes, they may do so. Ha, ha, I shall be remembered in London." As he spoke, a dull, heavy sort of sound at the outer door of his house came upon his ears. It was as though something heavy had been thrown against it. With fear expressed upon every feature of his face, Todd listened for a repetition of the sound. It did not come again. Todd began to breathe a little more freely, and yet he kept asking himself, what was it? And the utmost powers of his imagination could return him no feasible answer to the interesting inquiry. But nothing was more easy than to go to the door and see if anyone was there or if anything had happened to it. Should he open it for such a purpose? Should he unbar and unbolt at the risk of he knew not what? No, he would, from the first-floor balcony, and there was a frail one, reconnoiter the street. He should then be easily able to see if there were any danger. He had no sooner made this determination than he carried it out, by ascending the dark, blackened staircase, conducting to the upper part of his house, that staircase which was now so completely covered by combustible materials. At every few steps he listened attentively. He thought there might yet be a repetition of the sound, but no, all was still, and by the time he reached his first floor, he was in some sort recovered from his first fright. That was something. He left his light upon the stairhead, for he had no wish to point himself out to the chance passengers in Fleet Street, or perhaps to some enemy, by going into that room with a light in his hand. No, Todd was much too acute for that, so carefully closing the door so that no ray of light got in from the staircase, he crept to the window. The shutters had to be unfastened, for Todd's house was always carefully closed up like the Duke of Wellington's at the present day. He very quickly unclosed one of the long-disused windows, and opening it gently, looked out over the edge of the little crazy balcony into the street. Something big and black was against his door. The more Todd bent his gaze upon this object, the more a kind of undefined terror took possession of him, and the more puzzled he was to give a name to the dark mass that had been laid upon his threshold. There was no lamp very near his house, or else, miserable as was the light from those old oil apologies for illuminators, some few rays might have fallen upon the dark mass and told Todd what it was. But no, all was dark and dubious, and he strained his eyes in vain to penetrate the mystery. "I must go down," he said. "I must open the door. Yes, I cannot live and not know what this is. I must open the door, however reluctantly, and ascertain precisely." Ah! While Todd was talking, and still keeping his eyes fixed upon the mysterious object at his door, he saw suddenly in the midst of it a bright luminous spark, as if something connected with it was of a red heat and slowly smoldering on fire. If he was before puzzled to account for the phenomenon of a dark object, without shape or form, lying propped up against his door, he was now more than ever confounded, and his imagination started some of the most improbable conjectures in the world, to account for the appearance. He thought that it must be some combustible, which, in the course of a few moments, would go off with a stunning report and blow his street door to atoms. But then again, what could be the object of such a thing? The more he considered the affair from above, the more he was puzzled and terrified. So at last, with a feeling of desperation, he ran downstairs and began to unfasten the street door. He did not pause in his work until he had flung it open, and then the mystery was explained. A man, half asleep, with a lighted pipe in his mouth, rolled backwards into the shop. And as he did so, with the dreamy half-consciousness that he was upon some sort of duty, he said, "I'll watch him, Mrs. Lovett. He shan't get away without your knowing of it, ma'am." Todd understood the man's errand in a moment. Of course, he had been employed to watch him by Mrs. Lovett, who had a slight idea that he might not be forthcoming for the promised morning settlement. Todd seized the man by the collar, and dragging him fairly into the shop, closed the door again. "Ah," he said, "a good joke." "What's a joke, sir?" said the man. "What's a joke? Murder. Where am I? Where am I? Help." "Hush," said Todd. "Hush, it's of no consequence. I know all about it, man. Mrs. Lovett employed you to watch me. She was a little jealous, but we have made it all right now, and she asked me, if I saw you, to pay you and give you a glass of something beside." "Did she, sir?" "To be sure she did. So come in, and you can tell her when you see her in the morning that you had of me a glass of as good liquor as could be found in London. By the by, what am I to pay you?" "A guinea, sir." "Exactly, it was a guinea, of course. This way, my friend, this way. Don't fall over the shaving chair, I beg of you. You can't hurt it, for it is a fixture, but you might hurt yourself, and that is of more importance to you, you know. While we do live in this world, if it be for ever so short a time, we may as well live comfortably." Talking away thus all suspicion from the man, who was not one of the brightest of geniuses in the world, Todd led the way to the parlour, that fatal parlour, which had been the last scene of more than one mortal life. He closed the door, and then in quite a good-humoured way, he pointed to the seat, saying, "Rest yourself, my friend, rest yourself, while I get out the bottle. And so it is 1 guinea that I am to give you, eh?" "Yes, sir, and all I can say is that I am very glad to hear that you and Mrs. Lovett have made matters all right again. Very glad indeed, sir, I may say. In course, I shouldn't have took the liberty of sitting down by your door, sir, if she had not told me to watch the house and let her know, if so, be as you come out of it, or if I saw any packages moving. She didn't say anything to me what it was for, but a guinea is just as well earned easy as not, you see, sir." "Certainly, my friend, certainly. Drink that." The man tossed off the glass of something that Todd gave him, and then he licked his lips, as he said, "What is it, sir? It's strong, but I can't say, for my part, that I like the flavor of it much." "Not like it?" "Not much, sir. Why, it's a most expensive foreign liquor, that is, and by all the best judges in the kingdom is never found fault with. Very few persons, indeed, have tasted it, but of those few, not one has come to me to say, Mr. Todd." "Good God," said the man, as he clasped his head with both of his hands. "Good God, how strange I feel. I must be going mad." "Mad?" cried Todd, as he leant far over the table so as to bring his face quite close to the man's. "Mad? Not at all. What you feel now is part of your death pang. You are dying. I have poisoned you. Do you hear that? You have watched me, and I have in return poisoned you. Do you understand that?" The dying man made an ineffectual effort to rise from the chair, but he could not. With a gasping sob, he let his head sink upon his breast. He was dead. "They perish," said Todd. "One by one, they who oppose me perish, and so shall they all." "Ha, so shall they all, and she who set this fool on to his destruction shall feel yet the pang of death and know that she owes it to me. Yes, Mrs. Lovett, yes." He closed his arms over his breast and looked at the body for some moments in silence, and then, with a sneer upon his lips, he added, "No, Mrs. Lovett, you did not show your judgment in this matter. Had you wished to watch me, you should have done it yourself, and not employed this poor weak wretch who has paid the price of his folly. Go." He struck the chair from under the dead man with his foot, and the corpse that had partially been supported by it and the table fell to the floor. Another kick sent it under the large table, and then, as another of Todd's victims had once done, it disappeared. "Tomorrow night by this time," said Todd musingly, "where shall I be?" Chapter 89. Mr. Oakley is in despair at the loss of Johanna. The anxiety of poor Mr. Oakley increased each moment as he and the preacher neared the house of Arabella Wilmot's friends. We regret to say that Mr. Lupin did enjoy the mental agony of the father, but it was in his nature so to do, and we must take poor humanity as we find it. It must be recollected that Mr. Lupin had, through Johanna, suffered great malefactions. The treatment he had received at the hands of Big Ben, although most richly deserved, had been on account of Johanna, and as regarded the old spectacle-maker himself, he had always occupied an antagonistic position as regarded Mr. Lupin. No wonder, then, we say, that human nature, particularly in its evangelical variety, was not proof against the fascination of a little revenge. Now, Mr. Lupin felt so sure that he had made no mistake, but that it was no other than the fair Johanna whom he had seen in what he called the unseemly apparel, that he did not feel inclined to draw back for a moment in the matter. Curiosity, as well as a natural, to him, feeling of malignity, urged him to stick by the father in order that he might know the result of inquiries that he, Lupin, had no opportunity or excuse for making, but which Mr. Oakley might institute with the most perfect and unquestionable profundity. As we have before had occasion to remark, the distance between Oakley's shop and the residence of the friends of Arabella was but short, so that, at the speed which the excited feelings of the fond father induced him to adopt, he soon stood upon the threshold of the residence, beneath the roof of which he hoped, notwithstanding the news so confidently brought by Lupin, to find his much-loved, idolized child. "You shall see," he said to Lupin, catching his breath as he spoke. "You shall see how very wrong you are." "Humph," said Lupin. "You shall see," continued poor Oakley, still dallying with the knocker. "You shall see what an error you have made, and how impossible it is that my child, my good and kind, Johanna, could be the person you saw in Fleet Street." "Ah," said Lupin. Mr. Oakley knocked at the door, and, as one of the family had seen him through the blinds of the parlor window, he was at once admitted, and kindly received by those who knew him and his worth well. He asked, in an odd gasping manner, that Mr. Lupin might have permission to come in, which was readily granted. And with a solemn air, shaking his head at the vanities he saw in the shape of some profane statuary in the hall, the preacher followed Oakley to the dining-room. It was an aunt of Arabella's to whom they were introduced, and with a smile, she said, "Really, Mr. Oakley, a visit from you is such a rarity that we ought not to know how to make enough of you when you do come. Why, it must have been Christmas 12 months since you were last beneath this roof. Don't you remember when your dear, good, pretty Johanna won all hearts?" "Yes, yes," said Oakley, glancing triumphantly at Lupin. "My dear child, whom all the world loves, God bless her, she is pure and good and faultless as an angel." "That, Mr. Oakley," said the lady, "I believe she is. We are as fond of her here and always as glad to see her as though she belonged to us. Indeed, we quite envy you such a treasure as she is." Tears gushed into the grateful father's eyes as he heard his child, his own Johannashi, who reigned all alone in his heart, and yet filled it so completely, so spoken of. How glad he was that there was some one besides himself present to hear all that, although that one was an enemy. With what a triumphant glance he looked around him. "Humph," said Lupin. That humph recalled Oakley to the business of his visit, and yet how hot and parched his lips got when he would have framed the all-important question, "Is my child here?" and how he shook and gasped for breath a moment before he could speak. At length he found courage not to ask if Johanna was there. No, he felt that he dared not doubt that. It would have been madness to doubt it, sheer insanity. So he put the question indirectly, and he contrived to say, "I hope the two girls are quite well, quite well." "Two girls," said the aunt, "two girls." "Yes," gasped Oakley. "Johanna and Arabella, you know your Arabella, and my Johanna, my child." "You ought to know, Mr. Oakley, considering that they are at your house, you know. I hope that neither of them have been at all indisposed. Surely that is not the case, and this is not your strange way of breaking it to us, Mr. Oakley." The bereaved father, yes. At that moment, he felt that he was a bereaved father, clutched the arms of the chair upon which he sat, and his face turned of a ghastly paleness. He made an inarticulate effort to speak, but could only produce a strange, gurgling noise. "Gracious heavens, he is ill," cried Arabella's aunt. "No, madam," said Lupin, "he is only convinced." "Convinced of what?" "Of what he himself will tell you, madam." "Help, help," cried Oakley. "Help, my child, my Johanna, my beautiful child. Mercy, help. Give her to my arms again. Oh, no, she could not leave me thus. It is false, it is some desperate juggle. My child, come once again to these arms, God help me." Arabella's aunt rose in the greatest alarm and rung the bell so sharply that it brought everybody that was in the house to that room. And Mr. Lupin, when he saw what a congregation there was, rose up and said in a snuffling voice, "Is there any objection to a prayer?" "The greatest at present, sir," said Arabella's aunt. "Sir, there is a time for all things. The state of poor Mr. Oakley now claims all our care, if you are his friend." At these words, Oakley appeared to shake off much of the prostrating effects of the first dreadful conviction, that what Lupin had told him was true, and he said, "No, no, he is no friend, he is a bitter enemy, the enemy of my peace and of my dear child. I am calmer now, and I demand, I implore, that that man be made to leave this house." "Brother Oakley," said Lupin, "you brought me here, and I now command you hence. Begone, villain, begone. Go and exult over the heartbroken father's grief. Go and tell the tale where you will. You cannot move me now. Go, go, go. Truly I will go presently, but first of all, I say to you, Brother Oakley, hardened sinner as you are, repent. Down upon your knees, all of you, and join me in prayer, that the unbelievers may roll upon billows of burning brimstone, and that—" "Come," said a man who happened to be in the house upon some domestic errand, "Mrs. Wilmot says you are to go, and go you shall. Come, be off, I know who you are. You are the rascal that married the widow in Moorfields, but who, they say, has another wife in Liverpool. If you don't go, I shall give you in charge for bigamy, and the widow says she will spend her last penny in prosecuting you." To meet anyone half so well informed about his affairs would have been a terrible blow to Mr. Lupin. But when he found that this man, who was a kind of jobbing cabinet-maker, knew so much, his great goggle eyes opened to an alarming width, and he made a movement towards the door. Still, he did not like to go without saying something. "Flee, ye wretches," he said. "From the wrath to come, you will all go into the bottomless pit, you will, and I shall rejoice at it, and sing many songs of joy over you. Scoffers and mockers, I leave you all to your fate. The devil will have you all, and that is a great comfort and gratification to the elect and to the saints." With this, Mr. Lupin made a precipitate retreat, having achieved about as little in the way of satisfying his curiosity as could very well be conceived. It was a great relief to Mr. Oakley to be rid of such a witness to his feelings as Lupin, and when he had fairly gone and the outer door was closed upon him, the spectacle-maker, with clasped hands, and countenance expressive of the greatest possible amount of mental agony, spoke. "Dismiss all but ourselves, madam," he said. "There's that to say which may be said to you alone, but which it would break my heart to say to many." The room was soon clear, and then Oakley continued in a low, faltering voice to make those inquiries, each answer to which was so fatal to his peace of mind. "Madam," he said, "is not my child, my Johanna, here staying on a visit with Arabella?" "No, no, certainly not." This was so frightfully conclusive that it was some few moments before he could go on, but when he did, he said, "Is Arabella in the house?" "That, Mr. Oakley," replied the aunt, "is a question I cannot answer you at the moment. But rest and compose yourself for a few moments, and I will ascertain myself if she be in or out, and if the latter, when she was last seen." "I am much beholden to you, madam. I am a poor old man, much broken in spirit, and with but one strong tie to bind me to a world which has nearly done with me. That tie is the love of my dear child, Johanna. Alas! If that be broken, I am all adrift, and at the mercy of the winds and waves of evil fortune, and the sooner I close my eyes in the long sleep of death, the better for me and all who feel for me. Nay, Mr. Oakley, I look upon it as a thing almost criminal to despair. There is one maxim which I have learnt in my experience of life, and which I am sure you must have had abundant opportunities of learning likewise. It is, never to trust to appearances." The old man looked at her with a saddened aspect. It was quite evident his feelings had been too strongly acted upon to make any philosophy available to him, and when she left the room to make the inquiries concerning Arabella, he wrung his hands and wept. "Yes," he said, "yes, I am indeed alone now, a wreck, a straw upon the ocean of society. The sooner I drift in the grave now, the better for me and all who pity the old man. Oh, Johanna, Johanna, my child, my beautiful, why did you not wait until I was dead before you left me? Then I should have slept calmly and known nothing, but now my days and nights will be dreams of horror." The door opened, and the aunt reappeared. "Arabella is not within," she said, "and has not been seen for some hours now. When last seen, her manner was evidently perturbed. But now, Mr. Oakley, sit down by me and tell me as clearly and as distinctly all you know and all you fear. There are few evils in this world, but there are some remedies for, and you shall have my true and calm opinion if you will tell me all. It is something astonishing, and yet one of the most ordinary of mental phenomena, to note what a power a cool and clear intellect will exert over one that is distracted and full of woe and clamorous grief. Mr. Oakley did sit down by the side of Arabella's aunt, and he told her all that happened, the girl of which, of course, was the real or supposed appearance of Johanna in Fleet Street, in male attire. The collateral circumstances, such as the hurried and half-frantic farewell of him in the shop by Johanna, and the misrepresentation by Arabella that she, Johanna, was going to stop there, evidently made a deep impression upon the aunt. Her countenance changed visibly, as she said faintly, "God help us all." "Lost, lost," cried Oakley. "Yes, you, hopeful as you were, and hopeful as you would fain have made me even you, now that you know all, feel that she is lost. God, indeed, only can help me now." "No, Mr. Oakley," said the aunt, rallying, "I will not yet trust to appearances, although I own that they are bad. I will come to no conclusion until I have seen Arabella and got the truth from her. It is quite clear that there is some secret between the two young creatures. It is quite clear that there is something going on that we know nothing of, and to speculate upon which may only involve us in an inextricable labyrinth of conjectures. I say, there is some secret, but it may not be a guilty one." Not guilty. "No, Mr. Oakley, there are many degrees of indiscretion to pass through ere the gulf of guilt is reached at last. I have faith in Arabella, I have faith in Johanna, and even now, admitting for a moment the truth of what that man whom you brought with you here reports, Johanna may only have to be blamed for folly." "Do you think he did so see her?" "I doubt it much." "Mother," said a lad of 15, coming hastily into the room, "Mother, I—" He paused upon seeing Mr. Oakley there, and stammered out some apology. He had only come to tell his mother that a whole suit of his clothes were missing from his room, and that he could find them nowhere, and he could not make it out, and one of his hats was gone too, and a pair of shoes, and— Old Oakley fell back in his chair with a groan. "She has them," he said. "She has them. My child, whom I shall never see again, has them." Chapter 90. Morning in Fleet Street again. Another day has dawned upon the great city, another sun has risen upon the iniquities of hosts of men, but upon no amount of cold-blooded, hardened, pitiless criminality that could come near to that of Sweeney Todd. No, he certainly held the position of being in London, then the worst of the worst. But who shall take upon himself now to say that in this pest-ridden, loyalty-mad, abuse-loving city of London, there are not some who are more than even Sweeney Todd's equals? Who shall say that hidden scenes of guilt and horror are not transacting all around us, that would, in their black iniquity, far transcend anything that Sweeney Todd has done or dreamt of doing? Let the imagination run riot in its fanciful conjectures of what human nature is capable of, and in London there shall be found those who will reduce to practice the worst frenzied deeds that can be conceived. Yes, the dawn of another day had come, and Todd had made all his preparations. Nothing was wanting, but the match that was to set Fleet Street, he fondly hoped, in a blaze. His own house, he felt quite certain, could not escape. It would be a charred mass long before any effectual means could be procured to check the devastation of the flames. And then, as the good ship spread its swelling sails to the wind to bear him to another shore, he should be lighted upon his way by the glare of the great fire in Fleet Street, that no one would be able to guess the origin of. So he told himself, short-sighted mortals that we are, how little Todd, with all his cleverness, all his farseeing thrift and fancy, dreamt of the volcano upon which he stood. How little he for one moment imagined it was possible that the sword of justice hung over him by so slender a thread. How he would have glared at anyone who might have told him that he only moved about by sufferance, and yet such was the fact. Sir Richard Blunt could put his hand upon him at any moment and say, "Todd, you are my prisoner. To Newgate, from whence only you will emerge to your trial and to the scaffold." No, Todd, good easy soul, had not the slightest idea of his real position upon that morning. He waited rather impatiently for the arrival of Johanna to take down the shutters, and she urged upon Sir Richard Blunt and her friends at the fruiterers the propriety of her going and doing that morning piece of work. But they would not hear of it. She at length used an argument which made Sir Richard adopt another course than keeping her at the fruiterers until Todd should get out of all patience and open his shop himself. "It is possible," she said, that I may be subjected to ill usage if I am not there. And then being compelled to call for aid as I might, you would feel that you were forced to take Todd into custody before the time at which you have resolved so to do." "That is true," said Sir Richard. And then, after some little consideration, he added, "I have a plan that will save you both ways. You shall be in time, and yet you shall not take down Todd's shutters." They could none of them conceive at the moment how Sir Richard intended to manage this, but they quickly saw that it was easy enough. Opening just a little way one of the windows of the first floor at the fruiterer's, he blew a whistle that he had suspended round his neck by a small chain. In the course of a few moments, Cratchit walked into the shop. "Governor here," he said. "I heard him a-chirping for me just now, didn't I?" "Yes, Cratchit," said the fruiterer, who knew him quite well. "Step upstairs, you will find him there." Cratchit was soon in the presence of Sir Richard and Johanna and the fruiterer's daughter. He made a rough sort of salute to the whole party, and then remarked again that he had heard the governor a-chirping, he rather thought. "Yes, Cratchit," said Sir Richard, "you're quite right. You know this young lady here," indicating Johanna. "Reether," said Cratchit. "Well then, you will seem to be passing Todd's shop when she commences taking down the shutters, and, seeing that they are too heavy for such a mere boy, you good-naturedly take them down for him, you understand. It is the last time that they will be taken down for Todd, I think." "All's right," said Cratchit. "I understands it's as good as done, Lord. What a scrooge there will be at the hanging o' that barber, to be sure, unless he manages to cheat the gallows. And I takes notice in my hexperience as them ere worry bad, uns seldom does try that ere game on with all their bounce." "Now, Miss Oakley," said Sir Richard Blunt, "I think, then, your time has come, and as Cratchit will take down the shutters, you may as well go over at once. I think you thoroughly understand what you have to do, and if Todd asks you where you lodged, you had better say that the servants here offered to let you sleep by the kitchen fire, and you accepted the offer, for he may be watching for you now, and see you come out of this house, for all we know to the contrary. And now remember, without any reference to my plans, or what I would rather do, if you feel yourself, or fancy you feel yourself in the least danger, take the means I have pointed out to you of summoning aid, and aid will come to you." "I will," said Johanna. "Heaven speed you then. This will be the last day, I think, of the career of that bold bad man. I intend to make such an effort to get under his house today, as I hope and expect will enable me to come at the grand secret, namely, of how he disposes of his victims so quickly, for that there is some wonderful jugglery in it, I am certain." Johanna took a kind leave of the fruiterer's daughter, who had lavished upon her all those attentions which, in Johanna's position, became so precious from one of her own sex. And then, assuming a careless manner, with her hat put on in a boyish, slovenly sort of way, she boldly crossed the road to Sweeney Todd's. He had been watching through a hole in the upper part of one of the shutters. In a moment, all sorts of ugly suspicions took possession of his mind. What could Charlie Green, his errand boy from Oxford, who knew no one, and was unknown to all London, doing at a tradesman's house in Fleet Street at such an hour in the morning? How came he to know the people of that house? How came he to dream of going there? Todd was boiling with anger and curiosity when he opened the door and admitted Johanna, a thing that he was unmindful enough to do before she knocked for admission, which alone would have been amply sufficient to point out to her that she had been watched from some peephole in the house. He stretched out his hand and dragged her in. He controlled his temper sufficiently to enable him to gratify his curiosity. He made quite certain that Charlie Green would tell him some story of where he had been, which should not convict the fruiterer. By the light of a miserable candle that Todd had burning in the dark closed shop, he glared at Johanna. "Well, well," he said, "a good night's rest, Charlie." "Tolerable, sir." "Humph, ha, and did you find a place to sleep at cheaply and decently, my good lad, eh?" "I was very fortunate indeed, sir." "Oh, you were very fortunate indeed." "Yes, sir. I am, through being country-bred, I suppose, fond of fruit, so when I left you last night, I bought an apple at a shop opposite." "Oh, at Mr. A.A." "I don't know the name, sir," said Johanna, "but I can run out and ascertain, I dare say." Todd gave a low sort of growl. He did not know if he were being foiled by innocence or by art. With an impatient gesture, he added, "Never mind the apples. I wish to know where you slept, Charlie. that I may judge if it was a proper place. There are so many wicked people in London." "Are there, sir?" "Bah, go on. Where did you sleep?" "Well, sir, as there was a kind, tempered-looking servant in the fruiterer's shop, I thought she might be able to tell me of some place where I could lodge, and when she had heard my story—" Story, what story?" "How destitute I was, sir, and how kind you had been to employ me without a character, and how happy and contented I was in your service, sir. So when she had heard all that, she said, 'It is too late for you to go lodging hunting tonight. There is an old bench in our kitchen, and if you like you may sleep on that.'" Todd gave a growl. "And so you slept there?" "Yes, sir." He paced the shop for some few moments in deep thought, knitting his brows and trying to make something out of what he had heard, contrary to what it seemed. But Johanna's story was too straightforward and simple for him to find any flaw in it, and after a few moments he felt compelled to admit to himself that it must be the truth. Turning to her with something of the amount of amiability one might expect from a bear, he said, "Open the shop." "Yes, sir, directly." Johanna propped the door wide open, and then having, by the dim light of the miserable candle, found a screw which fastened a bar across the shutters, she speedily released it, and then went into the street. At that moment Cratchit came along, whistling in so thoroughly careless a manner that even Johanna thought he had forgotten his instructions and was about to pass the shop. She had her hand upon the bar when he stopped, saying in an off-handed manner, "Why, little them air shutters is too much for you. I'll give you a helping hand. Lor bless you, don't say anything about it. It ain't no sort o' trouble to me, my little chapter here goes." Mr. Cratchit began opening Todd's shop with such a fury and a vengeance that the clatter and the speed with which the operation was being accomplished brought Todd out of the parlour to see what on earth Charlie was about. When he saw Cratchit coming in with 3 shutters in his arms at once, he could scarcely believe his eyes, and he roared out, "What's this? Who are you?" "Easy, easy," said Cratchit. "Don't get in the way, old gentleman. Easy, there now." Cratchit managed to give Todd such a rap on the side of the head with the shutters that 1,000 lights danced in his eyes, and he writhed with pain. "Well, I never," said Cratchit. "I hope I haven't hurt you, old man. You see I was a-passing, and seed as these here shutters was rather a bit top-heavy for your little son here, and I thought I'd give him a helping hand. To be sure he didn't want me to, but you see I would, and perhaps as your old head is getting better, you wouldn't mind a pint of beer, old gentleman." "You atrocious villain," yelled Todd. "I'll cut your throat, I'll polish you off. I lie would you like to be shaved?" "I've had a scrape already," said Cratchit, "and if you won't stand the beer, why you won't, and there's no bones broke arter all. Good morning, old Grampus." "Good morning, my little chap. I wishes you good luck, and if I am passing again, I don't mind lending you a helping hand, though the governor is about one o' the ugliest, nastiest tempered brutes I ever came near in all my life." Cratchit went away whistling with great composure. Chapter 91, Mr. Todd's First Customers. Todd seized Johanna by the arm and dragged her into the shop. He locked the door, and then confronting her, he said, "How kind it was of your friend to take down the shutters for you, Charlie Green." "My friend, sir." "Yes, your friend who declined being shaved, you know, because you told him last night that he had better go to some other shop." "Really, sir," said Johanna, "I don't know what you mean." Come, Charlie, confess that you do know someone in London as well as you know me. Confess, now, that people are so fond of interfering in other folks' affairs that you have been set on to watch me. I shall not be at all angry, indeed, I shall not, I assure you. Not the least, only tell me the truth. That is all I ask of you, my boy, and you will find that it is no bad thing to make a friend of Sweeney Todd." "If I had, sir, anything to confess," replied Johanna, "except that at times I do feel that I wish I had not run away from my mother-in-law at Oxford, I should soon tell it all to you." "And so that is all, Charlie?" "All at present, sir." "What a good lad, what an exemplary lad. Light the shop fire, if you please, Charlie." "Humph, I am wrong," muttered Todd to himself, "but yet I will cut his throat before I leave tonight. It will be safer and more satisfactory to do so, and besides, he has given me some uneasiness, and I hate him for his quiet, gentle ways. I hate everybody. I would cut the throats of all the world if I could. Light the fire quickly, you young hound, will you?" Johanna trembled. She felt that anything but a blow from Todd she could put up with, but in her pocket she kept a jagged piece of flint stone, which would go through the window in a moment. And she felt that through she must throw it, if he only so much as raised his hand against her. The fire blazed up, and Todd at that moment had no further excuse for abusing Charlie. With a sulky growl, he said, "You can call me out if anyone comes," and then he retired to his back parlor, closing and locking the door as usual. The morning felt rather raw, and Johanna was glad to warm her hands at the fire in the shop, which soon burnt brightly. But she did not venture upon keeping up a bright blaze for long. Todd's mode of managing the fire was always to keep a dry turf smoldering upon the top of it, from which ample heat enough was emitted to keep the shaving pot upon the simmer. She now placed upon the fire one of those turfs, a small pile of which were always ready in the corner of the shop. She had scarcely done so when the shop door opened and a man walked in. "Is Mr. Todd in, my little man?" he said. "Yes, sir. Do you wish to see him?" Johanna wished, if it were possible, to discourage visitors, but the man sat down at once in the shaving chair and placed his hat upon the floor, adding as he did so, "Yes, a right down good shave I want, as good as if St. Dunstan himself wanted one." The manner in which the man pronounced the word St. Dunstan was so marked that Johanna felt convinced at once he was a friend. And she felt quite a gush of pleasure at the thought that Sir Richard Blunt had such a continual supervising eye upon her safety. She felt that she must not look at this man otherwise than as a stranger. She felt that the least word of recognition might be fatal both to him and to her. She knew that Todd had some small orifice through which from his parlor he peeped into the shop, and that his eye was now upon her, she did not doubt. "I will call Mr. Todd, sir," she said in a moment. "He is close at hand." "Thank you," replied the man. "I sit here as comfortable as St. Dunstan." "Yes," said Johanna, as she heard the watchword of safety and friendship once more uttered by that man who was in truth one of Sir Richard's most confidential and trustworthy officers. She at once now proceeded to the door of the parlor, and tapped at it until Todd opened it, and popped his head out with a grim smile. "Oh, Charlie, my dear," he said, "does a gentleman want me?" "Yes, sir." "Ahem, good morning, sir," added Todd, as he advanced, tying on his apron. "A shave, I presume, sir? A close shave, sir? I do think of all the luxuries in life, sir, a good close shave, what I call a regular polish-off, sir, is one of the greatest in a small way. Charlie, ain't it near breakfast time, my good lad?" "Yes, sir," said Johanna. "I dare say it is." "Very good. The hot water. Thank you, my dear. You will take 2 pence from the till, Charlie, and get yourself somewhere about the market well now." A thin man in a cloak made his appearance at the door of the shop, and taking off his hat, made a bow, as he said, "I believe I have the pleasure of speaking to the pious Mr. Todd." "My name is Todd, sir. What is it?" "I am truly delighted," said the tall, thin man, sitting down upon the nearest seat and placing his hat upon his knees. "I am truly delighted to see you. Pray go on shaving that gentleman, as I shall be some time." "Some time about what?" almost screamed Todd. "Finding the tract, from which I purpose reading to you a few extracts upon the all-important subject of the election of grace and the insufficiency of works." Todd stropped a razor and glared at the intruder, who, fitting on his nose with great precision a pair of blue spectacles, began rummaging in his hat. "Humph, this is it. No, this is not it. Well, I thought I had it here, and so I have. This is no. This is an imaginary and highly religious discourse upon saints, and St. Dunstan in particular." Johanna knew in a moment that this other man was a friend likewise. He, too, had pronounced the words St. Dunstan in a peculiar manner. Todd suddenly became quite calm. "Sir," he said, "I take it as a very particular favor, indeed, that you should have called here upon such an errand, and I only beg that you will not hurry yourself in the least. I can go on shaving this gentleman, and perhaps when he is gone, you will permit me the honor of operating upon you." "With great pleasure," replied the man. "Dear me, where can the tract be? Is this it? No, this is about the pious milkmaid, who always put up a prayer for the milking pail to prevent the cow from kicking it over. Dear me, where can it be? Oh, is this it? No, this is the story of the pious barber's boy, who, when he had an opportunity, went over the way and found his father there. Dear me, where can it be?" Johanna started. The barber's boy, she thought, who went over the way and found his father there. Those words are for me." She was now in quite a fever of anxiety to leave the shop, for she did not doubt but that by some means her father had heard of her position, and she felt that then nothing but the actual sight of her in perfect health and safety would satisfy him. But she dared not show the anxiety she felt. She bent over the fire and affected to be stirring the turf. "You can go and get your breakfast, Charlie," said Todd. "Thank you, sir." Johanna would not betray any haste, but she shook with agitation as she neared the door. And then she recollected that she had not taken the 2pence from the till as she had been told to do, and that the circumstance of not doing so might create suspicion. She crept back and possessed herself of the pence. Todd watched her with the eyes of a demon. "Are you going, my dear Charlie?" he said. "Yes, sir." She left the shop, and then her first impulse would have induced her to hurry over the road to the fruiterer's shop, but her eyes fell upon the figure of Sir Richard Blunt standing in the fruiterer's doorway. He moved his hand signifying that she should go towards the market, and she did so. He quickly followed her. She did not look behind her until she was quite in the old Fleet Market. And then, just as she looked round, Sir Richard Blunt touched her arm. "You understood my message," he said. "Yes, my father." "Exactly, it is concerning him. It appears that some busybody, a man I understand named Lupin, has seen you in your present disguise and informed him of it. I know the man. He is one of those saintly hypocrites who make religion the cloak for their vices." "Yes, there are not a few of them," said Sir Richard. "They revel in vice and daily try to make the Almighty an accomplice in their offenses against society. Well then, Johanna, this man has tortured your father with an account of your being in this disguise." "It would torture him." "Naturally, without he knew all the reasons for it. But it appears that he went to the house of Miss Wilmot, and after some trouble saw her, when she, finding that he knew quite enough to make him wretched and not enough to explain your position, frankly told him all and brought him to me. It was the best. Most decidedly it was, and I need only say that he is anxiously waiting to see you at our friend the fruiterer's house. But as it would not do for you to go direct from Todd's door to there, I have intercepted you, you see, to take you by a safer route." "How good and kind and considerate you are to me," said Johanna, as she looked up in the face of the magistrate, while tears started to her eyes. "Without you, how miserably I must have failed in this adventure. Todd would no doubt before this have discovered me and taken my life." "Don't say a word about that," replied Sir Richard. "Recollect that after all it was my duty to protect you, and if I have been a little more anxious than usual in the performance of that duty, it is because I admire your heroic constancy and courage and hope to see you happy yet. Alas, the sun of my happiness has set forever. I can only now pray to heaven that it will endow me with patience to bear its decrees with serenity." "Well," added Sir Richard, "we will say no more upon that subject just now. Come with me, and I will take you to your father by a safer way than just crossing the road from Todd's shop to the fruiterer's." He led her down a court in Bridge Street, and thence through a complete labyrinth of passages, some of which still exist at the back of Fleet Street, and some of which have been swept away, until they reached a door in a dingy-looking wall, at which he paused. "This is the back of the fruiterer's house," he said, "and I dare say someone is waiting for me." He tapped 3 times distinctly at the door, and then it was opened immediately by the fruiterer's daughter, who with a smile clasped Johanna in her arms. "Welcome," she said, "welcome once again." "Ah, my dear friend," said Johanna, "I shall learn to bless the circumstances, commencing in affliction as they did, that have brought me acquainted with such kind hearts." They all 3 now crossed a little paved yard, and were soon in the fruiterer's house. "Where is my dear father?" said Johanna. "Where is he?" "This way," said the young girl, who took so great an interest in the fate of Johanna. "This way, dear. He is in our room upstairs, and will be no less delighted to see you than you will be delighted to see him." "I am sure of that," said Johanna. She ran up the stairs with more speed than the fruiterer's daughter could make, and in another moment was in her father's arms. Chapter 92. Mr. Oakley's anxieties much diminish. For some few moments after this meeting, neither Mr. Oakley nor Johanna could speak. At length, the old spectacle-maker was just able to say, "Great God, I thank thee, that once again I hold my darling to my heart." "Father, father," said Johanna. "Did you think for one moment that I could have left you?" "No, my dear, no, but I was bewildered by all I heard. I was half mad, I think, until I was told all, and now we will go home, my pretty darling, at once, and we will have no secrets from each other. Dear heart, what a pretty boy you make, to be sure. But come, come. I am in an agony until I have you home again. Father, listen to me." "Yes, my child, my darling, yes. If it had not been for Sir Richard Blunt, I should now have been with the dead, and you and I would never have met again, but in another world, father. I owe him, therefore, you will say, some gratitude." "Some gratitude, my darling? We owe him a world of gratitude. Alas, we shall never be able to repay him, but we will pray that he may be as happy as his noble heart deserves, my dear. God bless him. And, father, we will do any little thing he asks of us. We will fly to obey his commands, my dear, in all things. Night or day, he will only have to speak to us, and what he says shall be our law. Then, father, he asks of me, for the cause of public justice, that I should go back to Todd's and wear this dress for the remainder only of today. Can we refuse him?" "Alas, alas," said the old man, "more trouble, more anxiety, more danger." "No, father, no danger. He will watch over me, and I have faith that heaven is with me. Can I part with you again?" "Yes, for such an object. Do not, father, say no to me, for you may say, and I will obey you, but with your own free consent, let me go now, and do the bidding of the great and the good man who has saved me to once more rest upon your breast and kiss your cheek." The old man shook for a moment, and then he said, "Go, go, my child. Go and take with you my blessing and the blessing of God, for surely that must be yours. But oh, be careful. Remember, my darling, that upon your safety hangs my life. For if I were to hear that anything had happened to you, it would kill me. I have nothing now but you in the world to live for." "Oh, father, you do not mean to tell me that my mother is no more?" "No, my dear. Number ask me nothing now. You shall know all at another time. Only tell me when I shall see you again." "At sunset," said Sir Richard Blunt, as he stepped into the room at this moment. "At sunset, I hope, Mr. Oakley, and in the meantime be assured of her perfect safety. I offer my life as security for hers, and would not hesitate to sacrifice it for her." The manner of the magistrate was such that no one could for one moment doubt that he spoke the genuine sentiments at his heart. And such words, coming from such a quarter, it may be well supposed, were calculated to produce a great impression. "I am satisfied," said Mr. Oakley. "I should be more than an unreasonable man if I were not fully convinced now of the safety of Johanna." When she had got her father to say this much, Johanna was anxious to be off, and she signified as much to Sir Richard Blunt, who fully acquiesced in the propriety of the measure, for already her absence had been quite long enough from the shop, and Todd might not be in the best of humors at her return. After one more embrace, Johanna tore herself from her father's arms and followed the magistrate from the fruiterer's house, by the same route which had conducted her to it. On their way, he explained to her some little matters of which she was in ignorance, or at least concerning which she could only conjecture. "Both the persons whom you left in Todd's shop," he said, "belong to my force, and the one only went for the protection of the other, as I, of course, surmised that you would be at once sent out of the way upon some real or mock errand, to give Todd opportunity of committing a murder. My great object is to find out precisely how he does the deed, and the man who came in to be shaved was to make what observations of the place he could during the ceremony, while the other distracted Todd's attention." "I understand," said Johanna. "I of course knew that they were friends when they mentioned the watchword of St. Dunstan to me." "Exactly. I gave them instructions to seize the very first opportunity of letting you hear the watchword. Are there any large cupboards in the shop?" "Yes, there is one of great size." "Would it, do you think, hold 2 men?" "Oh, yes. Perchance you, who are tall, might have to stoop a little, but with that exception as to height, there is most ample space." "That will do then. I cannot tell you, of course, the exact hour, but be it when it may, the moment Todd leaves the shop today to go upon any business out of doors, 2 persons from me will come to hide themselves in that cupboard." "They will use the watchword." "Yes, certainly, and you will so dispose any movable article in the shop as to take away any idea that the cupboard had been visited or in the slightest degree interfered with." "That I can easily do." Well, here we are then, in Fleet Street again. And mind all this that I have planned has nothing to do with your proceedings to call for assistance, if any special or unforeseen danger should occur to you. Johanna, upon this, showed him the jagged stone she had in her pocket, to cast through the window. Yes, that would do, said Sir Richard, but I would gladly supply you with arms. Do you think you could manage a pistol if you had one? Yes, I have often looked at some firearms that my father had in his shop to sell once, and I have seen them used. I am glad of that, continued Sir Richard. Here are two very small pistols loaded. They may be thoroughly depended upon in a room, but they would not carry any distance, in consequence of the shortness of the barrel. If, however, you should be in any sudden and extreme danger from Todd, anywhere else than in the shop, or there, if you are pushed for time, one of these fired in his face will be tolerably effective. You can keep them both in your pocket. The magistrate, as he spoke, handed to Johanna a pair of very small, but exquisitely made pistols, encircled with silver mounting, and she carefully concealed them, feeling still more secure from any treachery upon the part of Todd, now that she held his life as much, if not more, in her hands than he held hers in his. She shook her kind friend warmly by the hand, and then hastened to the barber's shop. As she got near to it, she saw the tall, thin man who had so perplexed Todd about the religious tract come out, and Todd followed him to the door, looking after him with such an expression of deadly malice that Johanna could not but pause a moment to look at him. He suddenly turned his eyes towards her and saw her. He beckoned with his finger, and she entered the shop. "Well, Charlie," he said, with quite an affectation of good humor, "you are a good lad." "I am glad you think so, sir," she replied, seeing that Todd paused for an answer. "I cannot but think so. I shall have to look over some accounts in the parlour this morning, and if anybody, any female, I mean, comes for me, say I have gone to the city, and that, after that, I said I would call in Belliard before I came home. You well remember that, Belliard. Be vigilant and discreet, and you shall have the reward that I have all along intended for you, and which you should not miss upon any account. I am much beholden to you, sir, but if anyone should come to be shaved while you are in the parlour, what shall I say to them? You can say I have gone to the temple to dress Mr. Block's new wig, if you like, so that you got rid of them, for I must not be disturbed on any consideration." "Very well, sir. Put another turf on the fire, Charlie, and make yourself quite comfortable." What inconsistent amenity this was upon the part of Todd. It seemed as though he had turned over a new leaf completely, and intended to put an end to all suspicions, if he had any, of Charlie Green. And after that, Todd still preserved his kind intention of cutting his throat with one of the razors. "The very best thing you can do with people," muttered Todd to himself, as he went into the parlour, "is to cut their throats as soon as they cease to be useful to you, for from that moment, if you do not put them out of the way, they are almost certain to be mischievous to you." What a pleasant lot of maxims Todd had, and what a beautiful system of moral philosophy his was, to be sure. One thing was quite evident, and that was that he fully expected and dreaded the visit of Mrs. Lovett upon money matters. It will be recollected that 10 o'clock was named as about the hour when that lady was to bring in her little account in the partnership affair of Todd, Lovett, and Co. And as he, Todd, had for once in his life been fairly bothered to make any further excuses to so pertinacious a creditor as Mrs. Lovett, he had hit upon the plan of trying to put her off during the day by one means or another, and at night he would, at an earlier hour than he had before intended, be off and away. Everything was in readiness, and he considered Mrs. Lovett his only hindrance, a danger he scarcely thought her for. At the very worst, he could not conceive that even her passion would be sufficient to induce her to sacrifice herself, for the sake of revenge upon him. His house was prepared so that a match would at any moment suffice to give the touch that would set it in a blaze. And then, as he said, who shall say where the conflagration among the old well-dried wooden houses of Fleet Street may reach to? His passage in the Hamburg ship was secure. The fearful proceeds of his life of rapine and murder were in her hold. How uncommonly safe Todd thought himself, and how well he considered he had managed his affairs. Short-sighted mortals that we are! How often we mistake the shifting morass of difficulty for the terra firma of prosperity, and how often do we weep for those events, which, in themselves and their results, form the groundwork of the happiness of a life. Truly we are. Such things as air is made of. If Todd now for one moment could have imagined that his plunder, which he believed was so safe on board the Hamburg ship, was actually, on the contrary, at the office of Sir Richard Blunt in Craven Street, what would have been his sensations? Would he have laughed and sniggered over the bumper of brandy he was holding to his lips in his parlour? No, indeed. If he could but have guessed that the ship in which he had intended to embark was then 24 hours on her route, and battling with the surging waves of the German Ocean, how would he have felt? Strange to say, he never had felt so confident of success and triumph as upon that day. He could have said with Romeo in Mantua, "My bosom's lord sits lightly on its throne," while, like Romeo, he was on the eve of a blow that at once was to topple to the dust the very structure of all his hopes. He of course fully expected a visit from Mrs. Lovett, but he did hope that she would take an answer from Charlie and go away again. If she did not, he trusted to the inspiration of the moment to be able to say something to her which might have the effect of producing that which he wanted only, namely, delay. Chapter 93, Sir Richard Blunt's Subterranean Expedition. While Todd is thus waiting anxiously for the arrival of his old ally in iniquity, but who now he considered to be his most deadly foe, and his worst possible hindrance to carry out his by far too deeply laid schemes, we shall have time to take a peep at some proceedings of Sir Richard Blunt's, which are rather entertaining and decidedly important. Johanna had not been long gone from the fruiterer's shop before Sir Richard said to the fruiterer, "If you are ready, we will go now to the church at once. I have left quite a sufficient guard over the safety of Miss Oakley, and besides this affair will not take us, I dare say, above a couple of hours." "Not so long, I think," replied the fruiterer. "I am quite ready, and no doubt your men are in the church by this time. They are apt to be punctual." "They would not suit me for long if they were not," replied Sir Richard. "Punctuality is the one grand principle which is the hinge of all my business, and the secret of by far the larger portion of my success." They walked rapidly up Fleet Street together, until they came opposite to St. Dunstan's church, and then they crossed the road and tapped lightly at a little wicket in the great door of the building. The wicket was immediately opened by a man who touched his hat to Sir Richard. "All right?" asked the magistrate, "and everyone here?" "Yes, sir, everyone." "That will do then. Be sure you fasten the door in the inside, so that that troublesome beetle, if he should be smitten with a desire to visit the church, cannot get in. And if he should come and be troublesome, take him into custody at once, and shut him up anywhere that may keep him out of harm's way for the next 12 hours or so." "Yes, sir." This man, whose business it evidently was to stay by the door, carefully fastened it, and Sir Richard Blunt with his friend from Fleet Street advanced into the body of the church. He had not gone far before a pew opened, and 6 persons came out. One of these was a well-dressed elderly man, who said, as the magistrate approached him, "I have made all the necessary observations, Sir Richard, and am quite easy and confident that I can direct your men how to excavate directly to Todd's house." "Thank you, Sir Christopher," said the magistrate. "I am very much indebted to you for the trouble you have taken in this affair, which I think is now near its climax." "I hope so, Sir Richard. This way, if you please." The whole party now proceeded to the same slab of stone which the magistrate had had before removed, for the purpose of making his inquiries below the surface of the earth. The slab was standing on its edge against a column of the nearest aisle, and the deep dark opening to the vaults was before them. "There is but little foul air," said Sir Christopher. "The stone has been off, they tell me, many hours. Shall I go first, or will you, Sir Richard?" "Allow me," said the magistrate. "Should there be any risks, it is my duty first to encounter them." "As you please, Sir Richard. As you please, sir. I willingly give place to you, because I know, if there be any difficulty, how much better calculated you are than anyone here to overcome it." The magistrate made a slight bow to the compliment, and then taking a link in his hand, he descended the stairs leading to the vaults of St. Dunstan's. It will be well recollected that he had been in those vaults before, and that he had made certain discoveries, which to a vast extent implicated Mrs. Lovett in the crimes of Sweeney Todd, but his object upon this present visit was of a different character. In plain language, This was an attempt to ascertain if there were any underground modes of communication between Todd's house and the vaults of Old St. Dunstan's church. That there were some such subterraneous passages had become, after the most mature consideration, a firm conviction upon the mind of Sir Richard Blunt, and hence he had resolved upon such an exploration of the spot as should confirm or dispel the idea forever. Those whom he had with him were all persons upon whom he could thoroughly depend, and the ancient architect, who had given his services, was to point out the exact direction in which to proceed. Upon reaching the foot of the stone steps, instead of traversing the passage that led in the direction of Bell Yard, which he had formerly done, Sir Richard turned directly the other way, saying as he did so, "This, I presume, will be our direction." "We shall see in a moment," said the architect. "I have taken the bearings so exactly that I can point out to you the precise course." He forced into the ground to a sufficient depth to make it stand steady, his walking stick, and then removing a little gold cap from the top of it, he disclosed a small compass, which after some oscillations steadied itself. "Then," said Sir Christopher, "through that wall would lead in a direct line to Todd's house." "This will assist us," said Sir Richard. "We will, before we actually begin excavating, endeavor to find some of the vaults which may run in that direction, and so perhaps save ourselves an immense amount of labor." "Very good," said Sir Christopher Wren. "I can at any time give you from any place the exact bearing of Todd's house, for I have it fixed in my mind, and can read it off from the compass plate in a moment." They now at once made their way into the vaults, and by dint of keeping to the right hand, they avoided going much out of their course. These vaults were of great extent, and although some of them, owing to being full of the dead, had been bricked up, yet they were very easily opened, and in many cases a direct thoroughfare for considerable distances was effected. Ever and anon the compass was appealed to, and showed them that they were approaching Todd's house. One of the party, a well-dressed, gentlemanly-looking man, now stepped forward, and said to Sir Richard, "Here, according to the plans of the church, the vaults end." "Then we can get no further." "Not an inch, Sir Richard." "Then here commences in reality our mission, which is to try to discover some communication between the lower part of the house occupied by Sweeney Todd and these vaults. Let us each use our utmost discrimination to effect that object." He lighted for himself a small lantern and commenced a rigorous search of the walls, but for some few minutes could find nothing to excite the least suspicion. At length, he paused at one portion of one of the vaults, where a kind of wooden tomb had been erected close to the wall. A large piece of dirty oak was placed upright against the earthwork. "If there be any mode of leaving this vault but the one we have entered," he said, "it is here." At these words, so significant as they were of some discovery having been made by Sir Richard, all those who were with him made their way to that spot, and from their several lanterns, a glare of light was thrown upon the wooden monument. "This," said the person who had before spoken of the plan of the vaults, "this is the monument of a Sir Giles horseman, who was killed by accident and interred here about 22 years ago. It was a very unusual thing to make any such erection in a vault, but his widow wished it, and the authorities saw no good reason for interfering. The monument had evidently consisted of an oaken kind of square ornamental tomb affixed to the wall, and extending out about 6 feet into the vault. That portion of it which did so extend into the vault had fallen in, but the piece of oak which had been originally affixed to the wall there remained. What leads you to suppose, Sir Richard," said the architect, "that this place will show us anything?" "This," said the magistrate, as he picked up from amid the rubbish of the broken monument a nearly new glove of thick leather. "How did this get here?" The glove was passed from hand to hand and duly examined. No one owned it, and the only remark that could be made upon it was that it was of an immense size. "Then," said Sir Richard Blunt, "since it belongs to none of us, I give it as my opinion that it belongs to Sweeney Todd, and has fallen from his hand in this place." "It must be so," said the fruiterer. "I know of no hand in the city of London that such a glove would fit but his." "But how came he here?" said Sir Christopher. "That is the question, how could he get here?" "We shall see," said the magistrate. "Lend me that small iron crowbar, Jenkins." The crowbar was handed to Sir Richard Blunt, and at one touch with it down come the piece of oak that was against the wall. That was conclusive, for, instead of the solid wall beyond it, there was a deep crevice or opening just sufficient to enable one person to go through it. "This is the place," said the magistrate. There was a death-like silence among all present. Every ear was on the stretch, and every eye was fixed upon the narrow opening in the wall of the vault. It would almost seem as though everyone expected Sweeney Todd to appear with one of his victims on his back that he had just, to use his own expressive phraseology, succeeded in polishing off. Sir Christopher stuck up his compass again, and it was his voice that first broke the stillness. "The route is direct," he said. "To Todd's house?" asked Sir Richard. "Yes, direct." "Then all we have got to do is to follow it. It is an enterprise perhaps attended with some danger, and certainly with much horror, I think. Now, I do not ask anyone to follow me, but go I will." "I will follow you, Sir Richard," said the fruiterer. "I reside in Fleet Street, and rather than not ferret out such a villain as Todd from the neighborhood, I would run any risks. I am with you, sir." "And I," said Sir Christopher Wren. "And I," cried everyone. "Come on," said the magistrate. "Come on. I will take the small lantern, and if I meet Todd, my great aim will be to take him a prisoner, not to kill him. And mind all of you, if by any chance a scuffle with that man should ensue, it would be a scandalous cheating of the gallows to do him any injury that might even delay his execution. Now, come on." It required no small amount of real courage to lead the way in that expedition into the very bowels of the earth, as it were. But with the small lantern elevated as far above his head as the roof of the passage would admit of, Sir Richard stepped cautiously and slowly on. The excavation in which they were was roughly but well made. At intervals of about 12 feet each, there always occurred 2 upright pieces of plank supporting a third piece on the roof, and firmly wedged in, so that there was but little likelihood of a fall of earth from above. Suddenly a scuffling noise was heard, and Sir Richard for a moment paused. "What is it?" said the fruiterer. "Only some rats," he replied. "I dare say there are plenty of such gentlemen in this quarter of the world, and probably they never saw so large a party here before. They are scudding along in a regiment here." After going on for about 20 paces further, Sir Richard found a door completely blocking up the passage. By dint of careful investigation of it, he found it was locked, and the key in the other side of the lock. He pushed it through with some difficulty, and then, with a skeleton key, opened the door in the course of a few moments. "Come on," he said. "Ah, this is a different place." They now found themselves in some regularly constructed vaults, arched with stone, down the sides of which there rolled long streams of moisture. They were all quite at a loss to know what place they had got into, for they knew of nothing of the sort beneath Fleet Street, and they gazed about them with wonder. Chapter 94, In the Vaults. "Who on earth would have thought of vaults like these in such a situation?" said the fruiterer. "They are," said Sir Christopher, "undoubtedly the remains of some public building, which probably at a very distant date has occupied the site above. They are well built, and really of considerable architectural beauty in some respects. I am quite pleased at the opportunity of seeing such a place." "It looks," remarked the magistrate, "as though it had been long hidden from the world. It is such men as Sweeney Todd who find out more underground secrets in a month than we should in a lifetime. But I hope that we shall find out all his cleverness and most abhorrent iniquities now." The air in this stone place was by no means very bad, and indeed, after the vaults, there was rather an agreeable damp kind of freshness in it, while it was evident, by the manner in which the lights burnt in it, that there was no want of vitality in its atmosphere. At first, it was no easy matter to find any kind of outlet from the place. After some searching, however, another door was discovered, very similar, indeed, to the one that Sir Richard Blunt had opened with the picklock, and that, too, was found to be locked on the other side, and the key, as in the former case, in the lock. "All this locking of doors," said the magistrate, "was, I have no sort of doubt, to protect himself from any night visit upon the part of Mrs. Lovett, from whom I feel certain that Sweeney Todd has been expecting attempts upon his life, as much as to my own knowledge he has made attempts upon hers. But by some kind of fatality, or providence, they seem to be unable to harm each other." "It is a providence," said Sir Christopher. They must both suffer the penalty of outraging, as they have done, the laws of God and man, and the retribution would be by no means complete were they to fall by the hands or each other. "I think you are right, sir," said the fruiterer. The door, which was now opened, only led to some other vaults, which somewhat resembled those the party had just left, only that they were by no means so lofty or so carefully constructed as they were. And before they had proceeded far, some evidences of habitation began to show themselves. Some old boots occupied a place in one corner, and some old hats and other articles of clothing were lying in a confused heap in another. Sir Richard Blunt looked upon all this as ample testimony that he was quite close to the abode of Sweeney Todd, and he accordingly turned to his friends, saying, "It is necessary that we proceed with the utmost caution. I think a very few steps will take us into the cellars of Todd's house, and the object now is not by any means to give him the least alarm, but merely to find out, if possible, by what means he murders and disposes of his victims." Acting upon this caution, they extinguished all the lights, with the exception of one lantern, and that Sir Richard Blunt himself carried, as he still continued to head the expedition. Suddenly he came upon an arched doorway without a door, and hardly had he proceeded a few paces when he saw something lying in a strange, confused mass upon the floor, which, upon a closer examination, proved to be a dead body. The reader will probably in this body see the spy who had been employed by Mrs Lovett to see that Todd did not run away in the course of the preceding night. The body was lying upon some stones that seemed to have been placed one upon another in such a position that their most jagged corners and uneven surfaces should be uppermost. A glance at the roof showed a square, black-looking hole. Sir Richard Blunt was upon the point of saying something, when overhead they heard the distinct tramp of a man. The magistrate immediately placed his finger upon his lips, and all was as still as the grave in that place. Presently they heard a voice, and they all knew that it was the voice of Sweeney Todd. It came from above, and reached their ears with sufficient clearness to enable them to catch the words. "Her death is certain, if I can but get her to cross the threshold of this parlour." Then the pacing to and fro of that really wretched man continued. The few words that Todd had spoken had been sufficient to convince Sir Richard Blunt of one thing, which was that they were beneath the parlour and not the shop. It was from the shop the people disappeared, so the heart of Todd's mystery remained yet to be reached. There was another small doorway a little to the left of where he stood, and Sir Richard, upon the impulse of the moment, passed through it alone. He came back again in a moment. "Gentlemen," he whispered, "have we seen enough?" They nodded, and without another word, he led the way back again from the dreary subterranean abode of murder. It was only to the fruiterer he whispered, after they had gotten some distance from the spot upon which the dead body lay. "I know all." "Indeed?" "Yes, when we get back to your home, I will tell you. Let for the meantime the general impression be that all there was to learn consisted of the secret of that square hole in the flooring of the parlour." "Yes, yes, but there is more." "Much more. You and Sir Christopher at present, I think, are the only two persons I shall be communicative with. The whole world will know it all soon enough, but long and old habits of caution always induce me to keep my information as quiet as I possibly can." "You are quite right, Sir Richard. Even I shall feel it to be no offence if you keep entirely to yourself what you have seen." "No, no, I wish to avail myself of your advice, which has done me good service upon more than one occasion. So when we get to your house, we will talk the matter fully over." By this time they had got so far from the immediate vicinity of Todd's house that such excessive caution in conversing was no longer necessary, and the magistrate pausing, made a general remark to all. "The less that is said about what we have seen here, the better it will be. Let me beg of every one not to give the smallest hint to anyone, even in the most confidential manner, of the discoveries that have been made here today." An immediate assent was of course given to this proposition, and in the course of 5 minutes they were all in St. Dunstan's church. It was something amusing to Sir Richard, at that moment, to notice the look of relief there was upon every countenance, now that the investigation into that underground and unknown region was over. Each person seemed as if he had just escaped from the toils and hazards of a battle. By a glance at his watch, Sir Richard ascertained that only 1 hour and a quarter had been consumed in the whole affair, and he was pleased to think how soon again he should be personally superintending the safety of Johanna. Before, however, the party got halfway to the door of the church, they heard a vociferous argumentation going on in that quarter, and the voice of the beadle, who was well known to Sir Richard, was heard exclaiming, "I will come in, I'm the beadle. Fire, fire, I will come in. What, keep a beadle out of his own church? Oh, 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 convulsions, convulsions, it ain't possible." "Gentlemen," said the magistrate, "we must repress our friend the beadle's curiosity. Let us all say, 'Hush' to him as we go out, and not another word." This was generally understood, and they walked slowly in a kind of procession to the church door. "Pitchforks and hatchets," cried the beadle. "I will come in, dust to dust and ashes to ashes. Look at my hat and coat, I ain't a himpostor but a real beadle. Bless us, who is here? Why, there ain't no service nor a wedding. What a lot of folks. Have they been a grabbing of the communion plate? Oh, murder, convulsions, and thieves." Sir Richard went close up to him, and in the most mysterious way in the world, whispered in his ear, "Hush." "Eh," said the beadle. Sir Christopher took hold of him by the collar of the coat, and said, "Hush." "Well, but." The fruiterer beckoned to him with great gravity, and when he come forward a pace or two, said, "Hush." "But good gracious, what am I to hush about? What is it all? What does it mean? Tell us, for goodness gracious sake." "I don't know anything. I'm an asin idiot. What am I to hush about? I shall sit upon no end of thorns and nettles till I know what is it." "Hush, hush, hush," said everyone as he passed the now nearly distracted beadle, and finally there he was left in the church porch with nothing in the shape of information, but hush. The man who had been left by the magistrate as a sentinel at the church door was the last to leave, and he took his cue from all the others, and when the beadle laid hold of him crying, "I'll take you up. I won't let you go," he gently sat him on the floor, and then saying, "Hush," away he went likewise. The large slab in the church that usually covered up the passage leading to the vaults was left uncovered. But then the beadle perfectly understood that that was for the sole purpose of relieving the vaults, during the week, of the accumulation of mephitic vapors supposed to be in them. And at all events, no impulse of curiosity could be sufficiently strong in him to induce so desperate a step as a descent alone into those dreary abodes of the departed. So that he was, in a manner of speaking, compelled to put up entirely with "hush" for his portion of the mystery. Sir Richard bade good day to everyone but the fruiterer at the door of the church, and then with him he walked to his shop opposite to Todd's. Crotchet was close at hand, and he came into the shop, at a signal from the magistrate to do so. "Is all right, Crotchet?" "Right as a trivet, sir. Lord bless you, about so much as a sneeze, but I'll find it out. And as for little Miss Thingamabob, he shan't hurt a hair of her pretty little bit of a head." "That's right, Crotchet. Remember that the bringing to justice, with ample evidence of all his crimes, of Sweeney Todd, is a great object, but it is an infinitely greater one to preserve the life of Johanna Oakley." "I knows it," said Crotchet. "Resume your charge then, Crotchet. All will be well, and this will be Todd's last day out of Newgate." Crotchet nodded, and made his exit. In the succeeding half-hour, it would seem that Sir Richard Blunt made his old acquaintance, the fruiterer, thoroughly acquainted with all he knew of the way in which Todd got rid of his victims. What that way was will very shortly now appear, and we think it had better appear in this regular and most authentic narrative than in a chance conversation between Sir Richard Blunt and his friend. It was the special duty of one officer to come into the fruiterer's shop with a report and a description of whoever went into Todd's house, and now this man made his appearance. "Well, Jervis," said the magistrate, "so Todd has a customer, has he?" "I don't know, sir. It is a woman, well dressed, and rather tall than otherwise." "Mrs. Lovett, without a doubt. No one need go and look after that lady, for I don't know anyone, except you or I, Jervis, who is so capable of taking care of number one. Todd will find her a troublesome customer, and if she is at all the woman I take her to be, she will not go into his back parlour quite so easily as he would fain persuade her." "Then no one need follow, sir." "No, but if the young lad comes out, you may just look in and ask some frivolous question to see what is going on. If the female is not in the shop, she is dead." "Dead, sir?" "Yes, she will not live a minute after she leaves the shop, but you may depend she will not do so. She is to the full as well acquainted with Todd as we are, so there is no sort of apprehension of her coming to any harm." I should indeed be sorry to lose her. Sir Richard Blunt was right in his guess. It was no other than Mrs. Lovett, who, agreeably to her appointment with Todd, called upon him for her half of the plunder for the last few years. Chapter 95, Mrs. Lovett is very intractable indeed. Before entering the shop, Mrs. Lovett hovered about it, peeping at the things in the window and glancing about her as though she had some uncomfortable ideas in her mind concerning the place, and was coquetting with her feelings a little before she could make up her mind to go into it. At length she laid her hand upon the handle of the door and turned it. She stood upon the threshold, and her sharp glance at once comprehended that Todd was not there. Johanna advanced towards her and waited for her to speak. "Oh," she said, "is Mr. Todd in?" "No," said Johanna, "no, madam." Johanna did not think it worthwhile at that time to expose herself to the great danger of disobeying Todd's positive commands, to say he was not at home, merely upon a point of punctilious truth. Mrs. Lovett looked keenly at her. "So," she said, "he is out, is he?" "Yes, madam." "And you are Mr. Todd's boy?" The emphasis which Mrs. Lovett placed upon the word boy rather alarmed Johanna, and she was more terrified when Mrs. Lovett marched twice round her, as though she were performing some incantation, glaring at her all the while from top to toe. Whatever was Mrs. Lovett's opinion of Johanna, however, she magnanimously kept it to herself. But the young girl had a sort of perception that her suit had not escaped the keen and penetrating eyes of Mrs. Lovett. This conviction gave a great air of timidity to Johanna's manner in speaking to the bold, bad woman who confronted her. "And so he is out," added Mrs. Lovett. "Yes, madam." "How long has he been gone?" "Only a short time." "Well, my principal business this day is to see Mr. Todd. I have made such arrangements at home that I can wait here the whole day if necessary, for see him I must and see him I will. I had a sort of presentiment that he might be out, notwithstanding I have an appointment with him." With this, Mrs. Lovett sat down and composed herself evidently for a long wait. She did not sit in the shaving chair, though. Johanna thought that as she passed it, she rather shuddered, but that might have been a mere fancy upon the part of our young friend. Mrs. Lovett was not exactly of the shuddering order of human beings. "Did he say when he should return?" "No, madam." All these questions of Mrs. Lovett's were asked with a sneering kind of incredulity. That was quite sufficient to show Johanna how completely she disbelieved the statement concerning the absence of Todd. That she would wait until Todd was perforce obliged to show himself, Johanna did not doubt. There was something about the pale face and compressed lips of Mrs. Lovett that at once bespoke such a determination. But should any scene of unusual violence ensue, Johanna made up her mind to rush from the shop, if near the door, and if not able to do that, to cast a missile through the window, which she knew would bring her immediate help. "How long have you been with Mr. Todd?" asked Mrs. Lovett of Johanna. "Only a few days, madam." "And what made you come?" "My necessities, madam. I was in want of a situation, and Mr. Todd wanted an errand boy." "Humph," said Mrs. Lovett. "This is very strange." She rested her head upon her hand for a few moments and appeared to be lost in thought, and at times Johanna could see that she was keenly eyeing her. Truly, Johanna had never felt so thoroughly uncomfortable since she had been in Todd's shop, for she could not but feel that she was discovered. The only question was now whether, when she did see Todd, Mrs. Lovett would think it worth her while to speak of the affair at all. The probability, however, was that she was too much engrossed in the business that brought her there to pay more than a passing attention to a mystery which, to all appearance, could not in any way concern her. But Todd all this while was a prisoner in his own parlour, and it may easily be imagined how he chafed and fumed over such a state of things. If any convenient mode of taking the life of Mrs. Lovett had but presented itself to him, how gladly he would have embraced it. But none did, and after enduring the present state of affairs for about a quarter of an hour, he coolly opened the parlour door and walked into the shop as if nothing were amiss. Mrs. Lovett was not at all taken by surprise at this proceeding. She merely rose and took a step towards the door, as she said, in a cool, sarcastic tone, "I am glad you have come home." "Come home?" said Todd, with a well-acted look of surprise. "Come home? What do you mean, my dear madam? I am particularly glad to see you and was particularly desirous to do so. Indeed. Yes, to be sure. Really, do you know, I told the lad here to deny me to anybody but you. And he made the slight mistake of denying you to me only. Is it possible, can such things be? Oh, you careless rascal. Upon my word, some employers would pull your ears that they would. I'm ashamed of you that I am. Really, Mrs. Lovett, these boys are always annoying one in some way or another, but walk in, if you please walk in, and we will soon settle our little affairs. Excuse me, said Mrs. Lovett, I prefer the shop, Mr. Todd. You don't say so. You hear me say so, and you might know by this time that when I say anything I mean it. Of course, Mrs. Lovett, of course, said Todd. I know you for a lady of infinite powers of mind, of great susceptibility, of feeling, of uncommon intellect and thrift. Please to step into the parlor, and I will settle with you at once, for I believe you call for a small trifle that you are entitled to from me, Mrs. Lovett. I do call for what I am entitled to, and I will have it here. Charlie, just go to St. Dunstan's, my lad, and bring me word the exact time. And then, you can do it all under one, you know, just walk down Fleet Market, and see if you can find any love apples, and if so, you can ask the price of them and let me know. Yes, sir, said Johanna. In another moment, she was gone. Mrs. Lovett took another step nearer to the door and actually laid her hand upon it to prevent it closing thoroughly. She did not think that she would be safe if it were shut, and then addressing Todd, she said, All disguise between you and I is useless now, Todd. Give me my half of the money that has been earned by blood. It may have the curse of murder clinging to it, but I will have it, I say, I will have it. Are you mad? Not yet, but I shall be, and then it will be time for you to beware of me. Mrs. Lovett, is it not a melancholy thing that you and I, who may be said to be at war with all the world, should begin to quarrel with each other? If we are not true to one another, what can we expect from others? Have we not for so long carried on our snug little business in safety, merely because we were good friends? No, Todd, no. We never were friends, you know that as well as I do. It is a principle of human nature that those who are associated together for wicked purposes are never friends. You and I have not been exceptions to the rule. We hate each other, we always did and will, you know it. Dear, said Todd, lifting up his hands and approaching a step nearer to Mrs. Lovett. This is truly afflicting to hear such words from you, Mrs. Lovett. Keep off, I say. Another step, and I will at once into the street, and then to the passers-by scream out for public vengeance upon Todd the murderer. Hush, God of heaven. Woman, what do you mean by speaking of murder in such a tone? I mean, Todd, what I say, and what I threaten I will do. Keep off. I will not have you another step nearer to me with that hangdog look. Moderate your tone, woman, said Todd as he stamped upon the floor of the shop. Moderate your tone, woman, or you will destroy yourself and me. I care not. You care not? What do you mean by that? Have you gone mad in earnest? What do you mean by you care not? Has the scaffold any charms for you? It might have for once, with you for a companion on it, Sweeney Todd, but if I am desperate and reckless, you have yourself to thank for it. Well, you know that, Todd. I have twalled and sinned and murdered for what you have done the same. For gold was the god of my idolatry, and it was yours. We both seized the same idea. We both saw how gold alone was worshipped in the land. We saw how heaven was affected to be worshipped by all, but we found out that gold was the real divinity. We saw that it was for the lucre of gain that the priest clothed himself in the garments of his pretended ministry, and spake his mock prayers to the people. We saw that it was for gold only that the rulers of the land struggled and fought. We found that the love and the worship of gold was the true religion of all, and we sought to possess ourselves of the idol. Mad, cried Todd. No, I speak sanely enough now. I say, we found out that by the possession of gold in Christian, canting, religious, virtuous England, we should find many worshippers. We found out that thousands upon thousands would bend the knee to us on that account, and on that account only. If we were paragons of virtue, we might rot and starve, but if we were monsters of vice, if we had but gold, and kept but by the side of the law, we should be kings emperors upon the earth. Bah, cried Todd. Well, we took a royal road to our object. We murdered for it, Todd. You dipped your hands in gore, and I helped you. Yes, I do not deny that I helped you. Peace, woman. I will not hold my peace. The time has come for you to hear me, and I will make you do so. I will speak trumpet-tongued, and if you like not that word murder, I will shriek it in your ears. If you like not the word blood, I will on the housetops proclaim and tell the people that it is synonymous with Todd. Ha, ha, you shrink now. Chapter 96, The Boat on the River. Todd did shrink aghast. This wild vehemence of Mrs. Lovett's was something that he did not expect. Every word that she uttered filled him with alarm. He began really to think that she had gone mad, and that he might have everything to dread from her wild vehemence, and that probably he had gone too far in cheating her out of the result of her labors. Peace, he said, peace, and you shall be satisfied. I will be satisfied. Well, well, of course you shall. But you cannot be if you destroy both yourself and me, which your present conduct threatens. I tell you I joined with you in murder for the love of gold, and I will have my recompense. Give me that which is mine own. I will have it, or I will drag you with me to the halter. Do you understand that, Sweeney Todd? I ask you, do you understand that? It is plain enough, said Todd. Then give me my gold for blood. Give it to me, and let me go. You are really so precipitate. Upon my word, Mrs. Lovett, you are quite an altered woman, that you are. I certainly never did expect to hear such language from you. Anyone would think that you had an idea I meant to cheat you. Mrs. Lovett made an impatient gesture, but Todd continued. Now, anything more repugnant to my feelings than that could not possibly be, I assure you, and I consider you fully entitled to 22,000/8. 3D, which is precisely your half of the proceeds of the little business. Give me the money. Now, do you suppose, Mrs. Lovett, that I am so green as to keep here in the house no less a sum than 22,000 pounds 8s? 3D, you really must think I have taken leave of my senses to dream for one moment of such a thing. Where is it, then? Where is it? I see you are bent upon driving me mad. Why, really, Mrs. L., it would be insulting you to say that you were perfectly in your right senses at this moment. But come, sit down, and we will see what can be done. Sit down and compose yourself. In the shaving chair. Ha, that's a good joke. In the shaving chair? Ha, no, Mrs. L., I don't exactly want to polish you off. Sit down where you like, but not in the shaving chair. If you don't fancy it, Mrs. L., pray sit down. For you to cut my throat. What? I say, for you to cut my throat? Do you think I am not sharp-sighted enough to see that razor partially hidden in your sleeve? No, Todd, I am well aware that you are panting to murder me. I tell you I know it, and it is useless your making the faintest attempt to conceal it. The fact is broad and evident, but I am upon my guard, and I am armed likewise, Todd. Armed? Yes, Todd, I am armed, and you are terrified at the idea, as I knew you would be. Nothing to you is so horrible as death. You who have sent so many from the world will yourself go from it howling with fright. I am armed, but I do not mean to tell you how. You are wrong, Mrs. Lovett. What on earth would be the use of my taking your life? You would have all then. All? What do I want with all? I am not a young man now, and all I wish is the means of enjoyment for the remainder of my days. That I can well command with a less sum than my half of that which we have to divide will come to. I have no one that I care to leave a sixpence to, and therefore what need I trouble myself to hoard? You are quite mistaken, Mrs. Lovett. Give me my money, then. I will, of course, but I tell you it is at the bankers, Messrs. Grunt, Mack, Stickinton, and Fubbs. Yes, that is the name of the highly respectable firm in whose hands for the present both my money and yours is deposited, and from the high character of the house, I should say it could not possibly be in safer hands. My share will be quite safe with me, or if unsafe, you need not care. I will have it. Step into the parlour, and I will write you an order for your half, and you can get it in half an hour. No, Todd, you will make the attempt to murder me if I step into the parlour. I will not even come further into your shop than here upon the threshold of it, with the door in my hand. Why do you keep a razor concealed in your sleeve? Oh, it's a little habit of mine. But allow me to assure you how very incorrect your suspicions are, Mrs. Lovett. And if you will not come in, I will write the order and bring it to you. Or what do you say to my going with you to the banker's, where you can yourself ask what is the amount of the sum standing in my name there? And when you have ascertained it, you can have half of it to a sixpence. Come then. I confess, Todd, I am sufficiently suspicious of you that I would rather not lose sight of you. Dear me, how dreadful it is for friends to be in such a state of feeling towards each other, to be sure. But the time will come, Mrs. Lovett, when you will see my conduct in a different light, and you will smile at the suspicion which you say you now entertain, but which sometimes I cannot help thinking are not the genuine sentiments of your heart. Come at once. I must wait for the boy. I cannot leave the shop until the boy is here to mind it in my absence, so here he is. At this moment, Johanna, who had not troubled herself to go to the market at all, came back. Well, what is the exact time? Said Todd. By St. Dunstan's. 11:15, sir. How very satisfactory. I am only going a little way with this lady, and will soon be back. You can keep up the fire, Charlie, and in that corner you will find some religious tracts, which will, I hope, improve your mind. Above all things, my lad, never neglect your religious exercises. I hope you said your prayers last night, Charlie. I did, sir, said Johanna, and she said it with a look that added the query. Did you say yours? Todd hesitated a moment, as though something were passing through his mind respecting Johanna, and then he muttered to himself. There is time enough yet. No doubt he had begun to entertain serious suspicions of Master Charlie, and in those few words was alluding to his intention of taking his life before the coming night. Now, my dear Mrs. Lovett, said Todd, as he put on his hat and pressed it down unusually over his brows, I am ready. And I, she said. Todd only glanced round the shop, to be certain that he had left everything as he wished it, and he tried the parlour door. Then he at once stalked into Fleet Street, followed by Mrs. Lovett. It will look better for you to take my arm, he said. I don't care how it looks, she replied. All I want is my money. Do not touch me, or you will see good cause shortly to me having done so. Go on and I will follow you. But if you attempt to escape me, I will raise the street in pursuit of you by screaming out that you are Todd the Mur. Hush, hush, woman, do you know where you are? Yes, in the street, but I do not care. All I want is my money, and I will have it. Curses on you and your money, too, muttered Todd, as he crossed Fleet Street and turned up Bridge Street at a rapid pace. He passed all the turnings leading to the city and kept on his way towards the bridge. Mrs. Lovett followed him closely. Stop, she said, stop. Todd stopped and turned about. He was mortally afraid that she would carry out some of her threats if he exhibited anything of a restive spirit towards her. Whither are you going? She said. This is not the way to the city. It is by the Thames. By the Thames? Yes, I go by water. I do not wish to run the risk of meeting all sorts of people in the streets. I have not communicated to you that we are in great danger, but it is a fact. I do not now think that I shall get fairly off, but you will, if I am not interfered with before you get your money. By taking a boat at the stairs here by Blackfriars Bridge, we can be landed at a spot within about 20 yards of the banking house, which will be by far the safer route. Mrs. Lovett did not much fancy the river excursion, but she considered that after all there would be a waterman in the boat, and that the river at that time of the day was populous, so she thought that Todd dared not attempt anything. Very well, she said, so that we are quick, I care not. I am to the full, said Todd, as anxious as you can be to get the job settled. Mrs. Lovett thought that there was something ominous in the way in which he pronounced the word job, but then she thought perhaps she was too critical, and she followed him to the stairs by the side of the old bridge, certainly not without suspicions, but they were only general ones. The idea struck her, however, that she should be safer with 2 watermen, and she said, We will have 2 men, and by so doing we shall go quicker down the stream. So we shall, said Todd. It is a good idea. Hilloa, first oars, here first oars. Here you are, sir, said a waterman. We want a couple of you, said Todd. Yes, your honor, here we are, me and my mate. All's right, your honor. Now, Bill, look alive, mind the step, ma'am, that's your sort, where to, your honor? To Pig's Key. Aye, give way, Bill, give way. A nice day for the water, your honor, a fine fresh air and not too much of it. Easy, Bill. Very, said Todd, as he took his place beside Mrs. Lovett in the stern of the boat, which in a moment, propelled by the vigorous strokes of the two rowers, shot out into the middle of the stream. He whispered to Mrs. Lovett, "Now, how delightful it would be if you and I, with all our money, were going from England today." "No. No, why, I cannot conceive anything more pleasant. Ha ha." Both Todd and Mrs. Lovett were so much occupied in watching each other that they did not perceive another boat push off from the same stairs at which they had embarked with two men in it, and which kept in their wake pretty closely. The two watermen of Todd's boat, however, saw it, and they looked at each other, but they said nothing. They went upon the wise plan that it was no business of theirs, and so they pulled away, while Todd glanced uneasily into the pale face of Mrs. Lovett. To say that Mrs. Lovett kept an eye upon Todd would be but faintly to express the feline-like watchfulness with which she regarded him, as they sat together in the boat. There was not the slightest movement of his eye, the least twitch of a muscle of his face, that she did not observe, and strive to draw some conclusion from, and he felt that his very soul was being looked into by that bold woman who had been the companion of his iniquity, and whom he was now plotting and planning, by some mad, desperate means, to deprive of her share of that ill-gotten wealth, which never in this world, even if 10 times the amount, could make either of them happy. Chapter 97. The Attempted Murder on the Thames. The boat that followed Todd did not, after a time, keep quite in the wake of the one containing him and Mrs. Lovett. It rather went on a line parallel to it, but it kept at a convenient distance, and there were those in that boat who never took an eye off Todd and his female accomplice. It must not be for one moment supposed that Mrs. Lovett was quite deceived by Todd's representations concerning the money. But then it must be considered that, with all her cunning, that lady was in a very difficult position, indeed one that it was impossible to change for the better. If she had boldly told Todd that she doubted, nay, that she absolutely disbelieved all that he said about the money being lodged with a firm in the city, she gained nothing, but simply placed herself in a position that forced upon her some violent action. What that action could be would have been Mrs. Lovett's great difficulty. Of course, she would have had no trouble in the world in going at once to a police office and denouncing Todd. That, to be sure, would have been a great revenge. But then, in the midst of all her anger, she did not forget that by so doing she had to criminate herself, and from that moment put an end to all her dreams of reveling in some foreign land upon the produce of her crimes. Situated, then, as she was, Mrs. Lovett felt that she had no sort of resource but to follow Todd up, as it were to keep close to him, and partly to worry him, and partly to shame him into doing her justice. Well she knew that he was upon the point of fleeing from the scene of his iniquities, and well she knew what a hindrance it would be to his arrangements to have her at his elbow continually. And so she thought that he would see it was better to pay her and be rid of her, and so every one would have thought. But Todd's nature was of that mad, implacable character that anything in the shape of opposition only made a wish a passion. "I will not pay her," he muttered to himself, "if my refusal so to do brings us both to the gallows." If Mrs. Lovett could have dived sufficiently deep into Todd's mind to be aware of this sentiment, she might have changed her tactics, but who could have thought it? Who could have supposed that any passion but self-preservation could master all others in his mind? The two boats sped on towards London, bridge not the elegant structure that now spans the Thames, but the previous one with its narrow arches, and its dangerous fall of water when the tide was ebbing, which was the case upon this occasion. The watermen looked uneasily at the arch through which it would be necessary to go, and where the tide was raging with unexampled fury, and lashing the sides of the arch like a mill-stream, bearing upon its surface millions of bubbles, and making such a seething roaring sound, that it was a point of attraction to some idle chance passengers upon the bridge to watch any adventurous wherry as it shot through the dangerous passage. "A rough-tide, Bill," growled one of the watermen. "Aye," said the other, "do you want to go through the bridge, master?" Todd smiled grimly as he replied by asking a question. "Is it dangerous?" "Why, you see, master, it may be or it may not. But we are not the sort to say no, if a fare says as he wants to go through the bridge. To be sure there be times when there is a squall upon the river, and then any man may say no." "But that is not now," said Todd. "No, master, that is not now, so if you must go through the bridge, only say so, and through we go. We have been lots o' times when it's as bad, aye, and perhaps a trifle waser than it is now. Haven't we, Bill? Ayes, aye. If, said Todd, the lady has no particular objection. Can we not land upon this side of the bridge? Said Mrs. Lovett. In course, ma'am, said one of the boatmen. In course, ma'am. But, added Todd hastily, we must then, until tomorrow, abandon the business upon which we came, as landing upon this side of the bridge will not suit me by any means. Pass through, cried Mrs. Lovett sternly. I, for one, will not abandon the business upon which I came, except with my life. It is more than life to me, and I will go upon it, let it lead me where it may. And I, said Todd in a voice of great indifference, I, too, am of precisely that opinion. So through the bridge we must go at any risk, if you, my men, will take us. Pull away, Bill, was the only reply of the waterman. Pull away, Bill, and keep her steady. On we go. By this time, a curious throng of persons had assembled on the bridge to watch the wherry. For previous to its approach, 2 others had declined the dangerous passage of the arch, and had landed their passengers at a small stairs some distance from the strong eddying current that leaped and bubbled through the arch. It was therefore something of a treat for the crowd to see their boat make for the dreaded spot, an evident determination on the part of the rowers to shoot through the arch of the bridge if it were possible so to do. No one spoke on board the boat. The watermen pulled very steady into the current, keeping over their shoulders a wary eye upon the head of the boat. Todd's eyes gleamed like 2 coals of fire, and Mrs. Lovett was as pale as death itself. Perhaps at that moment she reflected that she had trusted herself with all her sins on board that little boat amid the wild rush of waters. But if she did, she said nothing. Neither by word nor by action did she give indication of the fear that was tugging at her heart. And now the little wherry was floating in the boiling surge that flew towards the arch, and made when it got there such a battle to get through. There was no occasion for pulling. The only good they could now do with their oars was to steady the little craft, and so far as was possible to keep her head to the current. That this was done by the 2 watermen with admirable and practiced skill, everyone who watched the progress of the party from the bridge or elsewhere could perceive. And now the critical moment was at hand, and the boat, being caught like a reed, was swept under the bridge by the rapid current. Easy, Bill, cried one of the men. Easy it is, said the other. You will upset us, my dear madam, said Todd, if you move. And then, while the 2 men were fully engaged with the boat, and by far too much occupied with the necessary movements for the preservation of themselves and their little craft, Todd, with one blow upon the head, struck Mrs. Lovett overboard. She uttered a piercing shriek. What's that, what's that? Cried the boatman. The boat scraped against the side of the arch for a moment, and then shot through it with a terrific bound into the comparatively still water on the other side of the bridge. I'm afraid, said Todd, that the lady has fallen overboard. Afraid, cried one of the watermen. Why, good God, don't you see she has, and there she goes along with the stream. Pull away, Bill, don't you see her? There she goes. Alas, poor thing, said Todd. Illustration. Old London Bridge Todd tries his murderous hand on Mrs. Lovett. He affected to be overcome by his feelings, and to be compelled to rest his head upon his hands, while he kept his hot-looking bloodshot eyes fixed upon the form of Mrs. Lovett in the water. And now a scene ensued of deep interest to Todd, a scene which he watched with the greatest attention. It was a scene upon the issue of which he felt that his life depended. If Mrs. Lovett were saved, his life would not be worth an hour's purchase. If she were drowned, he was, so he fancied, a free man, and he saw that from the shore several boats put off after her, while the 2 men in his wherry pulled as though their lives depended upon hers. Todd could have struck them for the exertions that they were making, but he dared not even speak one deprecating word to make them pause. He was condemned only to watch what was going on, and truly a most interesting scene it was. Mrs. Lovett had on a large cloak, and it was by the aid of that, as well as by the strength of the current, that she floated so long as to make it quite remarkable, and to induce the opinion in the minds of some of the spectators that she was swimming. Suddenly, just as a boat that had put off from the stairs by the custom-house reached her, down she went. Gone, said Todd. Yes, she's gone, said one of the watermen. She's gone, poor thing, whoever she was, and no one will get her now. Are you sure of that? "Ah, master, as sure as may be. But you are a witness that it was no fault of ours, master." "Certainly," said Todd. "The fact is that she got alarmed the moment the boat shot under the arch and rose up. I tried to catch her, but she toppled over into the water." "Natural enough, sir. If she did get up, over she was sure to go. Did you hear what a shriek she gave, Bill? My eye, if I don't dream of that, I'm a Dutchman. I fancy it is ringing in my ears. Yet I have heard a few odd sounds on the river in my time, but that was the very worst." "And she is gone," said Todd. "Why does that boat linger there upon the spot where she went down? Stay, I cannot see if you pull into shore so quick. Now that barge is between me and the boat." "There's nothing to see now, sir." Well, that will do. Poor creature. Viewing it in one way, my friends, it's a happy release, for she was a little touched in her intellect, poor thing. But it's dreadful to lose one to whom you are much attached. Notwithstanding, I shall shed many a tear over her loss, and of the two I had really much rather it had been myself. Alas, you see how deeply affected I am." "It's no use grieving, sir." Not a whit. I know that, but I can't help it. Take that and divide it between you. I give it to you as a kind of assurance that it is not your fault the poor thing fell overboard." "Thank your honor," said the man in whose huge palm Todd had placed a guinea. "We may be asked who you are possibly, sir, if the body should be found." "Oh, certainly," said Todd. "That is well thought of. I am the Reverend Silas Muggenthorpe, preacher at the new chapel in Little Britain. Will you remember?" "Oh, yes, sir, all's right." Todd ascended the slippery steps of the little landing place with an awfully demoniac chuckle upon his face. And when he reached the top of them, he struck his breast with his clenched hand, as he said in a voice of fierce glee, "Tea's done. Ha, tea's done. Why, Mrs. Lovett, you have surely been singularly indiscreet today. Ha, food for fishes, if fishes can live in the Thames. Ha, farewell, Mrs. Lovett, a long farewell to you. So you thought, did you, to get the better of Sweeney Todd? To stick to him like a bear until he should be compelled to, what you called, settle with you? Well, he has settled with you, he has. Ha." Thus, in wild, ferocious glee, did Todd walk through the city back to his own house after perpetrating this the worst murder, if there can be at all degrees in murder, that he had ever done. People got out of his way as they heard his wild demoniac laugh, and many, after one glance at his awful face, crossed over to the other side of the street with precipitation. "Good day, Mrs. Lovett," he kept muttering. "A charming day, Mrs. Lovett, and charmingly you look today, only a little swelled and bloated with the water. You wish me to settle with you? Oh, of course, I will settle with you before we part. Ha." Todd had never been so thoroughly pleased in all his life. More than once he stopped in the street to laugh, and twice on his route he called at noted hostels in the city to refresh himself with a glass of something strong and hot. He fancied that he wore upon his countenance quite an amiable aspect, and if one can fancy the devil himself looking sentimental, or an ogre looking religious and humane, we may have some sort of mixed idea of how Todd looked when he was amiable. In this blissful condition, he reached Fleet Street, and just as he crossed the way from Ludgate Hill to the top of Fleet Market, he was accosted by a miserable-looking woman in widow's weeds, with a girl in one hand and a boy in the other. They were begging, that was evident, for each of the children, and genteel, pleasant-looking children they were, although now dejected by destitution, had upon its breast a little written paper with the one word, "Want," upon it. That word ought to have been sufficient to unlock the hearts of the passers-by, and yet how the crowd hurried on. Illustration: the widow asks for charity of her husband's murderer Todd. "Oh, Mr. Todd," said the woman, "can you spare a trifle for the little ones?" "Who are you," he said, "that you address me by my name, woman?" "My name is Cummins, sir. Don't you recollect how my poor husband, John Cummins, went out one day about a month ago to carry the watch cases he had to polish to his employers, saying that he would call at your shop and be shaved before he went into the city, and didn't call, sir, as you kindly told me, but has never been heard of since. The city people will have it that he ran away. But ah, sir, I know him better. Would he run away from me and from those that he loved so well? Oh, no, I know John better." Chapter 98. Johanna has a visitor while Todd is gone upon the river. "Well," said Todd. "Well, sir, I was thinking that you might spare a trifle for the children, sir. They are starving, do you hear, Mr. Todd? They are starving, and have no father now." What was the value of the watch cases your husband had with him, Mrs. Cummins, when he disappeared? About £100, sir, they tell me. But don't you believe, sir, for one moment that John deserted me, and these no, sir. You really think so? I am sure of it, sir, quite sure of it. He loved me, sir, and these he did indeed, sir. You will help us, Mr. Toddo, say that you will do what you can for us. Certainly, my good woman, certainly. What is this little fellow's name, Mrs. Cummins? William is his name, said the poor woman, in such a flurry from the idea of what Todd was going to do for the children that she could hardly speak, but caught her breath hysterically. His name is William, Mr. Todd. And this little girl, ma'am? Anne Saran, that is her name, Mr. Todd. The same, if you please, sir, as her poor mother's. Look up, Anne, my dear, and courtesy to the gentleman. God bless you, Mr. Todd, for thinking of me and mine. God bless you, sir. Anne and William, said Todd. Anne and William, and very nice children they are too, in my opinion, Mrs. Cummins. They are good children, sir. Mrs. Cummins burst into tears at the idea of what Todd was going to do for the children, for the whole of the parish was impressed with the idea that he was well-to-do. They are very good children, Mr. Todd, and although a charge to me, are still a blessing, for now that John is gone, they seem to hold me to the world, sir. Well, Mrs. Cummins, I am glad you have applied to me, for if you had not, I certainly should not have known the names of your children. As it is, however, whenever I pray, I will think of them and of you, and in the meantime, I commend you to the care of that Providence which, of course, cannot permit the widow and the fatherless to want anything in this world, or the next either. Todd walked leisurely on. Ha, ha, he laughed. Good again. What have I to do with charity or charity with me? I am at war with all the world and at war with heaven, too, if there be one, which I will not admit. No, I will not admit that. While Todd was away upon this errand of getting rid of Mrs. Lovett, which we have seen he has accomplished so much to his satisfaction, Johanna was not entirely without visitors. The excellent watch that was kept upon the movements of Todd, in their minutest particular, by Sir Richard Blunt and his officers, let them know perfectly well that Todd was from home. But it was not from them that Johanna had her first visit after Todd was gone. He had not left the shop above 10 minutes when Johanna heard a mysterious noise outside the door of it. It sounded as if someone were scraping it with something. At first, she felt a little uneasy at the sound, but as it increased, she calmed herself and resolved upon ascertaining what it was. Turning to the door, cautiously she opened it a little way. That was quite sufficient to dispel any fears that she might have, for the paw of a dog was immediately thrust through the opening, and when upon this Johanna opened the door freely, Hector, with a loud bark, dashed into the shop. So fierce was the dog's demeanor that Johanna shrank aside, but Master Hector saw with half an eye that he had frightened her, so he went up to her, and licked her hand in token of amity, after which he barked loudly at the shop as though he would have said, "Mind, though I am friends with you, I am still the uncompromising foe of all else in this place." "Alas, poor dog," said Johanna as the tears rushed to her eyes, "you will never see your master again." The young girl's grief for the loss of her lover seemed all to be roused up freshly from the depths of her heart at this appearance of the dog, which she had some reason to believe had been the companion of Mark in Jestry. She sat down upon the little stool by the fire, and covering face with her hands, she wept bitterly. In the meantime, Hector, finding that Todd was not there to do battle with him, made up his mind for a grand rummage in the shop, and truly he conducted it with a perseverance and a recklessness of consequences that was wonderful. He was on the counter that ran along under the window, he was under it, he was on every shelf, and he tore open every cupboard, but alas, poor Hector could find no token of his lost master. At length, the howling and the scratching that he made induced Johanna to look up to see what he wanted. She was rather appalled at the confusion he had created, and she could not think what he wanted until she found that there was a shelf at the top of the cupboard that was equally out of her reach as it was out of his. "I cannot help you, my poor friend," she said. "There seems to be nothing on that shelf." Hector, however, having retired to a remote corner of the shop, and got on a chair in order that he might get a good look at the shelf, was of a different opinion. And, finding that he was not to calculate upon any help from Johanna, he made various springs up to the shelf with his mouth open, until at last he caught hold of a little bit of tape that seemed to be hanging over the edge of it. The tape was attached to something, which Hector immediately, with a loud bark of defiance, took possession of, partly by standing upon it, and partly by holding it in his mouth. Upon stooping to see what this was, Johanna discovered that it was a waistcoat of blue cloth. At first Hector did not seem much to fancy even letting her look at it, but after looking intently in her face for a few moments, he very quietly resigned it to her, only he kept very close to it while she turned it round and looked at it. It might have been Mark Ingestry's. It looked something like the sort of garment that a master mariner might be supposed to wear, and the evident recognition of it by the dog spoke wonders in favor of the supposition that it had belonged to his master at one time or another. Johanna thought that in one of the pockets there seemed something, and upon putting in her hand, she found a small piece of paper folded in four. To undo it was the work of a moment, and then she saw upon it the following words: Mr. Oakley, spectacle maker, 33, 4 Street City. Her senses seemed upon the point of deserting her. Every object for a moment appeared to whirl round her in a mad dance. Who should know better, who should know half so well as she the handwriting which conveyed those few words to her senses? It was the handwriting of her lost lover, Mark Ingestry. "Hilloa, Pisson, is you here?" cried a voice at the shop door at this moment. Johanna started to her feet. "Who are you? What do you want?" she cried. "Murder, murder! He has been foully murdered, I say. I will swear a tie God help me." With the little scrap of paper in her hand, she staggered back until she came to the huge shaving chair, into which she sank with a long-drawn sigh. "Why, what's the row?" said the man, who was no other than Hector's friend, the ostler, from the inn opposite. "What's the row? Now what an out-and-out willing of a dog you is, Pisson, to cut over here like bricks as soon as you can get loose to do so. Don't you know that old Todd is a-busting to do you an ill turn some these days, and yet you will come, you idiot." "Mr. Todd is out," said Johanna. "Oh, is he, my little man? Well, the devil go with him, that's all I say. Come along, that's a good dog." Pisson only wagged his tail in recognition of the friendly feeling between him and the ostler, and then he kept quite close to Johanna and the waistcoat, which the moment he saw her drop, he laid hold of, and held tight with such an expression as was quite enough to convince the ostler he would not readily give it up again. "Now what a hanimal you is," cried the ostler. "Whose blessed vescut is that you has got?" "He found it here," said Johanna. "Did you see his master on the day when he came here?" "No, my little chap, I didn't, but I don't care who knows it, it's my opinion that whosomedever his master was, old Sweeney Todd, your master, knows more on him than most folks. Come away, Pisson, will you?" The dog did not now show much disinclination to follow the ostler, but he kept the waistcoat firmly in his grasp as he left the shop after him. Johanna still held that little scrap of paper in her hand, and oh, what a world of food for reflection did it present her with. Was it, or was it not, an establishment of the fact of Mark Ingestry having been Todd's victim? That was the question that Johanna put to herself, as through her tears that fell like rain, she gazed upon that paper, with those few words upon it, in the well-known hand of her lover. The more Johanna reflected upon this question, the more difficult a one did she find it to answer in any way that was at all satisfactory to her feelings. The strong presumption that Mark Ingestry had fallen a victim to Todd had not been sufficiently obliterated by all that Sir Richard Blunt had said to her to free her mind from a strong bias to fancy anything that transpired at Todd's a corroboration of that fact. "Yes," she said mournfully. "Yes, poor Mark. Each day only adds to my conviction that you became this man's victim, and that that fatal string of pearls, which you fondly thought would be a means of uniting us together by removing the disabilities of want of fortune, has been your death. That waistcoat, which your faithful dog has carried with him, is another relic of you, and this scrap of paper is but another link in the chain of circumstances that convinces me we shall never meet again in this world." Poor Johanna was absolutely reasoning herself into an agony of grief when the door of the shop opened, and an old man with white hair made his appearance. "Is Mr. Todd within?" he said. "No, sir," replied Johanna. "And is it possible," added the old man, straightening himself up, "that I am disguised so well that even you do not know me, Johanna?" In a moment now she recognized the voice. It was that of Sir Richard Blunt. "Oh, sir," she said, I do indeed know you now, and I am very, very wretched. Has anything new occurred, Johanna, to produce this feeling? Yes, sir. The dog that my heart tells me belonged to poor Mark has been over here, and with a rare instinct he found a piece of apparel, in the pocket of which was this paper. It is in his writing. I know it too well to be denied. Ah, sir, even you, will no longer now seek to delude me with false hopes. But do not tarry here, sir. Todd has been long gone, and may at any chance moment come back again. Be at rest upon that point, Johanna. He cannot come back without my being made aware of it by my friends without. But tell me in what way you attach such serious importance to this piece of paper, Johanna. In what way, my dear friend? Do I not say that it is in poor Mark's own handwriting? How could it come here unless he brought it? Oh, sir, do not ask me in what way I attach importance to it. Rather let me ask you how, otherwise than upon the supposition of his having become one of Todd's victims, can you account for its being here at all? Really, said Sir Richard, this Mark in Jestry must have been a very forgetful young man. Forgetful? Yes, it seems that it was necessary for him to carry your name and address in his pocket. Now, if he had given such a slip of paper as this to another person for fear he should forget what was not so deeply imprinted in his memory, I should not have wondered at it for a moment. Johanna clasped her hands and looked the magistrate in the face, as she said, Then, sir, you think you believe that this is no proof of poor Mark having been here. As I hope for mercy in heaven, it is to my mind a proof the other way, Johanna. She burst into a passion of hysterical weeping. Sir Richard Blunt knew too much of human nature to interfere by word or gesture, with this effort of nature to relieve the overchanged heart, and he waited patiently, affecting to be looking upon some old prints upon the wall until he heard the sobs decrease to sighs. Then he turned with a smile to Johanna and said, My dear girl, gather hope from that scrap of paper, not despair. Depend upon it, the address of your father held too conspicuous a place in the heart of him who loved you to require that it should have been written upon a piece of paper. You know that my theory on the subject is that Mr. Thornhill was actually sent to you by Mark in Jestry, and that it was he who perished here. And Mark himself, if that were so. His fate has still to be elucidated, but that he perished here I do not believe, as I have often told you. This is an exquisite relief, said Johanna, as she laid her hand upon her heart. Make much of it, said Sir Richard. Something even yet seems to tell me that you will be happy. I cannot think it possible that heaven would permit such a man as Todd to destroy your earthly felicity. But how comes the shop in such confusion? It was the dog. He would look everywhere, and I had not the heart nor the strength to prevent him. Todd has a horror of him, and fright will keep him quiet when I tell him the cause of the mischief that is done here. Perhaps then it will be better to leave it as it is, said Sir Richard, than awaken his suspicions by attempting to put the place to rights, in which you might fail in some particulars known to him. And now tell me, Johanna, what passed between him and this Mrs. Lovett. But a few words, sir, before I was sent out. There is one thing, though, that I suspect, and that is that Mrs. Lovett has found out my secret. Indeed. Yes, she regarded me with a strange gaze that made me feel that she penetrated my disguise. I know not if she will say as much to Todd, but one glance of his eye upon me when he returns will satisfy me upon that, I think. At this moment, a bugle sounded in Fleet Street. That is my signal, said Sir Richard. Todd is coming. I will be close at hand, Johanna, lest Mrs. Lovett has told him your secret and you should find yourself in any danger. Farewell, heaven hold you in its keeping. Chapter 99. The cook feels that all the world neglects him, and then he gets a letter. Sir Richard Blunt left the shop, and Johanna had just time to conceal the scrap of paper which she had found in the waistcoat, and to seem to be busy at the fire, when Todd made his appearance. She had never seen such a grim smile upon Todd's face as it now wore. He was for once in his life fairly pleased. When had he made such a morning's work as that? Not even in his acquisition of those fatal pearls had he gained so much as by that one slight push that had sent Mrs. Lovett and her claims into the river so neatly. No wonder Sweeney Todd was elated and delighted. He had all the money now to himself. There was no one now to say to him, "Where is my share?" He had all the produce of another's awful criminality to add to his own, Was he not thus a very happy man for a little while? The sunshine of the heart was not a thing to last long in such a bosom as Sweeney Todd's. His was not that sweet and lasting hilarity of soul that can alone arise from a deep and sincere consciousness of right. No, the fierce delight of a successful stroke of villainy may for a time resemble happiness, but it is a resemblance as weak as that between the faint watery ray of a winter's sun and the full blaze of the godlike luminary in all the beauty of the vernal season. But for the time, we say, Todd was pleased, and the demoniac triumph of his soul beamed forth from his eyes and played around the puckered corners of his huge mouth. "Well, Charlie," he said, "how goes it with you, my lad?" Johanna stared as well. She might to hear Todd speak in such a mild, pacific sort of way. "Sir," she said, "I say, how goes it with you, my good boy? How have you passed the time in my unavoidable absence upon a little business?" "Quite tolerable, sir, thank you, with the exception that a dog pushed his way into the shop, and, as you see, sir, has made some confusion." "A dog?" "Yes, sir, a large one, black and white. I had no strength to turn him out, so he had his will in the shop, and tossed the things about as you see, sir. My malediction upon that confounded dog. He is mad, Charlie, I tell you, he is stark, staring mad. Why did you not throw open razors at him until one had transfixed him?" "I don't like touching the razors, sir." You don't? What will he think when one touches him?" muttered Todd to himself as he turned aside and made a movement as though cutting a throat. "You don't like touching the razors, Charlie?" "No, sir, I thought you would be angry if I had, so the dog had all his own way here. I would have put the place to rights, but I thought you ought to see it as it is." "Right, my boy, right. Tomorrow will be quite time enough to put it to rights." "Yes, tomorrow. Has anyone called, Charlie?" "No, sir." "Well, I am glad of that, for when one is off upon an action of charity, one don't like one's business to suffer as well. It's quite unknown what I give away, and I always like to see the object myself, you know, Charlie, as I find I can then better adapt my benevolence to their real wants, which is a very great object." "I should think it was, sir." "You are a clever, observant lad, Charlie, and you will, when you leave me, I feel convinced, drop into a genteel independence. You will want for nothing then, I feel quite assured, Charlie." "You are very good, sir." "I strive to be good, Charlie, and by the help of the gospel we may all be good to some extent, sinners that we are. Now, simple as is, it's really a great thing to be supplied in an unlimited manner with cold water." "No doubt of it, sir." "Well, I have supplied the person to whom my benevolence has extended this morning, with, I hope, an unlimited quantity, and always fresh he." Todd here executed one of his awful laughs, and then went into his parlor grinning at his own hideous facetiousness over the murder he had committed. Johanna had managed to say, from time to time, what was expected by way of answer to him, but it was with a shuddering consciousness that he had been about some great crime that she did so, and when he had left the shop, she said faintly to herself, "He has murdered Mrs. Lovett." It was sufficient, if Todd went out with an enemy and came home jocular, to conclude what had happened. That person then might be fairly presumed to be no more, and hence, with a shudder of horror pervading her frame, did Johanna whisper to herself, "He has surely murdered Mrs. Lovett." The first thing that Todd did when he was alone in his parlor, and the door fast, was to produce the memoranda he had made of all that he had to do previous to leaving England. One item ran thus: "Mem to pay Mrs. Lovett in full." After that item he wrote paid, and then he laughed again in his hideous way, and leaning his head upon his hand, or rather his chin upon it, he spoke in a chuckling tone. "She will turn up some day, yes, she will turn up some day, and the swollen, disgusting mass, that was once the bold and glittering Mrs. Lovett, will be pulled through the river mud by a boat-hook, and then there will be an inquest, and a verdict of found drowned, with a statement that the body was in too advanced a state of decomposition to be identified." Ha! Todd actually rubbed his hands together, and then he took a good drop of brandy, and felt himself quite a pleasant sort of character, and one upon whom the fickle goddess, Fortune, had taken to smiling in her most bland and pleasant way. "When I am snug and comfortable at Hamburg," he said, "how eagerly I shall look for the London papers to let me know how far the fire in Fleet Street, that is to happen tonight, has extended. How I shall laugh if it travel to the old church, and burns that down likewise. Ha! I think I shall take to laughing as a regular thing when I am fairly abroad with all my money, and so safe as I shall be, so very, very safe. Yes, there sat Sweeney Todd rejoicing. He might have said with Romeo and Mantua, "My bosom's lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts." But as it was with the young husband of the sainted Juliet, the day of reckoning was coming to Todd, and the spirit that spoke of comfort, joy, and security to his heart and brain was after all a false one. But we must leave Todd to his self-felicitations, while we request the reader's kind company to Bell Yard. For certain things had taken place in the establishment of Mrs. Lovett, which it is highly necessary should find a place in this veracious and carefully collected narrative. When Mrs. Lovett, with a full notion of the projected perfidy of Todd, left home for the purpose of bringing that individual to a sense of his wrongdoings, and insisting upon a settlement, she did not awaken popular remark or popular interest by shutting up her shop. But she took such measures as she believed would last very well until she got back again. She was not sanguine upon the subject of getting back very soon, for she had made up her mind that back she would not come without the money. Previously, then, to leaving, she sought the narrow opening in the strong iron door through which she was accustomed to speak to the discontented cook, and fastening a bottle of wine by the neck to a piece of cord, she let it down into the prison house of pie manufactory, saying as she did so, "I keep my word with you. Here is wine. I trust that you will keep your word with me. A batch is wanted at 12 today, as you know." "Very well," said the cook. "Very well, they shall be ready. But you promised me freedom, Mrs. Lovett." "I did, and freedom you shall have shortly. All you have to do now is to attend to business for a little while. When I ring at 12, send up the batch." I will, but yet." "What is it now?" "If you only could fancy, Mrs. Lovett, what it was to pass one's time in this place, you would have some feeling for me. Will you send or bring me some real butcher's meat?" Bang went the wicket door, and the cook found himself once again shut out from the world in those dismal vaults of Mrs. Lovett's house. 12 o'clock, muttered Mrs. Lovett as she proceeded to her parlour. "I shall surely be home by 12. Todd will find out that I am too persevering for him. His fears will force him to pay me, although his justice never would. I will threaten him into payment. The odious villain, to attempt yet to deprive me of all that I have toiled for, with the exception of what of late I have had the prudence to keep in the house." The next thing that Mrs. Lovett had to do was to get someone to effectually mind the shop in her absence, and for that purpose she pitched upon a Mrs. Stagg, a tall, gaunt-looking female, who acted as a kind of supernumerary laundress in Lincoln's Inn. With this person, Mrs. Lovett felt that she need have no delicacy as regards locking up and so forth. And as Mrs. Stagg labored under a defect of hearing, she would not be likely to pay any attention to what might take place below. But still, Mrs. Lovett was determined to leave nothing to chance, and she left Mrs. Stagg a note which was to go down on the movable platform to the cook in case she, Mrs. Lovett, was not at home at the 12 o'clock batch. This note contained the following words, which, as Mrs. Stagg's parents and guardians had omitted to include reading in her education, were perfectly safe from her scrutiny. "Send up the 4 o'clock batch, and you will be free within 24 hours from then." This she concluded would keep him quiet, and within 24 hours Mrs. Lovett felt that her affairs must be settled in some way or another, so that it was a very safe promise, even if she had not still retained in her own hands the means of breaking it if there should be occasion so to do. Truly, Mrs. Lovett was, in the full acceptation of the term, a woman of business. Mrs. Stagg was sure to look in the first thing in the morning upon Mrs. Lovett, so that as soon as that useful and submissive personage made her appearance in Bell Yard, she was duly installed in authority in the shop, the parlour being properly fastened up against Mrs. Stagg and all intruders. "You will be so good as to sit here until I come back, Mrs. Stagg," said Mrs. Lovett, "and sell as many pies as you can. I am going to the christening of a friend's child, who is anxious that I should be its godmother." What a delightful godmother Mrs. Lovett would have made. "Yes, ma'am," said Mrs. Stagg. "I think I shall be back at 12 o'clock. But if I am not, You can let this note go down with the empty tray on the trapdoor after you have slid off it the 12 o'clock batch of pies. Yes, ma'am. You will answer no questions to anyone. All you have to say is that I am out in the neighborhood and may come home at any minute, as indeed I may. I shall, of course, pay you, Mrs. Stagg, for your whole day. Pray help yourself to a pie or two as you feel inclined. Good morning. Good mornin', ma'am, good mornin'. She's a very pleasant woman, said Mrs. Stagg after Mrs. Lovett had left. She's a remarkably pleasant woman. What a delicious pie, to be sure. Mrs. Stagg was deep in the mysteries of a yesterday's veal. It's very odd, added the laundress, as she wiped the gravy from the sides of her mouth. It's very odd that Mrs. Lovett is so very particular in shutting up her parlor always, when she might know what a likely thing it is that anybody may want to look at the drawers and cupboards. It's a most remarkable thing to think what she can have there that she will lock up in such a way. Upon this, just with a faint, forlorn sort of hope that the door might be left open, Mrs. Stagg tried it, but it was fast, and with a sigh of disappointment, she returned to her seat again. In another moment, a yesterday's pork yielded up its fascinations to the appetite of Mrs. Stagg. This, then, was the sort of life that Mrs. Stagg passed in the shop. Lamentations and gravy and lamentations, and while she was thus occupied, the cook was pacing the cellars in rather a discontented mood, with his hands behind his back, reflecting upon things past, present, and to come, and upon his own dismal situation in particular. I cannot stand this, he said. I really cannot stand this. I have had promises from Mrs. Lovett of freedom, and I have had similar promises from he who came to the grating in the door, but none of the promises have been fulfilled. I cannot stand this any longer. It is impossible. I am driven mad as it is already. I must do something. I can no longer exist in this way. The cook looked about him, as many people are in the habit of doing when they say they must do something, without having a very clear notion of what it is to be. But as he at length fixed his eye upon that piece of machinery, far up to the roof, by which the batches of pies went up to the shop, and by which flour and butter and other matters, always excepting meat, found their way down to him, an idea took possession of him. What that idea was will show itself in another place. 100 Hapter 100. Todd takes his last walk up Fleet Street and to Bell Yard. The 12 o'clock batch of pies went up, and down came the little missive of Mrs. Lovett respecting the 4 o'clock lot to the cook. But no Mrs. Lovett made her appearance to relieve Mrs. Stagg from her duties in the shop. Ah, said that elongated lady, it's all very well of Mrs. L to say she would pay me for the day. I suppose she means to make a day of it, and that's the reason. Now, young man, what's for you? A pork with a knob of veal in it to give it a relish, was the reply of the young scion of the law, to whom Stagg had addressed herself. Go along with you, I don't want your impertinence. Now, ma'am, look alive, 2 veals if you please. 1 pork, 5 porks, 4 veals. Do you make half a veal? No, we don't. A hot pork, 3 pork stew, porks, 8 veals. Don't be pushing in that way, 4 pork smash. There now, I've dropped mine, and it's all along of you. Do be quiet, said Stagg. Gentlemen, do be quiet. Patience, says Paul, and I'll soon serve you all. What are you laughing at, you little jackanapes? You ought to be ashamed of yourself to be making faces at a female twice you age. And 3 times your size, said a voice. There was a great roar of laughter at this. But by degrees, poor Stagg got through the business of the 12 o'clock batch, and sat down with a sigh, to console herself, by eating 2 or 3 of the most luscious-looking that remained. It ain't to be denied, said Stagg, but they are good. I never met with such gravy in all my life as is in 'em. Yes, they are first-rate. I'll just put one in the crown of my bonnet, for there's no knowing a minute now when Mrs. L may pop in upon one at unawares-like. It's a comfort to have one of these pies, promiscuous-like, at one's hand, to lay hold of just in this sort of way, and pass in one's mouth in this kind of way. Oh, heart alive, but this is a good one. I declare the gravy is running out of it like water from a plug, when there's no house on fire, and it ain't wanted. Mrs. Stagg would have done very well indeed if she could but have got something to drink. That certainly was a drawback, that at first the lady's ingenuity did not present any means of speedily overcoming. But as necessity is the mother of invention, Mrs. Stagg at last hit upon a plan. There's plenty of money in the till, of course, she said, And suppose I stand at the door and wait till some wretch of a boy passes, and then give him a halfpenny for himself, just to run to the corner and get me a drop of something warm and comfortable. Mrs. Stagg had no sooner started this suppose than she felt a burning desire to carry it out. And accordingly, history says that at 1:45 she might have been seen at the door of Mrs. Lovett's pie shop, with a shilling in one hand, a halfpenny in another, and a bottle concealed in her pocket, looking like an ogress at every boy who passed, and who looked as though he wanted a halfpenny, and consequently would go upon the secret message, for the purpose of earning one there and then. Presently one came along the centre of Bell Yard, who seemed just the sort of person. "Boy, boy," cried Mrs. Stagg. "Well, old Un," he replied, "what do you bring it in wilful murder with the chill off, or what? Don't be audacious. If you want to earn a penny, I mean a halfpenny honestly, take this shilling and this bottle and go to the corner and get a quartern of the best." "The best what?" "Oh, you foolish boy. Gin, of course, but remember that my eye is upon you." It was well that Mrs. Stagg spoke in the singular regarding her optical organ, for she had but one. The boy professed a ready acquiescence, and away he went with the bottle and the shilling. Alas! Mrs. Stagg was left lamenting. He came not back again, and from thenceforward Mrs. Stagg lost the small amount of faith she had had in boyhood. The well-concocted scheme had failed, and there she was, with countless halfpence in the till, and so thirsting for strong water, that she was half inclined to make a grand rush herself to the nearest public house, and chance anyone in the interim helping themselves to the pies ad lib. But she was not reduced to that extremity. Suddenly the window was darkened by a shadow, and through one of the topmost panes an immense hideous face, with an awful grin upon it, confronted Mrs. Stagg. The good lady was fascinated not in an agreeable sense, but in quite the reverse. She could not take her eyes from off the hideous gigantic face, as it placed itself close to the frame of ill-made greenish glass in order to get a good view into the shop. "Goodness gracious, it's Lucifer himself," said Mrs. Stagg. "I'm a lost woman, quite a lost woman, I'm undone. It's Lucifer himself, I'm sure and certain." Probably the hideous eyes that belonged to the hideous face conveyed the impression to the brain behind them that Mrs. Stagg was in a state of apprehension. For suddenly the face was withdrawn, and Todd, yes, Todd himself, for to whom else could such a face belong, made his way into the shop. Mrs. Stagg groaned again, and in a stammering voice, "If you please, sir, I ain't ready yet." "Ready for what?" said Todd. "To go to the brimstone beds, if you please, sir. I haven't done half enough yet." "Faugh," said Todd. "My good woman, you don't surely take me for the devil? I am an old friend of Mrs. Lovett's and a neighbor. I have just stepped in to ask her how she does today." Mrs. Stagg drew a long breath of relief, as she said, "Well, really, sir, I begs your parding. It must have been the pane of glass that. Threw my face out of shape a little," said Todd, making one of his most hideous contortions, and finishing it off with a loud ha. Mrs. Stagg nearly fell off her chair. But it was not Todd's wish to frighten her, although he had, in the hilarity of his heart, yielded, like Lord Brougham, to the speculative fun of the moment. He now tried to reassure her. "Don't be at all alarmed at me, madam," he said. "Mrs. Lovett laughs often at my little funny ways. Is she at home?" Todd knew what sort of home he had provided Mrs. Lovett with, and this visit to Bell Yard was one partly of curiosity and partly of triumph, to ascertain how she had left things in her absence from her establishment. "No, sir," said Mrs. Stagg, replying to the question of Todd. "She is not at home, sir." "Dear me, I thought she was always in at this time of the day. When, madam, do you expect her?" "Leastways," said Mrs. Stagg, "I don't know, sir." "Were you here, madam, when she left home?" "Yes, I were." "Oh, and did she leave any message, madam, in case Mr. Todd from Fleet Street should call? Pray recollect yourself, my dear madam, as it may possibly be important. I do not say that it is, but it may be." "No, sir," replied Mrs. Stagg. "Oh dear, no. All she said was that she was going to a christening." "A christening? Ha, she has been christened." "Sir." "I only said she had been christened, and no stint of the water, that was all, madam, but I perfectly understand you. Mrs. Lovett has gone to the christening of some one of those sweet little innocents, all perfume and flabbiness, that take one's heart completely by storm. Ah, my dear madam, when one looks at the slumbering infant, how one feels an irresistible desire to smother it. Lor, sir. With soft kisses, my dear madam, only fancy me now a baby. Todd made so awful a contortion of visage contingent upon this supposition that poor Mrs. Stagg, in the nervous condition which the whole adventure had thrown her into, nearly fainted right away. Indeed, the only thing that recovered her was hearing her visitor say, "I am really very thirsty today. How do you feel, madam?" These were delightful words. "Oh, sir," she said, "how very odd. I am thirsty likewise." "Well, that is remarkable," said Todd. "Now, my dear madam, I don't make a common thing of saying as much to anybody, but you, who are a lady evidently of refined taste and intellectual capabilities, I am sure, will understand me and make allowances for my feelings when I say that I prefer to anything else gin." "You don't mean it, sir." "Indeed, but I do." "Oh, how could I mistake you for anything but a very nice man indeed, and a perfect gentleman? It's one of the most singular things in all the world, but I never do hardly take anything, yet what I do take is gin." Mrs. Stagg nodded and smiled faintly. "Well, my dear madam, I don't see why we should not have a drop while I wait for Mrs. Lovett. Don't you trouble yourself, my dear madam. Now really do not. I know that you will like to have to say to that good, delightful Mrs. Lovett that you have not left the shop since she was absent. I will get it. They will lend me a bottle, and I have capacious pockets. But for you, sir, too." Todd was gone. "Well, really, he is a very nice sort of conversable man," said Mrs. Stagg to herself, "when you come to know him, and he ain't near so ugly as he looks after all. I do hope Mrs. Lovett won't trouble herself to come home for the next half hour, since Mr. Todd has been so good as to call and to make himself so very agreeable about the gin." Todd went into Fleet Street for the gin, and he returned by the dark archway leading into Bell Yard. It was darker then than it is now, and in the deepness of an ancient doorway, he paused to drop into the gin knot a deadly poison butt, such a potion as he knew would soon wrap up the senses of Mrs. Lovett's substitute in oblivion. This narcotic he took from a small phial he had in his breast pocket. He did not say anything, but he gave one laugh, and then he walked on to the pie shop, where he was eagerly and warmly welcomed by Mrs. Stagg, who very assiduously placed a chair for him, saying, as she did so, that Mrs. Lovett would quite stare if she were to pop in just then and see them enjoying themselves, in a manner of speaking, in so delightful a manner. "I should stare," said Todd. "You would, sir." "Yes, I rather am inclined to think that that christening business will detain her. By this time she has got into the thick of it, my dear madam, you may depend, although I am quite certain she will be strictly temperate and take nothing but water." "Do you think so, sir?" "I am sure of it. Can you find a glass, madam? I have not the happiness of knowing your name." "Stay, if you please, sir. I have one glass here without a foot. It's an odd thing, but Mrs. Lovett shuts up the place when she goes out, as if we were all thieves and murderers." "Does she really? Well, well, we will manage with one glass, my dear Mrs. Stagg. It is the first time we have had a drop together, and I have only to hope that it will not be the last. I ought not, perhaps, to say it before your face, but you are the most entertaining company that I have met with for a long time. Drink, madam." "After you, sir." "No, no, I insist." Mrs. Stagg drank off the full glass that Todd presented her with, and then affecting to pour one out for himself, but dexterously keeping the bottle between him and the lady, he only carried the empty glass to his lips. Now, Mrs. Stagg was a decided connoisseur in gin, and she suddenly assumed a thoughtful air, and looked up to the ceiling as she slightly moved her lips. "Rather an unusual taste after it's down, don't you think, sir?" she said. "Has it? Well, I don't know. Perhaps you have been tasting a pie, madam, and that may have influenced the flavor. Try it again. You never can tell the taste of a glass of gin, in my opinion, until you have taken two at least. Try this, Mrs. Stagg." "Really, I thank you, sir." Off went a second glass, and then Todd glared at her with the eyes of a fiend, as he said, placing the bottle upon the counter, "That ought to be a dose, I think." "Sir," stammered Mrs. Stagg, I God bless me, I sir gin I that is lots of pies gin gravy. Mrs. Lovetton the crown of a bonnetie, my dear bless us all. Lock it all up no number gin I good again pies gravy." Todd caught her by the throat, or she would have fallen. And then, as she became quite insensible, he thrust her under the counter. Chapter 101. Todd makes himself quite at home in Bellyard. "Idiot," said Todd, as he spurned the insensible form of Mrs. Stagg with his foot. "Idiot, I would kill you, but that it would not do me any good. The narcotic you have taken in the gin may or may not carry you off for all I care. It don't matter to me one straw." He glared around him for a few moments with the fierceness of an ogre, and then walking to the shop door, he deliberately locked and bolted it, so that no one could get in, even if they were expiring for a pie. "Humph," he said. "This is a time of day when it is not likely the shop will be troubled with many customers. It is between the batches, I know, so I am safe for an hour. And during that time, if I do not make some discoveries here, it will surely be my own fault." Again he glared around him with the ogre-like aspect, and he ran his eyes carefully over the whole shop, from corner to corner, from floor to roof, and from roof to floor. At length he said, "Where now, if I were hiding anything, would I select a place in this shop?" After putting this question to himself, Todd again ran his eyes over the shop, and at length he came to the conclusion that it was not there he should seek for any hiding place at all. And he certainly paid the sagacity of Mrs. Lovett one of the highest compliments he possibly could by concluding that she would do as he would under like circumstances. "No," he said, "the shop is no hiding place for the secret store of my late friend Mrs. Lovett. No, no, I must seek in the very center of her home for that which I would find. Let me think, let me think." Todd felt himself quite at home in Bellyard. He was in truth the landlord of the house. It had not been safe to make the extensive underground alterations in the place if Mrs. Lovett had been the tenant of a stranger merely. So Todd had purchased the freehold, and such being the case, and his tenant, the charming Mrs. Lovett, being, as he firmly believed, at the bottom of the Thames, who should feel at home in the place if he, Sweeney Todd, did not? He felt that he had time, too. There was no hurry in life, and he quite smiled to himself as he said, "How often I have longed for a rummage among my dear departed friend Mrs. Lovett's goods and chattels, and now how many happily and singly circumstances have changed about to enable me to gratify my inclination. Ha!" Todd, in the security of his bad heart, uttered one of his old laughs, but then for the whole of that day he had been unusually happy. His good terms with himself shone out even of his eyes, horrible eyes. "Yes," he said, "yes, she is dead, dead, dead. Ha, ha, Mrs. Lovett, clever, fascinating creature, how muddy you lie tonight. Ha." It was not prudent, however, to waste time, although he had plenty of it, it never is, so up rose Todd and proceeded to the parlor. How fast locked the door was. "Now really," he said, "it is 1,000 pities that poor dear Mrs. L. has gone down to the bottom of the Thames with her keys in her pocket. It would have made no manner of difference in the world to her to have let me have them. It would have saved me some little trouble, and the doors some little damage." With a malicious grin, as though he delighted in the mischief he had made, he dashed himself bodily against the parlor door and burst it open with a crash. "That will do," he said. "To be sure, the party who, when my absence gets noised about, comes to take possession of this house, would rather that the doors were whole. But what of that? Ha! I have mortgaged it twice over for its full value, and they may fight about it if they like. Ha! Ha! How they will litigate, and I shall read the pleasant account of it in the papers." By this time Todd was in Mrs. Lovett's parlor, and folding his arms across his breast, he gazed about him with a feeling of marked satisfaction, as he said, "For 5 years she has been making, of course, a private purse for herself, the dear creature, as well as looking to the share of the money in the bank. And for the last few weeks, since our agreement together has not been quite so perfect, she has kept all her takings herself. So reasoning upon that, she must, bless her provident spirit, have a tolerable sum laid by somewhere, which I, as her executor, will most assuredly pounce upon." At this moment, someone clamored for admission at the shop door, rapping at it with a penny piece in a manner that sounded very persevering. "Curses on you," muttered Todd, "who are you?" "A tuppenny, a tuppenny, a tuppenny," cried a boy who was at the door, in a sing-song sort of voice. "I want a tuppenny, a tuppenny." Rap, 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 went one of the penny pieces against the upper half of the shop door, which was of glass. Rap, rap, rap. Todd felt quite convinced that that boy would not go without some sort of answer being given to his demand, so he slunk round the shop, crouching down until he came close to the door, and then assuming one of his most hideous faces, he suddenly rose up, and from within half an inch of the boy's face upon the other side of the glass, he confronted him. So horrible and so completely unexpected was this face to the boy, that for a moment or two he seemed to be absolutely paralyzed by it. And then, with a cry of terror, he dropped the penny piece with which he had been rapping the window, and fled up Bell Yard as though the evil one himself were at his heels. "That will do," said Todd. He went back to the parlour and glared round him again in the hope of finding something there, but the only cupboard which he observed was fast locked. One blow with the poker, using it javelin-like, forced it open, and Todd began flinging out upon the floor the glass and china, with which it was well enough filled without any mercy. What cared he for such matters? Would he not before 12 hours now be miles and miles away? What then was glass and china to him? Nothing, absolutely nothing. He was disappointed, though, for he did not find the supposed concealed hoard of Mrs. Lovett behind the other things in this cupboard. "Be it so," he said. "No doubt she fancies her bedroom is the safest place, after all, for her money that is easily sought. Bless you, Mrs. Lovett, I will find your gold yet." With this view, Todd, by the aid of the poker, broke open another door, namely, the one which led from the parlour to the staircase, that would enable him to ascend to the upper part of the house. Truly, Mrs. Lovett was great in the locking up, way very great indeed. Todd was now getting out of patience just a little, but only a little, that was all. He naturally enough in his own house wanted to make discoveries a little quicker than he was making them, that was all, and so he felt put out of his way a little, as any gentleman might under such circumstances. He swore a little, and was not so polite in his mention of the deceased Mrs. Lovett as he might have been. He ascended the stairs 3 at a time. "I wonder," he said, when he reached the top of the first flight, "I wonder where the wily wretch slept. She never would let me upstairs since she occupied the house." The locking up propensities of Mrs. Lovett did not continue past the ground floor, and Todd found all the doors upon the floor he was now on readily enough yield to his touch. The second one he went into was undoubtedly the room he sought. It was rather elegantly furnished as a bedchamber, and as Todd stood in the center of the floor, he chuckled to himself and muttered. When she rose this morning, she did not quite fancy she was taking her last look at this chamber. Well, my dear Mrs. L., you had some taste, I will admit, for this room is very nicely got up. It is a world of pities you had not sense enough to be my slave, but you must try to be my equal, which in your poor vanity you thought I could permit. No, that was impossible. Why should I single you out of all the world, Mrs. Lovett, to be just to? This, in Todd's estimation, was a very conclusive argument indeed. Whether it would have been so to Mrs. Lovett is another thing. And now the arch-villain commenced a search in the chamber of his victim of the most extraordinary character for minuteness that could possibly be conceived. It was quite clear that there he expected to find something worth looking for, and that if he were foiled, it should not be for want of due diligence in the investigation. In the course of 10 minutes, the trim and well-kept bedroom was one scene of confusion and disorder. The dressing-glass was thrown down, and, being in his way once, was kicked to the other end of the room and smashed to fragments. The bedclothes were tossed hither and thither in the most reckless manner. Boxes were burst open and ransacked, but all in vain. Not one penny piece could Todd discover. "Confound her," he said, as he wiped his brow with a lace cap he picked off the dressing-table. "Confound her. I begin to suspect that what she had of her own she put in her pocket this morning, and it has gone down to the bottom of the river with her. How infernally provoking." He peeped up the chimney, and got nothing by that motion but a flop of soot in his eye. He stamped and swore and cursed in the most horrible manner that can possibly be conceived. Feeling that Mrs. Lovett in the matter of her little private savings had been one too many for him, he looked rather hopelessly through the other rooms of the house. They were all completely vacant, and from the appearance of the dust upon the floors of them, did not seem to have been entered for years past. He gave up the search in despair, and gloomily walked downstairs to the parlour again. "It is lost," he said. "It is lost. Well, I must even be content with that which I have. I don't think anyone will be the richer for what is here. No, It could not have escaped my search, and if it has done so by a miracle, or next thing to one, it will remain until the house falls to pieces years hence, perhaps, and fall into the hands of someone when I am to know what puts that word dead into my mouth. I hate to think of it. I am young in constitution, and shall live many, many years yet. Oh, yes, I need have no fear of death. Todd glared round him, as though he expected that the very impersonification of the grim king of terrors would rise up before him to take vengeance for being treated so slightingly. But all was still. He wiped his brow again with the lace cap of Mrs. Lovett, which he had mechanically retained when he left the bedroom, and then he began to ask himself what should be done with the shop. For a few hours yet, he said, a few short hours, there must be no disturbance and no commotion in this neighborhood with which my name may possibly be connected. After that, they may do what they like and say what they like, but now all must be peace and silence. What shall I do with this confounded shop now? I wish I had not given so strong a dose of the narcotic to you, old woman, left in charge by Mrs. Lovett. Ah, what is that? The sound from the shop, as of someone being violently sick, came upon Todd's ears. Ah, he said, so the narcotic has taken that effect, has it, upon Mrs. Lovett's representative? Well, she will recover from it much sooner than I thought she would, and that will now be all the better, for it absolves me of my difficulty about the shop for the next few hours. He walked into the shop and found Mrs. Stagg sitting up behind the counter, and in rather a dubious condition as regarded the piece of her stomach. Well, ma'am, said Todd, how are you now? The Lord have mercy upon us. Amen, but how came you in this state, ma'am? The pies, sir, the pies. You really have no idea of how very rich they are, sir. It's all along of the pies, that's all, sir, but I am getting better, though my head is none of the best. Yes, said Todd. Of course it was the very rich pies. It could not have been what you drank. Oh, no. Oh, dear, no. That wasn't enough to hurt an infant, sir, as you ought to know. What a mercy it is that Mrs. Lovett has not come home, for she is rather a violent woman at times. It's really quite a mercy. She won't be home just yet, I think, said Todd. You will have time to get completely to rights before you see her, and when you do see her I would advise you to make your peace with the other world as quickly as you can. Todd closed the parlor door, and as it was only the lock that had given, it did not show much symptoms of what had happened to it. As that in all likelihood Mrs. Stagg, supposing that it was fast as she had first found it, would not pay any attention to it or scrutinize it sufficiently to be aware that it had been at all tampered with by anyone. Only a few hours after all, muttered Todd, and then I don't care what anybody thinks or says about this shop and its affairs or about me in connection with them. Ah, I had quite forgotten. I wonder what Mrs. Lovett's cook is about. Todd paused and gave some few moments' thought to the cook. He had an idea of going down to the oven cellar and killing him so that he might feel quite certain he was out of the way of perpetrating any mischief, but a second thought determined him in the other way. No, he said, what can he do? No doubt the house will be shut after a time and then he will starve to death. Ha! Chapter 102 takes a slight glance at Tobias and his intended. The idea of the cook being starved to death had quite reconciled Todd to the notion of leaving him alone. So he left the shop and proceeded to his own domicile in Fleet Street. And as nothing of great moment has occurred during his absence, we will take the liberty of conducting the reader to the house of Colonel Geoffrey and taking a slight peep at our old friend Tobias, whom we left in rather a critical position. Tobias had been in so delicate a condition, prior to the last outrage of Todd at the Colonel's house, that one might suppose such a thing would go far towards terminating his mortal career, and so indeed it did. But in youth there is such a tenacity to life that we may fairly look for the most extraordinary things in the shape of clinging to the vital principle, and in the way of getting over injuries. Poor Tobias was, to be sure, thrown back by Todd's attack, but he was not destroyed. The medical man gave it as his opinion that the mental shock was by far worse than the physical injury, and he said to the Colonel, "Some means must be devised to make him believe that he is quite free from any further attack upon the part of Todd, or he will never recover. He will awaken, it is true, from the trance he is now in, but it will be to all the horrors and dread of some expected fresh attack from Todd. But I will assure him of my protection," said the Colonel. I will in the most positive manner tell him that he shall here be perfectly safe from that man." "Excuse me, Colonel," replied the surgeon, "but all that was done before, and yet Tobias has found that Todd reached him, even in one of the rooms of this house. You will find that he will be very skeptical regarding your powers to protect him now from that bold and infamous man. I hope I am not offending you, Colonel, by my plain speaking." "Not at all, my dear sir, not at all. Do not think of such a thing. Plain speaking, when it is dictated by friendly feeling, is one of the most admirable things in all the world, and no one can possibly admire it more than I do. I feel, too, the full force of what you have said, and that to the ears of Tobias it would sound like a farce for me to offer to protect him from the further assaults of Sweeney Todd. But something may be done that is quite of a decisive character upon the subject, Colonel." "What do you mean?" "I mean that to sick folks I say anything that I think will tend to their recovery, even although I may feel that I am a little transgressing the bounds of truth. We must consider what we say to people in the position of Tobias, as so much medicine artfully administered to him." "I quite agree with you, and I feel that you have some important suggestion to make to me regarding Tobias. What is it?" "Then, Colonel, if I were you, I should not hesitate for one moment to tell him that Todd was dead." "Dead?" "Yes, that is the only thing that will thoroughly convince Tobias he has nothing further to fear from him. I think it not only one of those delusions that are in themselves harmless, but I think it a justifiable dose of moral medicine." "It shall be done," said the Colonel. "It shall be done. I do not hesitate about it for a moment. I thank you for the idea, and if that will do Tobias any good, he shall have the full benefit of it at my hands. Shall we seek him now?" "Yes, I hope that he is in a state to fully comprehend what is said to him, and in that case the sooner we say this from which we expect such good results, the better it will be. I am most anxious to witness the effect it will have upon his mind, Colonel. If I mistake not, it will be one far exceeding anything you can suppose." Upon this, they both went upstairs to the chamber in which poor Tobias lay. The boy was upon a bed, lying to all appearance bereft of sense. His breathing was rather laborious, and every now and then there was a nervous twitching of the muscles of the face, which bespoke how ill at ease the whole system was. At times, too, he would mutter some incoherent words, during which both the medical man and the Colonel thought they could distinguish the name of Todd. "Yes," said the surgeon, "that is the spectre that is ever present to the imagination of this poor boy, and we must speedily get rid of it from him, or it will assuredly kill him. I would not answer for his life another 24 hours, if his fancy were still to continue to be tortured by an expectation of the appearance of Todd. Will you, or shall I speak to him?" "You, if you please, Colonel. He knows your voice better, no doubt, than he does mine." Colonel Jeffrey bent his head close down to Tobias's ear, and in a clear, correct voice spoke to him. "Tobias, I have come to say something very important to you. It is something which I hope will do you good to hear. Do you comprehend me, Tobias?" The sufferer uttered a faint groan, as he tossed one of his arms uneasily about upon the coverlet. "You quite understand me, Tobias. Only say that you do so, and I shall be satisfied to go on, and say to you what I have to say." Todd," gasped Tobias. "O God, coming he is coming." "You hear," said the surgeon. "That is what his imagination runs upon, that is proof conclusive." "It is, poor boy," said the Colonel, "but I wish I could get him to say that he fully comprehends my words." "Never mind that. I would recommend that you make the communication to him at once, and abruptly. It will, in all likelihood, thus have more effect than if you dilute it by any great note of preparation before it reaches his ears." The Colonel nodded his acquiescence, and then, once more inclining his mouth to Tobias's ear, he said, in clear and moderately loud accents, "Sweeney Todd is dead." Tobias at once sprang up to a sitting posture in the bed, and cried, "No, no, is it really so?" "Yes," added the Colonel, "Sweeney Todd is dead." For a moment or two Tobias looked from the Colonel to the surgeon, and from the surgeon to the Colonel, with a bewildered expression of countenance, and then burst into tears. "That will do," said the surgeon. "It has succeeded," whispered the Colonel. "Fully, it could not do better. He will recover full consciousness now when those tears are over. All will go well with him, but do not, by word or look, insinuate the remotest doubt of the truth of what you have told him. It would be better to say the same thing to any of the servants that may come about him. I will, and particularly to his master, whom I would as soon trust with a secret as I would with the command of a regiment of cavalry." Tobias wept for the space of about 10 minutes, and then he looked up with a face in which there was a totally different expression to what it had borne but a short time previously, and with a faltering voice he spoke. "And so Todd is gone at last?" "He has," replied the colonel, "and therefore you may now, Tobias, make your mind quite easy about him." "Oh, quite." By the long breath that Tobias drew, it was evident what an exquisite relief it was to him to be able to feel that the man who had been the bane of his young life was no more. No assurance of protection from him could have come near the feeling of satisfaction that he now felt in the consciousness of such a release. But Todd being dead settled the affair at once. There was no drawback upon his satisfaction. "Oh," he said, "I do indeed feel that life is with me again and that I can be happy. Where is Minna?" "She cannot remain here always," replied the colonel. "But she will be in the house shortly, upon a visit to your mother, and you shall yourself have the pleasure of communicating the welcome news of Todd's death to her news, which to her bears as great a significance as it does to you." "Oh, yes," replied Tobias. "Minna will be pleased. We ought not to rejoice at the death of anyone, but then Todd was so very, very bad a man that his dying is a good thing, as it keeps him from loading his soul with more wickedness." "That," said the medical man, "is the proper view to take of the matter, Tobias. But now you will permit me to say to you that you should not talk too much, nor overtax your young strength. I will darken the room by closing the shutters, and it is highly desirable that you should enjoy a few hours' calm sleep, which now, with the conviction that Todd is dead, I do not see any difficulty in your doing." "Oh, no," said Tobias, with quite a bright expression upon his face. "Oh, no, I shall sleep well now, quite well, for what have I to fear now?" These few words were spoken in such a tone of calm composure that the colonel had every reason to rejoice in the experiment he had tried, upon the advice of the medical man. The latter closed the shutters of the room all but one, so that there was but a soft and chastened light in the room. And then, with a smile upon his face, Tobias, after hoping that they would arouse him when Minna should come, and receiving a promise that Waite turned his face to his pillow, and composed himself to the first pure rest he had had since the attack that the villain Todd had made upon him in the colonel's house. "It is not much of a deception," said Colonel Geoffrey to the surgeon, when the latter was leaving the house, "for I believe now that Todd's hours are indeed numbered. He will be arrested tonight." "I am glad to hear it," replied the surgeon. "Such a notable villain ought to be as quickly as possible put out of the world." "He ought, indeed, and from what I hear from Sir Richard Blunt, I believe that before 24 hours are gone over my head, the whole of London will ring with the name of Todd and the story of his frightful criminality." Tobias slept quietly and securely for 4 hours, during which space of time he was twice visited by Minna Grey, who had arrived while he was in that state of repose. The colonel, although he felt the danger of letting Mrs. Wragge know that the report to Tobias of the death of Todd was premature, felt no such scruple with regard to Minna. Indeed, he considered that it would have been an insult to her judgment not to have told her exactly how the case stood. When she heard it all, and upon visiting Tobias's bedroom, found what a sweet sleep he was in, and what a quiet, gentle smile was upon his face, she tearfully acknowledged what a good thing the innocent deception was which had produced such a result. "It will save him," she said. "It will," replied the colonel, "and be sure that you keep sufficient guard over yourself to keep from betraying the secret." "Oh, sir, trust me, I will." "And remember that in this house, Minna, it is known only to you and to me. If Tobias should ask you anything about it, you had better know nothing, for I promised him that he should have the pleasure of making the communication to you himself. Therefore you cannot be puzzled by any questions regarding particulars when he is your informant." Minna joyfully concurred with all that the colonel said upon this head, and then, after a long talk with Mrs. Wragge in the kitchen, that good lady, having the most implicit faith in the story of the death of Todd, and the profoundest hope that she should soon hear the full particulars of that event, she betook herself to the bedside of Tobias, there to await his awakening. When he did open his eyes, they were clear and bright, and the fever had left his brow and cheeks. The first object his eye rested upon was Minna, and the first words he said were, "Todd is dead." "Ah, then, Tobias, you have nothing now to fear, for you have not an enemy in the world." "No," he cried, "I have now nothing to fear but, my Minna, my own, my beautiful, how much I have to love. We shall be now, Minna, very, very happy indeed, and God will bless me for your dear sake." Chapter 103. Mr. Lupin has a singular interview with Mrs. Oakley. Amid all the exciting circumstances that it has been our duty to relate amid the turmoil of events consequent upon the wild villainy of Todd, and the urgent attempts of Mrs. Lovett to get her accounts audited, we have very much lost sight of Mrs. Oakley. Perhaps the reader has not been altogether unwilling to lose sight of a lady who, we will admit, was not calculated to make great advances in his esteem. But yet one thing must be recollected, and that is that Mrs. Oakley is Johanna's mother. That we opine is a fact which she should be given some degree of attention for, and insomuch as the bright eyes of the fair and noble-minded Johanna might be dimmed by an additional tear if anything very serious was to become of Mrs. Oakley, we will go a little out of our way just now to see what that deluded parson-ridden woman is about. The outgoings and the incomings of Mrs. Oakley for a long time past had been so various and discursive that the poor spectacle-maker had long since left off considering that he had anything in the shape of a domestic establishment. Certainly, Johanna was always at hand, until lately, to attend to her father's comforts, but the wife never. There was either a prayer meeting, or a love feast, or some congregation or another assembled to hear or to see Mr. Lupin, so that if the wife and the mother went to such places to learn her duties, it was pretty evident that the lesson occupied the whole of her time. But still at times she did come home. At odd seasons she was to be found groaning and snuffling at the fireside in the little dark parlour at the back of the shop, but now for some few days she had totally disappeared. Mr. Oakley was alone. Up a dingy court in the city, not 100 miles from the dingy purlieus of Monkwell Street, there was a dingy conventicle, upon the front of which the word Ebenezer announced its character, or its would-be character. The upper part of this chapel was converted into a dwelling place, and there luxuriated Mr. Lupin. The flock geese, of course, of the reverend gent rented the edifice, so that there he was rent-free, and there he was in the habit of inviting to tea such of the females of his congregation who either had money of their own, or whose husbands had tills easily accessible, or pockets into which the wife's hand could be dipped at discretion. And dipped it generally was at indiscretion, for folks, whether they be wives or not, when they can dip into other folks' pockets, do not always know how much to take just and no more. Now Mr. Lupin had established a 3 days 2 hours and general subscription-saving grace prayer, which consisted of praying every 2 hours for 3 days and 3 nights, and at each prayer making an offering in hard cash for the use of the church and the gospel, he, Mr. Lupin, being both the church and the gospel. Alas, what will not human folly in the name of religion stoop to? There were women mothers of families who came to Mr. Lupin's house above the chapel with what plunder they could get together, and there actually stand the 3 days and 3 nights, the reverend gent making it his duty to keep them awake at the end of every 2 hours at least, as he pretended to pray, and sending them away completely placid, but with the comfortable conviction, as they themselves expressed it, that their souls were saved alive. Mrs. Oakley was one of these dupes. Now, although these proceedings were very profitable to Mr. Lupin, he found that it was very irksome to get up himself in the middle of the night to awaken the sinners to prayer, so he used to introduce brandy and water after he had pretty well tired out his devotee, and ascertained the amount of money he was likely to get. And in the confusion of mind consequent upon that gentle stimulant, the time went on very glibly. "Sister Oakley," said Lupin, on the evening of the first day of Mrs. Oakley's residence beneath his highly spiritual roof. "Sister Oakley, truly you will be a great brand snatched from the burning. How much money have you got?" "Alas," said Mrs. Oakley, "business must be bad, for I only found in the till £3 11 and 6." Mr. Lupin groaned. "But I will from time to time take what I can, and let you have it, for the welfare of one's precious soul is above all price." "Truly, Sister Oakley, it is, and you may as well give me the small installment now if it shall seem right unto thee, sister. I thank you in the name of the Lord. Humph, only £3 11 6. Well, well, we shall do better another time, perhaps, sister. Rest in peace, and I will from time to time come in and awaken thee to prayer. Truly and verily I have a hard time of it always. It was on the second night that fatigue had had a great effect upon Mrs. Oakley, and upon the reverend gent, likewise, that he brought her a tumbler of hot brandy and water, saying as he placed it by her, Truly I have had a dream, and the Lord told me to give you this. I pray you take it, Mrs. O., and may it put you in mind of the glory of the world that is to come. Amen. Mr. Lupin retired, and as the stimulant was not at all an ungrateful thing to Mrs. Oakley, she was about to raise it to her lips, when a stunning knock at the chapel door made her give such a start, that she dropped glass and spirit and spoon to the ground. No doubt, a repetition of the knock at the moment prevented Lupin from hearing the crash, which the fall in spirits produced. Mrs. Oakley heard him open the window of his room, and in a voice of stifled anger, "Who is there? Who is there?" "It's me, Groggs, and you know it," said a female voice. "Come down and open the door, or I will rouse the whole neighborhood." "Come, you be off, I have someone here." "What, another idiot? Ho, 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 why, Groggs, they will find you out some day and limb you. If they only knew that you were Groggs the return transport, how they would mob you to be sure. But I have come for money, old fellow, and I will have it. I ain't drunk, but I have had enough, just enough, mark me, old boy, and you know what I am capable of when that's the case. I am your wife, and you know it. Ho, ho." Dab came the knocker again, upon the chapel door. "Do you want to be my ruin?" said Lupin. "Stay a moment, and I will throw you out 5 shillings, but if you make any noise, you shall not have 1 farthing from me." "Shall I not? Ha ha, shall I not? 5 shillings indeed." The lady upon this, feeling no doubt that both her wants and his powers of persuasion were made very light of, commenced such a tremendous knocking at the door, that the terrified Lupin at once descended to let her in, uttering such terrible curses as he went that Mrs. Oakley was petrified with dismay. Foolish woman, did she expect that her idol would turn out to be anything but a common brazen image? In the course of a few moments, she heard the couple coming upstairs again, and when they reached the top, she heard Lupin say, "Confound you, you always will come with your infernal demands at the very worst and most awkward times and seasons to me. Did you not take £10 some time ago, and promise to come near me no more?" "Ha ha, yes, I did, but I am here again, you see. You thought I would drink myself to death with that amount of money, and that you would get rid of me, but it did me good. Ho, 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 the good stuff did me good." "You are a fool," said Lupin. "I tell you, woman, you will be my ruin, my absolute ruin. And then where will your supplies come from, I should like to know? Why, I have an idiot only in the next room, of whom I hope to make a good thing, and if you had only come in 5 minutes sooner, you would have been heard by her, and I should have been done up here. And why don't she hear you now? Have you cut her throat like you did the woman's by whapping?" "Hush, hush, you devil, why do you allude to that?" "Because I like my beauty, because I know you did it. And whenever I do mention it, the gallows shines out in your face as plain as this hand, and I like to see you quake and change color and be ready almost to fall down with your fears. Ho, ho, I like that. Yes, it's as good to me as a drop of drink that it is. I only wish your throat was cut, that is all." "I know you do, but you won't try that on upon me. No, no, you won't try that on. Look at this, my beauty. Do you think I would step into a place of yours without something in the shape of a friend with me? Oh, no, no." The lady exhibited the handle and point of the blade of a knife, as she spoke, at which Mr. Lupin staggered back, and then in a faltering voice he said, "I will go and see how my portion has worked with the idiot I mentioned." I gave her a good dose of laudanum in a glass of brandy and water. It may be imagined with what feelings Mrs. Oakley heard this interesting little dialogue. It may be imagined, if she had at the bottom of her heart any lingering feelings of right or wrong, how they were likely to be roused up by all this, how her thoughts were likely to fly back to the house she had made wretched, and virtually deserted for so long a period of time. And now, what was to become of her? Had she not heard Lupin denounced by one who knew him well as a murderer, an allegation, which he had not even in the faintest manner denied? Mrs. Oakley went down upon her knees in earnest, and wringing her hands, she cried, "God save me for my poor husband and my child's sake." We will suppose that if any appeals at all reach heaven, that this was one of those that would be sure to get there. Hastily pushing aside with her hands the fragments of the broken glass, Mrs. Oakley flung herself upon the floor, at the moment that Lupin, with a light in his hand, entered the room. "Hilloa," he said. All was still. Mrs. Oakley did not move hand nor foot. She scarcely dared to breathe, for she felt that upon his belief that she had swallowed the narcotic her life rested. When he saw her lying upon the floor, he gave a short laugh as he said, "I thought she could not resist the brandy and water. The laudanum has done its work quickly indeed. It's well that it has, for if it had not, well. If I only now had the courage to take a knife to my wife and get rid of her once and for all, I should do well. Sister Oakley, you will not awaken for many hours, and when you do, you will be by far too much confused to know if you have said all your prayers or not. I shall make a fortune out of these women." Mrs. Oakley felt upon the point of fainting, and if he had but touched her, she was certain that she must have gone off. But he felt so satisfied with the powerful dose of laudanum that he had given her in the brandy and water, that he did not think it worth while in any way further to interfere with her. "Old and ugly too," he muttered as he left the room. Perhaps these last words cut Mrs. Oakley to the soul more quickly than all he had previously said. If she was not from that moment cured of what might in her case be called lupinism, it was a very odd thing indeed. The Reverend Gent had been gone more than 10 minutes before Mrs. Oakley gathered courage to look up, and to listen to what was taking place in the next room. Then she found that Lupin was speaking. She was still too much overcome by terror to rise, but she managed to crawl along the floor until she reached the wall between the two rooms. It was a flimsy wall that, composed only of canvas, for the rooms above the chapel had been got up in a very extemporaneous kind of way. Nothing could take place in the way of conversation in the next room that might be distinctly enough heard in the one that Mrs. Oakley was in. As we have said, Lupin was speaking. Mrs. Oakley placed her ear close to the canvas and heard every word that he uttered. "Listen to reason," he said. "Listen to reason, Jane. Of course, I will give you as much money as I can. I do not attempt to deny your claim upon me, and what is to hinder us working together and making a good thing of it? Ah, if I could only persuade you to be a religious woman." "Gammon," said Jane. "I know that very well," said Lupin. "That's the very thing. I know it is gammon as well as you do. What's that?" Mrs. Oakley had made a slight noise in the next room,